Chapter 1346. There was only half a year left until the 10-year agreement between Han Qin and Han Yunqi. Back then, Han Qin and Han Yunqi had agreed to return to the poison sect's forbidden grounds in 10 years. Han Yunqi would return to the poison sect's forbidden grounds and be recognized as the sect's master. At the same time, she would duel with Han Xiang. The winner could choose to stay or leave. To be more specific, if Han Yunqi lost, she would stay in the barrier for the rest of her life and learn to guard the mausoleum. If Han Xiang lost, she would become the mausoleum's guardian. Although Han Qin hadn't explicitly mentioned the position of sect head, it was obvious that the loser would have to stay in the mausoleum for the rest of her life. Naturally, she wouldn't have any real power in the wolf sect. Even if she was given the title of sect head, she wouldn't have any real power. In preparation for the duel, Han Yunqi had focused on martial arts after giving birth to Princess Yan. It was impossible for Han Qin to not be biased. His daughter was his own flesh and blood, and he had high hopes for Long Fei Yi as his son-in-law. Over the years, Han Qin hadn't formally taught Han Yunqi anything, but he would give Han Yunqi plenty of pointers during their annual spring gathering at the tea house. Han Yunqi activated all of the phoenix energy in her body and began to cultivate her true qi according to the mysterious continent's martial system. In the mysterious continent's martial system, strength and qi complemented each other and could be cultivated at the same time. There were 9 ranks for both strength and qi, and there were also 3 ranks for each of them, low, mid, and high. Only when one's strength and qi reached the same level could one be considered to have cultivated a rank. Han Yunqi's phoenix energy had reached the 7th rank, a very high rank. She could be considered a top expert on the mysterious continent. However, her true qi had only just reached the early 5th rank. As a result, she could only be considered an early 5th rank expert. Although it was the same level as Han Xiang's, Han Yunqi was much better in terms of strength, because Han Xiang's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the true martial realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between the 6th rank and the 7th rank, the difference in strength was unimaginable. Many people couldn't even reach 1 rank in their entire life. As for Long Fei Yi, after Long Fei Yi truly grasped the lust bite power, he reached grade 9. Over the past few years, Long Fei Yi had been busy with government affairs while accompanying Han Yunqi in her cultivation. Now, his true energy had reached the high 5th rank. On the mysterious continent, this grade could easily suppress all the experts on the new ranking list. In a few more years, if he were to participate in the expert ranking tournament, he would definitely be able to obtain a ranking. There was still half a year's time. Han Yunqi had already entered a state of seclusion. Long Fei Yi had been guarding the imperial capital all this time and had no intention of leaving. It was already early summer, time for to enter the poison sect's forbidden grounds and cultivate in seclusion. Ever since was 3 years old, he had been cultivating in the poison sect's forbidden grounds every summer. This was already his 7th year. At first, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would personally escort him to Long Fei Yi, but after 2 years, Long Fei Yi stopped. It was fine if he didn't do it himself, but he didn't let Han Yunqi do it either. He only let Su Donglin do it. Since last year, Rui had stopped letting Su Donglin do it. He traveled alone from the capital to the poison sect's forbidden grounds, not even bringing a servant with him. All he brought was some silver, and his journey was very smooth. Rui was 10 years old this year, so no one would send him off. At 10 years old, Rui already had the bearing of an elegant youth. He was full of vigor and exuded an extraordinary air of nobility. Just standing in a crowd was enough to make everyone around him pale in comparison. Of course, the heroic air between his brows and the deep look in his eyes also increasingly resembled his father's. At such a young age, he didn't show his emotions on his face, making him hard to read. No one dared to tease or deceive him. He stood in the imperial study and bowed respectfully. This sun is about to set off. Imperial Father, please don't worry. Long Fei was halfway through reviewing memorials when he arched a brow at his son. He murmured. Rue straightened and stole a glance at his father. He seemed a little disappointed, but still turned to leave. After packing his things, he headed for the western palace gates. But as soon as he reached the gates, he saw the tall figure he was most familiar with standing by the gates, waiting for him. In the end, he was still a 10-year-old child. He immediately ran over. Imperial Father! Long Fei Yi turned around, but before he could open his arms, Rue pounced on him and hugged him. He smiled helplessly. He really hadn't planned to send him off at the gates, but for some reason he'd ended up here. Fortunately, Han Yunqi was in closed-door cultivation, or she'd definitely mock him for being soft-hearted. Father and son were both men of few words. After hugging for a long time, Rue let go of his father. He was no longer as respectful and courteous as he'd been in the imperial study, but more like an ordinary child saying goodbye to his parents. Father, I'm leaving. I'll miss you, Imperial Mother and Yen'er. Long Fei Yi rubbed his head dotingly. Under this doting, Rue's mature and steady expression disappeared. He looked up and smiled at his father, his eyes turning into crescents. He said, Daddy, I know you'll miss me too. Long Fei Yi smiled wordlessly. He took his son's hand and led him out of the palace gates. Rue didn't say anything and quietly followed him. The two figures, one large and one small, slowly walked away under the towering palace gates. It was like they were walking a long and endless road. Seeing his father walk so slowly, Rue slowed down as well. Ever since Imperial Father and Imperial Mother stopped personally escorting him to the poison sect's forbidden grounds, they would hold his hand every year and walk him from the palace gates to the city gates. They didn't speak the entire way, but their large hands clasped tightly around each other's. Father and son spent an entire hour before they reached the inner city gates. Many of the nobles in the city stepped aside to let them pass. They didn't know where the crown prince was going, so they assumed he was going out to train. At the city gates, Long Fei Yi decisively let go. Be careful on the way, he said seriously. Rue nodded. He was about to leave when his father added, Take good care of your little sister. Rue's heart skipped a beat. Yen'er and Little Shadow had been harassing him recently, asking him to take them out of the palace and to Medical City to broaden their horizons. Of course he refused, but he knew that Yen'er and Little Shadow were determined to follow him secretly. He thought that Little Shadow was smarter than Yen'er and wouldn't leave on the same day as him. Who knew that even Little Shadow would cause him so much trouble? They could choose to leave tomorrow, or they could have left yesterday. At the very least, Imperial Father wouldn't blame him if he found out about it. Rue never dared to lie in front of his father. He said, Imperial Father, Little Sister said that she and Little Shadow were bored to death after Imperial Mother went into seclusion. She said that if we don't let her out of the palace, she'll get sick. Long Fei Yi's lips curved into a faint smile, but he still said seriously, You'll be in charge of watching her along the way. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible. Once we reach Medical City, you don't have to worry about her anymore. Rue's world darkened. He hurried over and pulled his father down, whispering, Imperial Father, why don't you let Little Shadow take Yen'er to the south? There are so many fun places in Jiangnan. If his father knew that Yen'er was going to travel with him, how many guards would he secretly send to follow them? How many people would he send to guard Medical City? Not just guards, but palace maids, eunuchs, and old nannies. It would be strange if he wasn't annoyed to death along the way. Moreover, he couldn't do anything secretive, even if he wanted to. Hearing Rue's suggestion, Long Fei Yi was amused. Why don't you tell her yourself? If Long Fei Yi could persuade his daughter, he would have persuaded her not to leave the palace and stay with him. His daughter had grown up. She was no longer the 2 or 3 years old child, but almost 7 years old. Moreover, it was already difficult to coax his daughter when she was 2 or 3 years old, let alone now. Long Fei Yi never had the heart to leave the court and go to the ends of the world. However, every time his daughter wanted to leave the palace, he couldn't wait to leave the court and bring Han Yunxi to accompany his daughter. He could teach his daughter many things along the way so that she wouldn't be deceived when she grew up. Even Long Fei Yi, who was on the throne, had such a parental heart. Rue was especially helpless when it came to persuading his little sister. He felt that his father was a kindred spirit. He said, "Forget it. I'll keep a close eye on her." With Rue-er's words, Long Fei Yi was finally at ease. After all, no matter how many guards he sent, they wouldn't dare to stop Yen-er. Yen would only be afraid when Rue-er was angry. As for that child Gubeiwe, he didn't have any hopes. That child was the same as Gubeiwe. He didn't have any temper in front of his family. After sending Rue-er off, Long Fei Yi turned and returned to the palace. Along the way, he pondered about Gubeiwe. Gubeiwe had left for 2.5 years. Gubeiwe could hide it from Han Yunxi, but he couldn't hide it from him. In these 2.5 years, Gubeiwe didn't personally visit the Great Qin's medical centers. Instead, his whereabouts were unknown. The letters that were sent to the medical division were not personally delivered by him, but by his trusted subordinates in the various medical centers in the various cities. If such a thing happened to anyone else, it would be deceiving the emperor. If it happened to Gubeiwe, Long Fei Yi could only worry. He knew Gubeiwe too well. Gubeiwe must have his reasons for doing so. The Great Qin was his, but he really couldn't find him in his own territory. As soon as Rue reached the outer city gates, Yen-er and Little Shadow appeared. Rue was dressed like a martial artist, while the 7-year-old Yen-er was dressed like a boy. She looked delicate and young, like a young master from a rich family. As for Little Shadow, who was almost 11 years old, he was dressed the simplest, like a little attendant. Little Shadow drove the carriage to Rue-er's side and smiled warmly. "Your Highness, please get in." Rue-er looked back and saw the luggage piled high on top of the carriage, with several more bags hanging to the left and right. Coldly, Rue-er asked, "Xianyuan Yen, are you moving?" Yen-er immediately lifted the curtain and chuckled. "Brother, come up. Let's discuss something." Rue-er was on guard. "Not interested. Have fun. I'm leaving." Whatever she wanted to discuss couldn't be good. Rue whipped the horse and hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, Little Shadow caught up with Yen-er before long. Instead of blocking the horse, he put Yen-er on the horse's back. Yen hugged her brother and chuckled. "Brother, don't cultivate anymore. Come with us to find Shadow's father." Rue was shocked. Grand Tutor. Chapter 1347. Rue was surprised that Yen-er and Little Shadow weren't here to pester him, but to find the Grand Tutor. Yen-er leaned on her brother's back and glanced sideways at him. "Come with us." Rue immediately stopped his horse and asked seriously, "Are you serious?" "When have I ever lied to you? Are you coming or not?" Yen-er giggled, her eyes turning into crescents and dimples appearing on her cheeks. She looked so harmless that it was easy to overlook her mischievous and scheming nature. Rue also returned a bright and happy smile. "That's great." Yen-er was delighted by his reaction and immediately winked at Little Shadow. But Rue smiled and said, "That's great. You two can go by yourselves." Yen-er's expression froze. Rue carried her on his back and placed her in front of Little Shadow. He patted Little Shadow's head and said seriously, "Here, I'll leave my sister to you. Have a safe trip." He was clearly about the same age as the Little Shadow, and he was about the same height as the Little Shadow. He was not taller than the Little Shadow, but he acted like an elder brother as he stroked the Little Shadow's head and spoke in a serious tone. Most importantly, the Little Shadow actually smiled and nodded subconsciously. Smack! Yen-er immediately stood on her tiptoes and slapped Little Shadow's head. It looked heavy, but it was actually light. Why are you nodding? Little Shadow finally came back to his senses and scratched his head. He didn't say anything and just took a step back. As expected, Yen and Rue didn't say much to him, and the siblings started talking. Brother, are you sure you don't want to go? You'll regret it if you don't. I'll give you one more chance. Are you coming or not? Yen smiled slyly. No. Rue was firm. He had already planned to find an excuse not to return to the palace and go straight to the south to find a doctor after he returned from training. Before leaving the palace, he had already found out about the Grand Tutor's whereabouts from the medical department. The Grand Tutor would be staying in the south this summer. He didn't want to mess around with Yen. If he traveled with her, he would be deafened by her noise in less than 3 days. Okay. Yen put her hands on her hips and said in a grown-up tone, It's fine if you don't want to go. Little Shadow and I will go by ourselves. Rue leaped onto the horse, intending to watch them leave before leaving. But who would have thought that after they got on the carriage, they would stop behind him without moving. Yen was sitting in the car, holding a piece of pastry with both hands and nibbling on it. Lil Thing appeared out of nowhere and sat on Yen shoulder, also holding a piece of pastry and nibbling on it with relish. Little Shadow sat outside and pulled the reins. The three of them looked at Rue who felt a little scared. According to his past experience, this was definitely not a good sign. Yen must have dug a hole for him again. You guys still aren't leaving? He asked tentatively. Your Highness, you should leave first, the little Shadow said. Suspicion flashed across Rue's eyes. Of the 36 stratagems, leaving was the best stratagem. Thus he waved and left. The horse galloped at full speed. After running for a while, he turned back to look. Seeing that Yen and the rest had not followed him, he was still worried. He kept feeling that something was wrong. However, he didn't stop and continued on his way. His father was afraid that Yen would be tricked, but he wasn't. It was fine as long as Yen didn't trick others. With Little Shadow and the Shadow Guard around, he was at ease. Just like that, Rue traveled all day and tied the horse to a big tree to rest at night. Just as he was about to take out some dry rations, he smelled the aroma of roasted meat. Someone's nearby? Rue followed the smell of barbecued meat and saw Yen and Little Shadow sitting in the bushes, eating barbecued meat. Yen was craving the food. Little Shadow broke off a drumstick and gave it to her while reminding her that it was hot. Yummy! Yen took a bite and gave it to Little Shadow. Brother Shadow, it's really good. Try it. Princess, eat it. There's still a lot. Little Shadow smiled. He was like a gentle little brother in front of Rue, but a gentle big brother next door in front of Yen. He broke off another drumstick and handed it to Rue, shouting, Your Highness, you must be hungry. Come. Rue pursed his lips and strode over. He knew these two wouldn't let him off so easily. He didn't say anything and just sat down cross-legged, taking a big bite of the drumstick. He took a bite and was shocked. Little Shadow, when did you learn how to roast meat? I learned from Uncle. Little Shadow replied. Uncle was referring to Jean Z. Rue and Yen called him Uncle, so Little Shadow followed suit. Every year, Jean Z and Mu Ling would take some time to stay in the capital for a few days. Jean Z had to report on the situation in Northern Li, while Mu Ling came to play with her sister and the children. Yen muttered, I haven't seen Lil Ling in a long time. You'll see her this winter. Little Shadow smiled. Jean Z and Mu Ling, Ai's daughter, was called Jean Ling. Thus, Mu Ling was called Big Ling, and Jean Ling was called Lil Ling. Lil Ling was the youngest in the group at just over 5 years old. She could be said to be everyone's joy. She was as muddle-headed as her mother, but she inherited her father's shrewdness and became a muddle-headed little money grubber. She was always muddle-headed when it came to other things, but when it came to money, she immediately became shrewd and stingy. She didn't know if it was because her father was called Jean Z but she had a soft spot for gold ingots. As long as she got her hands on gold, no one could cheat her of it except her father. Once Mu brought her to the palace to play. Han Yunqi jokingly asked, "You're called Lil Ling, let your parents give birth to a little Jean Z, okay?" Lil Ling was only 3 years old at that time. She nodded seriously. Okay. Thus, when she returned, she immediately asked her father if she wanted to give birth to a little Jean Z. Jean Z, who didn't know the situation, threw a small gold ingot to her. After that, whenever she wanted money, she would say, "Daddy, Daddy, give birth to a little Jean Z for me." When this reached Han Yunqi's ears, Han Yunqi almost fainted from laughter. Yan, loved Lil Ling, dearly, doting on and protecting her as if she was her own sister. Tang Hongdo, the head of the Tang clan, was now 12 years old. She was just as greedy as Lil Ling, but she also doted on Lil Ling, knowing that she liked gold. She would secretly give her several gold ingots every time they met. Yan, Er's mind wandered at the mention of Lil Ling, When Rui was full, he glanced at the tent that Lil Shadow had set up and asked seriously, "Lil Shadow, aren't you going to find your father?" Lil Shadow nodded even more seriously than Rui, I'm being serious with you. Rui was angry. Lil Shadow was still serious. "Your Highness, the princess and I are indeed going to find my father." Rui's face darkened, but Yan laughed. "That's right. We're going to find the Grand Tutor." Rui ignored them and walked to the tent to sit down. Lil Shadow wanted to explain, but Yan stopped him with a look. Lil Shadow didn't say anything, but a sneaky smile appeared on his lips. Even his sneaky look was so gentle. Yan hurried over and called the doctor sweetly, "Brother!" Rui glanced at her but didn't say anything. Yan sat down beside him and hugged his arm, leaning on his shoulder. "Brother, can I tell you a secret?" Rui didn't say anything. "Okay," Yan said with a sneaky smile. Rui looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "No, don't tell me. Hold it in." Yan immediately let go and stared at him with wide eyes. Rui was amused and slowly smiled at her innocently. "Hold it in. Don't tell me." Yan really didn't say anything. She covered her mouth with both hands and sat aside. Who knew if she was drawing circles or doing something else? This girl could still hold it in and didn't mention it again. Just like that, Rui handed over the shadow guard in the dark and instructed him to keep watch. Then he nestled in the tent with Lil Shadow and Yan to sleep. Rui slept in the middle with Lil Shadow on his right and Yan on his left. At first, Yan slept with her back facing her brother and didn't move at all. No one knew if she had fallen asleep. In the middle of the night, she finally turned around slowly and went over to Rui pushing him. Brother, I'll tell you, okay? Brother, wake up. I'll tell you the good news. I surrender. Wake up. I want to tell you." She had been holding it in and thought she could do it. But after holding it in for an entire night, she still couldn't hold it in. She felt uncomfortable all over if she didn't say it out loud. "Brother, wake up." She pulled hard. Rui was still in a daze. "Don't be noisy. Sleep. I have to say it. Wake up." Yan continued to pull. Rui was so sleepy that he had long forgotten about it. He pushed her away. "Don't be noisy. Sleep." Yan continued to push and pull. "Brother, I'll tell you. I have to tell you." The same sentence was repeated over and over again. Finally, Rui couldn't take it anymore and sat up. "Xian Yuan Yan, do you think I won't kick you out? So noisy." Yan said, "If you want to kick me, you have to hear the good news first. I want to tell you the good news. Let me say it." Rui's head drooped. "You win. Say it." Yan said, "Brother, the Grand Tutor isn't in the south. He's on Boundless Mountain near Medical City. Aunt Min wrote a letter to Little Shadow and told him to go find them." Yan sighed in relief and murmured, "I'm finally at ease." Rui sobered up and turned to look at little Shadow. Shadow, is this true? Shadow wasn't asleep. He hadn't been woken up by the noise, but he hadn't slept at all. He was still missing his father and mother. He turned around and gave her a warm smile. Mum, I'm going to find my father and mother. What are they doing on Boundless Mountain? It's a barren mountain. Ruey was curious. He went to the poison sex forbidden grounds every summer, so he was very familiar with Medical City and its surroundings. I don't know either. My mother didn't tell me. Little Shadow crawled to his feet and murmured, Your Highness, I'll tell you and the princess in secret. You mustn't let it leak. My mother said not to tell anyone. I'm the only one who can go. Mo said, Today's second and third watch will be very late. Please don't wait and come back tomorrow. Little Poison Consort's book has been confirmed and will be launched next year. There will be a new edition. Please look forward to it. Chapter 1348. Ruey felt that something was amiss after hearing the little Shadow's words. He had the little Shadow and Yen come closer for a discussion. He asked seriously, The Grand Tutor's report to the medical department was fake. Why? The little Shadow shook his head. My father must have a reason for doing this. Yen rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. The little Shadow had long realized that something was wrong, but he thought that he would know when he saw his parents. He didn't want to think too much. Mother had clearly told him that he was not allowed to divulge the secret to others. Unfortunately, he bumped into Princess Yen when he received the secret letter that day and was discovered by her. He had no choice but to tell her and ask her to keep it a secret. Princess Yen also felt that something was wrong and wanted to tell her parents immediately. In the end, he had to promise to take her out of the palace and to Boundless Mountain before stopping her. There would be a large group of shadow guards following Princess Yen out of the palace. The little Shadow had no choice but to find the Crown Prince. He knew that only the Crown Prince could send the shadow guards away. Shadow, did something happen to your parents? Ruey asked seriously. The little Shadow didn't answer, but his clear and gentle eyes dimmed. Brother, we can't hide this from Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. No matter what, Imperial Father will take care of it. Yen's admiration for her father was innate. Ruey, and the little Shadow looked at Yen, and nodded in agreement. Long Fei Yi was an omnipotent guardian deity in the hearts of all children. He protected the country and each and every one of them. Let's go tell Imperial Father now. Yen said urgently. Ruey stopped her. Stupid girl, do you want Shadow to be scolded? Let's go take a look first. Perhaps the Grand Tutor and Auntie Min are hiding there to rest. It's fine. Ruey was clearly comforting the little Shadow. The three children tossed and turned for a long time before falling into a deep sleep. The little Shadow woke up early the next morning. He didn't have the heart to wake His Highness and Princess Yen, so he sat alone at the entrance of the tent. Who knew that His Highness and Princess Yen, who loved to sleep in, had also woken up early. The three children began their journey day and night. When they arrived at Medical City, it was still not the time that Ruey and grandfather had agreed to meet. Ruey spent the entire night looking for him to distract the Shadow Guard. The three of them then sneaked off to Boundless Mountain. When the little Shadow stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, looking at the empty courtyard and the tightly shut door, he subconsciously stopped. Go. Yen held his hand and strode into the courtyard. The little Shadow looked around and muttered, Your Highness, Princess, did we come to the wrong place? The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and it was obvious that it had not been taken care of for a long time. His mother was the person who liked to tidy up the courtyard the most. The place where his mother lived must be full of blooming flowers, clean and tidy. It would not be like this. The door was locked from the outside, and it was obvious that no one was there. Beside the door were two large stone bathtubs. One of them was covered with countless moss and vines, while the other one had clearly been cleaned. It was empty and clean. The air was already filled with the smell of medicinal herbs, and it became even stronger as they approached the bathtub. Rue bent down to sniff it and asked seriously, "Shadow, is this used for medicinal baths?" The little shadow hurried over and nodded after a serious sniff. "It must be used by Father. I remember this smell." The little shadow had not only learned shadow art since young, but also medicine. He was naturally sensitive to the smell of medicinal herbs. Moreover, Father used to soak in medicinal baths often, so he remembered this smell. "Then we're right. Where's the Grand Tutor and the rest?" Yen looked around curiously. As they spoke, Rue looked out the door vigilantly, and the little shadow immediately followed suit. Yen then turned back to see two figures approaching from afar. These two were naturally Gu Beiwe and Qin Min. Gu Beiwe looked the same as before. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was as gentle as jade. However, his face was obviously much paler. Qin Min looked the same at first glance, but her eyes were haggard. The hardships and helplessness of the past 2 years were all hidden in this haggard look. "Father, Mother!" The little shadow dashed out excitedly. He was so excited that he forgot that he could use shadow arts and ran out on foot. In the past 2 years, Mother would often send him letters, telling him where she and Father were, what happened, and asking about his situation. Back in Ningzhou City, he would always write a few sentences to Father under the letters that Mother sent to Father. And in the past 2 years, Father would always write a few sentences to Mother in the letters that Mother sent to him. He hid all the letters like they were treasures. He always knew that he was not their biological child. So apart from the nostalgia for his parents, there was also a deep gratitude hidden in his heart. He loved them too much. The little shadow threw himself into Mother's arms and hugged her tightly. In the end, he was still a 10-year-old child. How independent could he be? After being separated from Father and Mother for so long, no matter how sensible he was, he could not help but cry. Not to mention a 10-year-old. Even an older person would instantly become a child in front of Father and Mother. Qin Min treated this child as her own. Subconsciously, she had even forgotten that he was adopted. She hugged the little shadow. Without saying anything, her eyes turned red. In the past 2 years, she was afraid that the little shadow would be lonely, afraid that the little shadow would miss him, afraid that the little shadow would think too much. She wrote a letter every 10 days, sending it to various medical centers and then sending it to the palace. She went through so much trouble just to keep him company. Fortunately, the replies she received were all good. The little shadow got along very well with His Highness and Princess. He would tell her many, many interesting things. In every letter, the one he talked about the most was Princess Yen. Gu Beiwe glanced at the 2 little masters in the courtyard and could not help but frown. However, he did not bat an eyelid. He softly hugged the little shadow and stroked his head. "Chin, are you tired from rushing all the way here?" The little shadow lifted his head from Mother's arms. 2 lines of tears still hung on his face, but a warm smile bloomed on his face. He reached out and hugged Father. "I'm not tired, hee." Gu Beiwe's doting gaze warmed up quite a bit. He seriously sized up the little shadow. "You've grown taller. Father is still able to carry you." He picked up the little shadow and smiled as he personally wiped the little shadow's tears. The little shadow was shy and immediately lowered his head, anxiously wiping his own tears. Gu Beiwe smiled but did not say anything. His large hand gently stroked the little shadow's back. In fact, there were not many words between father and son. Just like Long Fei Yi and Rue, just like Gu Beiwe and the little shadow. But there were not many words. A light touch and a hug were enough to surpass all words. Qin Min discovered Rue, and Yen. She was alarmed and was about to ask the little shadow when the little shadow confessed. "Mother, your letter was seen by Princess Yen. Only His Highness and Princess Yen know that you are here. No one else knows." Qin Min looked at Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe only shook his head at her without saying anything. But Qin Min more or less understood what he meant. After so many years, the two gradually had a tacit understanding between them. Could this be considered another kind of intimacy? It's fine if they're here, Gu Beiwe said faintly. The little shadow was still a little worried and cast an inquiring look at his mother. Seeing his mother smile at him, he was relieved. Shadow, come down. Although watching Gu Beiwe carry the little shadow was an especially happy thing, Qin Min quickly carried the little shadow down from Gu Beiwe's arms. She could not bear to waste any energy. He also did not have much energy to spend. Qin Min put the little shadow down and held his left hand. Gu Beiwe smiled and held the little shadow's right hand. The little shadow tilted his head to the right to look at his father, then to the left to look at his mother. He was so happy that he laughed out loud. One had to know that he had always been smiling warmly, and it was very rare for him to laugh out loud. The mountain path was too dark and the moonlight was hazy. He could not see his father's expression clearly. At this moment he was thinking that since his father and mother did not seem to mind the crown prince and princess Yen coming together, and they were fine, then it should not be anything serious. Even if there was something serious with his father and mother around, then it was not a big deal. Just like that, the little shadow was led by his parents slowly along the mountain path to the courtyard. Rue, and Yen stood at the courtyard entrance, watching. Brother, you're thinking too much. Grand Tutor and Auntie Min are fine, Yen said with a smile. Rue did not say anything, but he secretly sighed. He had been worried along the way. Rue was about to walk out when Yen hurriedly stopped him. She ordered in a low voice, Stop! Brother Ing and father and mother are finally together. Why are you messing around? Let's beg Auntie Min for a meal and then leave. Rue looked at her suspiciously. You were the one who wanted to come along, okay? If you didn't, why would I come? Yen turned and said seriously, I was just worried about brothering. It's fine now. Why don't you leave first? Rue gave her a fake smile. You wish. If he left first, this girl would definitely not go back. Although Rue did not like talkative girls, he would unconsciously become talkative when it came to his talkative sister. The siblings were bickering when Gu Beiwe and the rest came in. Your Highness, Princess Yen. Gu Beiwe was about to bow when Rue and Yen rushed over at the same time. Grand Tutor, Rue missed you. Grand Tutor, Yen missed you. Rue, his movements were quick. He rushed over to Gu Beiwe and hugged him tightly. Yen who was 2 steps behind, did not stop in time and knocked into Rue's back. She did not even have time to retract her hands before she hugged Rue. Rue turned back. Sister, what are you doing? Yen was so angry that she wanted to bite him, but she did not. She quickly let go and went behind the Grand Tutor to hug his thigh. Qin Min and Little Shadow were amused. Gu Beiwe could not help but laugh as well. Grand Tutor, why did you ask Brother Ing to look for you here? Grand Tutor, why are you and Auntie Min staying here? Aren't you in the south? Grand Tutor, why didn't Auntie Min let Brother Ing tell anyone about your whereabouts? Grand Tutor, you and Min. Hee, do you have some unspeakable secret? Tell me. I promise I won't say a word. I swear on my father's name. Yen kept asking. Rue could not help but complain. Why would I tell you unspeakable secrets? Yen snapped out of her daze and wanted to kick him angrily. Yen's question was naturally Shadow's curiosity. He looked up at his mother inquisitively. All right, it's the middle of the night. Let's go in first, Gu Beiwe said lightly. Chapter 1349. As soon as they entered the room, the 3 children sat around the table like book boys with their hands folded on top of each other. Gu Beiwe missed the sight. A few years ago, the 3 children used to sit around him like this every morning in the palace and listen to him tell them stories. Where did he get so many stories to tell? All he told was history. He treated Cloud Realm Continent's centuries of history as simple stories for the children to understand. Rue would always ask why this and that, while Yen only cared about this and that person. Little Shadow usually fell silent until Rue, and Yen finished asking before he added a few more questions. Gu Beiwen knew that the three children weren't waiting for a story, but an answer from him. Qin Min had always wanted Little Shadow to see him, but he refused. Now it was time for Little Shadow to show up. He had to personally teach him the essence of the shadow arts. He never expected Rue, and Yen to come as well. Since they were here, it was impossible to hide the truth. They were all children that he had personally taught. He knew their tempers and thoughts very well. Hiding his illness from them would only make them suspicious. As soon as Gu Beiwe sat down, the three children turned to look at him. Little Shadow could see how pale his face was under the lantern light. "Father, are you feeling unwell?" Little Shadow's calm heart grew uneasy again. Father is sick," Gu Beiwe said simply. "Grand Tutor," Yen exclaimed. "He's sick, but he doesn't want anyone to know." This Rue didn't speak, but his brows furrowed. He knew things weren't as simple as they thought. Little Shadow quickly took his father's hand and took his pulse. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell anything. He immediately looked towards his mother on the side. Qin Min didn't know how to deal with these children, much less what Gu Beiwe was planning. She could only remain silent. The Little Shadow looked at his father again with an inquiring gaze, but there was caution and uneasiness in his eyes. Gu Beiwe stroked the Little Shadow's head and smiled. "Don't worry, it's just that the illness is a little serious and needs to rest. Thus, Daddy has been living here for a very long time, is that right?" Little Shadow asked. Gu Beiwe's judgment was right. He could not hide anything from this child. Back then, she had kept this child because of his talent. She had not expected him to be such a smart and introverted child. Perhaps it was innate, or perhaps it had something to do with Qin Min's teachings over the years. Gu Beiwe admitted, "Yes, I've been living here." "Grand Tutor, have you been recuperating for the past 2 years?" Yen could not help but ask. Before Gu Beiwe could answer, the Little Shadow's tears suddenly flowed silently from his eyes. He hurriedly wiped them away, but the tears continued to flow. He remembered those days in Ningzhou. From then on, his father had been taking medicinal baths. Later, when he returned to the capital, his father often took medicinal baths as well. His mother always told him that it was just a matter of recuperating and not an illness. But now, how could he be so stupid? Why didn't anything go wrong? Not to mention other things. Even with his father's medical skills, he could not cure himself after so many years. This was enough to frighten him. Little Shadow did not want to cry, but his tears were not obedient and did not live up to his expectations. They flowed nonstop. He silently wiped them away, but it was too late. Gu Beiwe panicked and hurriedly carried Little Shadow over. At this moment, Yen wailed loudly. Rue immediately carried her over and covered her mouth. "Grand Tutor, what's wrong with you? Tell me." Rue's voice was choked with sobs, but he was still calm. Gu Beiwe helped Little Shadow wipe his tears as he comforted him. "It's just that the illness is a little serious and has been for a long time. Don't worry, nothing big will happen." As soon as he said this, Yen let go of her brother's hand and cried, "Then why didn't you let everyone know? Why did you lie? Woo-woo. Grand Tutor, you lied. You lied to everyone." Little Shadow looked up and choked with sobs. "Father, you lied." Gu Beiwe was truly at a loss, but he remained calm. "Yen, give it another half a year. The 10-year agreement between your imperial mother and your grandfather, Han Chen, will be up. It will be a tough battle of great importance. If your imperial mother loses, she will have to stay in the poison sect's forbidden grounds to guard the mausoleum. If she wins, the Great Qin's northern borders will be safe for decades." Although Han Chen had promised Long Fei that he would protect the Great Qin's northern borders for 20 years, to him, Long Fei and Han Yunqi, Han Chen's protection was only a temporary measure. Their own strength was the only thing that mattered. After all, Han Chen was in closed-door cultivation all year round and did not take care of the wolf sex affairs at all. And the eldest miss of the wolf sect was no pushover. Half a year ago, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had personally made a trip to the ice sea and mysterious continent to gather some information in the south. Moreover, Gu's frequent trips over the past few years had brought him quite a bit of information as well. The final battle in half a year's time would definitely be a tough one. The three children quieted down at the Grand Tutor's words. They were also lost. They didn't know what this had to do with the 10-year agreement. Gu Beiwe gently wiped away little Shadow's tears and said seriously, "Shadow, Father's illness is very serious. We still haven't found a cure. Today, Father will tell you all about it. Keep it a secret for half a year, all right?" Little Shadow's tears flowed again, even more fiercely than before. Yen cried silently as well. Even the usually calm Rue couldn't help but sniffle. What did it mean to be sick for so many years with no cure? They were still young, but they all understood. Gu Beiwe felt like a knife was stabbing his heart when he saw the children's tears. The children were the ones who should have kept this a secret the most. If he had known that Yen and Rue would come, he would have made a secret trip to the capital. Suppressing his heartache, Gu Beiwe said seriously, "Her Majesty's 10-year agreement is very important. His Majesty is busy with state affairs and has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. Just treat this as my little secret with you all right? After half a year, when the 10-year agreement is over, you can tell me again, all right?" Hearing this, the children finally understood why Gu Beiwe wanted to hide it. However, Qin Min turned her head away. She really wanted to cry. Half a year? Gu Beiwe only had less than half a year left to live. After the 10-year agreement, the Emperor and Her Majesty would never see Grand Tutor Gu again. There would no longer be a Gu Beiwe in this world. They had been working hard for the past 2 years. However, his prophecies were like a curse to himself, coming true one after another. Even his estimation of the time was so accurate. "Gu Beiwe, you lied again. You even lied to the children. But I can't expose you. What's the use of exposing you? What's the use of His Majesty and Her Majesty knowing about this? If he couldn't save himself, who could?" Not disturbing the 10-year agreement was an excellent reason. Gu Beiwe held Little Shadow's hand and made a pinky promise with him. "After half a year, you can tell His Majesty and Her Majesty on behalf of Daddy, all right?" Qin Min was still able to hold on. Her eyes had not turned red for a long time. However, when she heard the sentence, her eyes turned red. Because of the word replace in that month. Little Shadow didn't know the meaning of the word replace. He didn't know that after half a year his father would no longer be alive to expose this lie and reveal this secret. So he used the word replace. Little Shadow hesitated. "Daddy, what illness are you suffering from? Can you find a way to cure it in half a year? If you don't recover, what will happen to you?" He asked timidly. "A strange illness. Your mother has been looking for a solution. Don't worry. If you don't recover, you can only soak in the medicinal bath every day." Gu Beiwe didn't give Little Shadow any leeway and said seriously, "Promise Daddy, all right?" "Really?" Little Shadow asked seriously. Gu Beiwe smiled faintly. "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Little Shadow couldn't stand Daddy's bluff and hurriedly hooked his finger. "I believe you." After Gu Beiwe hooked his finger with Little Shadow, he extended his hand to Rue and Yen. "Your Highness, Princess, do you agree to the half-year agreement?" Little Shadow had already agreed, so how could they not? The siblings' hearts trembled at the thought of helping Grand Tutor deceive Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. They often lied about small matters, but when it came to such a big matter, Gu Beiwe seemed to have seen through the siblings' thoughts. He said, "If His Majesty blames you after half a year, Grand Tutor will bear the brunt." Rue and Yen exchanged glances and extended their hands. Seeing this, Qin Min's heart was filled with helplessness and pain. However, she couldn't help but admire Gu Beiyue's plan. If he had said that his illness was mild or had used some other excuse, the children would definitely not have believed him. If he said that he was seriously ill and couldn't be cured, the children wouldn't even have room to doubt his illness. Rui, you're here to practice martial arts, right? Gu Beiyue asked seriously. A few more days, Rui answered truthfully. Shadow has to stay and practice with me. Yen, you? Before Gu Beiyue could finish, Yen interrupted. I can't stay. If I stay, Imperial Father's Shadow Guard will come looking for me. I'll go to Clear Breeze Mountain with Big Brother. If it was any other time, Rui would definitely reject her. Not only was this girl noisy, but her martial arts talent was also average. There was a time when she followed him to Heavenly Mountain to learn swordsmanship, which almost annoyed him and the elders to death. Not only could she not learn, but she also spouted all kinds of nonsense. Given the current situation, Rui agreed without hesitation. All right, you come with me. Just like that, Qin Min made some snacks for the children. Little Shadow stayed. Rui was afraid that the Shadow Guard wouldn't be able to find them at dawn, so he took Yen back to Medical City that night. Before they left, Yen thought of Lil Thing. After searching for a while, she realized that Lil Thing was actually on the roof watching them. Lil Thing, are you leaving? Yen shouted. Lil Thing understood her and shook its head, not wanting to leave. Then you should stay with Grand Tutor too. Yen was about to leave when she turned back to remind it. Grand Tutor is sick. Don't disturb him. Lil Thing didn't understand, but it nodded whenever its masters said something it didn't understand. After sending Yen, and Rui off, Gu Beiyue accompanied Qin Min and Little Shadow to sleep on the same bed. Qin Min slept on the inside, Little Shadow slept in the middle, and Gu Beiyue slept on his side at the outermost edge. Little Shadow was very sensible. Even though he had a lot to say to his parents, he was afraid that his father would be too tired, so he didn't dare to say it. He lay on his back, holding his parents' hands, and unknowingly fell asleep. After Little Shadow fell asleep, Gu Beiyue got up and Lil Thing, who had been guarding at the side, immediately jumped onto his shoulder. Chapter 1350. Lil Thing had long noticed that something was wrong with the young master. Furthermore, it had smelled the scent of medicinal herbs when it approached the courtyard. It had even specially run into the large bathtub to sniff carefully. Of course, it knew that the young master's health was not good and that he had been soaking in the medicinal bath. But this time, it felt that something was wrong. Judging from the scent in the bathtub, the young master must have soaked in the medicinal bath for a very long time. Young master, what's wrong with you? After not seeing Lil Thing for a long time, Gu Beiyue could not help but reach out and scratch Lil Thing's chin. Lil Thing rubbed against his slender fingers gently. Its heart was filled with incomparable grief, but it could not say anything. It secretly decided that from now on, no matter who pestered it or stopped it, it would not care. It would accompany and protect the young master at all times. After Gu Beiyue left, Qin Min followed him out. It's time to soak in the medicinal bath. If you don't, before Qin Min could finish, Gu Beiyue muffled his mouth and started coughing. Soon enough, fresh blood seeped out from between his fingers. Quick! I've already boiled the medicinal bath. Qin Min was anxious. Gu Beiyue had already reached his limit by holding out for so long in front of the children. Gu Beiyue did not make a sound. It was not that he did not want to make a sound, but that he could not open his mouth. He coughed again, and the blood covered his palm. Lil Thing was even more frightened. It was so anxious that it jumped up and down and squeaked. Qin Min picked Lil Thing up and warned in a low voice, "Don't squeak, you'll wake Little Shadow up." The medical apprentice and Xiaoyao had gone down the mountain to buy firewood and rice. They would only be back tomorrow, so there was no one to help Qin Min now. She supported Gu Beiyue to the side of the bathtub, not knowing what to do. Gu Beiwe took a deep breath and got out of the bathtub by himself. Then he started coughing again. He was afraid of waking little Shadow up, so he covered his mouth with one hand and pointed in the direction of the kitchen with the other. Qin Min finally regained her senses and hurriedly ran to the storage room. She had been boiling the medicinal bath all the time, so she just had to bring it over. Seeing Qin Min run over, the little thing jumped onto the edge of the bathtub. It walked over and over again. Looking at young master, it was about to cry. It couldn't help. Soon, Qin Min returned with a large tub of medicinal soup. She was such a thin and weak girl, and her wrists were especially thin. Yet, she carried a large tub of medicinal soup and walked over step by step. Seeing this, Little Thing dashed over without hesitation. It scuttled under the big bucket and lifted the entire bucket, reducing Qin Min's burden. With the little thing's help, Qin Min quickly brought the medicinal soup to the side of the bathtub. To soak in the medicinal bath, one naturally had to take off one's clothes. However, Gu Beiwe was lying on the edge of the tub, coughing incessantly. He had no strength to take off his own clothes. A complicated look flashed past Qin Min's eyes, but she did not think too much about it. She leaned over and said in a low voice, "Gu Beiwe, sorry for being rude." She did not know when it started, but she did not use any form of address. She only called him Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe, Gu Beiwe, Gu Beiwe. She called him by his full name, and there was a hint of anger in her tone. Even she did not know what she was angry about. She did not know if Gu Beiwe heard Qin Min saying sorry for being rude. He used to say this very often. Qin Min looked calm, but she still took a deep breath before taking action. She pulled open Gu Beiwe's belt and helped Gu Beiwe take off his outer clothes. Seeing this, the little thing that was running around the edge of the bathtub was stunned. However, Qin Min quickly took off Gu Beiwe's inner clothes. Squeak! The little thing made a soft squeak. It was not loud, and no one knew what this squeak was trying to express. After Qin Min took off Gu Beiwe's outer clothes, her ears turned red. However, she did not delay and bent down to pull open Gu Beiwe's belt. The little thing poked its head into the bathtub to take a look, and its white fur all stood up. It was angry. However, it was only angry and did not do anything. If it was someone else who was so rude to young master, it would immediately pounce on them and bite them to death. However, Qin Min was trying to save young master. At this moment, its feelings were very complicated. Qin Min took off Gu Beiwe's trousers, and her fingers accidentally slid across his legs. She panicked and immediately avoided it, and he clearly froze for a moment. However, both of them quickly pretended that nothing had happened. Qin Min only left a pair of underwear for Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe was helpless and allowed her to torment him. Although he did not say anything, he still cooperated with her. When Qin Min got up, she said in a low voice, "I'm really sorry for my rudeness." Gu Beiwe coughed and was unable to answer. If he could not answer, how would he answer? No one knew. Qin Min did not dare to look at him. Instead, it was the little thing who was stunned. Its white fur that had just fallen down immediately stood up, one by one. However, it was quickly pulled down by Qin Min to help carry the medicinal soup. With the little thing's help, Qin Min quickly filled the bathtub with the medicinal soup. Gu Beiwe was still coughing, and the little thing was anxiously scratching her. However, she was helpless and could only wait for Gu Beiwe to gradually calm down. She could only sit by the side with the little thing, waiting and watching over him. How many days and nights had she stayed by the side, watching Gu Beiwe's pale face in a daze? The days were hard to endure. However, the most tragic thing was that she had to worry in fear every day, and even the hard days would be gone. Qin Min and the little thing watched over him for a while before Gu Beiwe's coughing gradually subsided. Seeing this, Qin Min finally heaved a sigh of relief. The little thing turned to look at Qin Min. After a while, it jumped into Qin Min's arms and gently rubbed against her as if it was comforting her. Qin Min stroked the little thing gently, comforting it as well. She placed the little thing on the bathtub and instructed, "Watch over him." The little thing roughly understood and nodded seriously. When Qin Min went to get hot water, Gubeiwa had basically recovered, but he was weak all over. If he was not leaning against the bathtub, he would not be able to sit still. He was resting with his eyes closed. When Qin Min came over, he opened his eyes and said lightly, "It's been hard on you." "You're welcome." Qin Min's voice was also faint. Gubeiwa did not say anything else. It was as if the matter of him helping to take off her clothes did not happen. "Give me your hand," Qin Min said. Gubeiwa was puzzled. Qin Min reminded him, "There's blood on your hands and face. Don't dirty the medicinal soup." Gubeiwa obediently extended his hand. Qin Min softly said, "Sorry for the impoliteness." Then she generously took his hand and helped him wipe off the blood. In the past, this was done by the medicine boy. This was the first time Qin Min served him like this. Gubeiwa watched in silence. Qin Min only gently took the front part of his hand and wiped the blood clean. Then she immediately let go. She changed into a clean hot towel. "Wipe your face clean too." This time, she did not do it herself. Instead, she passed the hot towel to Gubeiwa. Gubeiwa still did not say anything. He took it and wiped his face. After everything was done, Qin Min went into the room to check on the little shadow. She only left after making sure that the little shadow was still sleeping. Just like before, she sat by the door and watched over Gubeiwa. She didn't bring up the lie about their half-year promise again. Gubeiwa didn't say anything either. Did this count as some sort of tacit agreement? Lil Thing was so sad that it wanted to run back to the capital and tell Mama Yunqi and Papa Long about this. Still, it wasn't so stupid that it couldn't tell that the gentleman was intentionally hiding the truth. It didn't understand what the gentleman and the children had agreed on before. But now it was clear that the gentleman wanted them to keep it a secret. The more it thought, the more Lil Thing's eyes grew wet. It jumped out of the tub and sat at the bottom, feeling sorrowful. By now, the skies were already brightening. Rue, and Yen had returned to Medical City as well. Ever since the Great Qin Empire established its medical department, Medical City was no longer the same as before. It had become an ordinary city, while the Medical Academy was purely a medical academy. It didn't interfere with the rules of the medical world, but only taught apprentices and nurtured doctors. Gubeiwa's residence was still preserved, but the poison sect's forbidden grounds were still sealed off because of the poisons in the mountains. Gubeiwa's little courtyard became Rue's temporary resting place whenever he came to cultivate. By the time they reached the courtyard, Yen had long fallen asleep on her big brother's back. Rue was about to enter when he sensed something amiss. As expected, someone opened the door from the inside before he could do so. It was none other than his and Yen-er's godfather, Gu. Gu had made a special trip to wait for Rue-er, but didn't expect to run into Yen-er as well. He was stunned at first, but soon he slowly narrowed his long and narrow eyes and smiled contentedly. This trip was not in vain. Rue-er was surprised as well. "Godfather, why are you here?" "Why is Yen-er here?" Gu asked as he took Yen-er out of Rue-er's arms. Yen-er was still in a daze, so she probably wouldn't even know it was a bad person holding her. There was no helping it. She trusted her big brother too much. Gu held Yen-er, liking her more and more. "My daughter is becoming more and more like her mother. She's getting more and more beautiful." Rue-er's lips twitched. Is Godfather praising Imperial Mother or Imperial Sister? Gubeiwa asked as he entered the room. "What did you do last night? Why are you only back this early?" "I just got to Medical City." Rue-er immediately regretted his words. He was exhausted from the night and had accidentally made a mistake. Gu placed Yen-er on the bed and tucked her in before turning to look at him. He sized Rue-er up and lectured. "What's wrong with learning to lie at such a young age?" Rue-er was already feeling guilty. so he panicked at these words. He wouldn't be afraid of anything else. But this concerned their half-year agreement with the Grand Tutor. What should he do? His mind spun furiously, but he couldn't think of a suitable excuse. Gu walked closer and bent over Rue, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Tell Godfather, where did you two go? Where's Little Shadow? You're not with Yen anymore? What should I do?" Rue took a step back, the corners of his mouth twitching, but he couldn't speak. Why did he have to bump into Godfather at this time? Of all people, why did he have to bump into him? At this moment, Rue really missed Yen Oi's chattering voice. He really hoped that Yen would wake up and help him answer his godfather's question. But Yen was lying on her back, snoring away. Gu wasn't old, but he was already shrewd. He smiled even more innocently. "TSK, TSK, TSK, something must have happened." Chapter 1351. It was a well-known fact that Yen loved to sleep. The consequences of waking Yen up were also well known to everyone. But Rue threw caution to the wind. He didn't answer his godfather's question, but circled around him to throw himself onto the bed and pull Yen up. Yen was still in a daze. She let him pull her and did not wake up. Rue had no choice but to release her and shout, "Xian Yuan Yen, there's a fire!" "Ah!" Yen immediately sat up and widened her sleepy eyes. She exclaimed, "Fire?" Rue narrowed his eyes. "You're awake." Yen's face fell as she punched him. Fortunately, Rue had the foresight to dodge. Yen was about to chase after him when she saw Seventh Young Master's godfather standing on the side, staring at her. She froze on the bed, wide awake. This godfather wasn't just her godfather, but her secret master. Many of the 3 views Zhao Mama had taught her came from his mouth. She'd only found out last year. Of course, what she liked the most wasn't the 3 views he'd taught her, but the desserts he'd scrounge from all over Cloud Realm every year. "Little Yen, did you miss Godfather?" Gu asked with a grin. "Of course. I missed you to death." Yen grinned mischievously. "Ha, what's good this time? Let me guess." Rue stood on the side silently, a fake smile on his face. Gu spread out his hands. "I didn't know you were here, so I didn't bring anything. What do you want to eat?" "Godfather will go find it right away." Yen realized something was wrong at these words. Godfather had met them by chance, not specifically to find them. "Godfather, when did you come?" Her heart thumped as she slowly turned to look at her brother. Rue was still smiling. He firmly believed that Yen could handle it. Seeing her brother's reaction, Yen was even more certain that there was a trap. Her eyes darted around before she smiled again. "I want to eat. I want to eat the glutinous rice balls from the time-honored bun shop in the south of the city." Rue slapped himself on the head at these words, completely speechless. Where did the glutinous rice balls come from? Moreover, there was only one old shop in the south of the city. It was not a bun shop, but a noodle shop. The steamed bun shop in Medical City is located in the north of the city. Gu laughed heartily. "Deal. Little Yen, just you wait. Godfather will go and buy it immediately." So speaking, Gu Qixiao left. Rue and Yen looked at each other. After confirming that Gu had really left, Yen hurried forward and whispered, "What happened? Why are you tricking me again?" "Godfather is waiting in the house when I carry you back. He asked us where we were and where Little Shadow was." "I accidentally said something wrong and exposed myself," Rue said anxiously. "What did you say wrong?" Yen was also anxious. "I said we just arrived at Medical City, but Godfather didn't believe me," Rue replied. "The few pieces of luggage in the room were proof enough of their early arrival." "Idiot." Yen glared at him and asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" "Retreat. Let the Shadow Guard stop him," Rue said seriously. Imperial Father's Shadow Guard had always liked to stop Godfather. Yen had no other choice but to nod. Thus, The siblings carried their luggage and quietly left. But who knew that just as they stepped out of the door, a light cough came from above. Rue! Or didn't even bother to call out the shadow guards and pulled Yen to run. They didn't need to look to know that Godfather was on the roof. Although Rue had practiced martial arts for many years, he was the type to accumulate experience. Now was still the time to lay the foundation. Compared to Gu, his martial arts were still weaker. And Yen was even worse. She only had mediocre martial arts. In order not to hurt Long Fei Ye's reputation, the elders of Sky Mountain didn't judge Yen as a good-for-nothing. Gu landed in front of the siblings in a few flips and stopped them. He was still smiling. Little Yen, aren't you eating glutinous rice balls from the bun shop? Where are you going? Yen smiled awkwardly and Rue lowered his head. Gu was deceived, but he was still smiling. Seeing that the two children didn't know how to fight, he went over to pull them, one in each hand. Let's go. I'll take you to eat the noodle soup from the bun shop. Gu really took Yen, and Rue, to the time-honored noodle shop. He ordered a bowl of noodles for each of them and even specially instructed the kitchen to add her favorite poached egg for Yen. The two children were indeed hungry, and the noodle soup was especially delicious. But the two children didn't have any appetite. After eating a bowl of noodles, Gu asked, "Are you sleepy?" Rue nodded honestly. How could he not be sleepy after not sleeping for an entire night? If he wasn't worried, he would have dozed off long ago. Yen replied with a yawn. Then go back to sleep, Gu said with a smile. Yen and Rue exchanged glances, feeling increasingly guilty. They felt that Godfather had some big trick up his sleeve to deal with them. After returning to the medical school, Gu still didn't do anything. He doted on his children so much. How could he bear to force a confession? He let Yen sleep well, but sat at Rue's bedside and stared at him. No matter how sleepy Rue was, he would be scared away by Godfather's smiling face. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Godfather, let me go." "Let you go for what?" Gu pretended to be dumb. Rue sat up helplessly. "I really can't tell you this. I promised someone." "Who did you promise?" Gu asked. "I can't say. Godfather, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. I can't break my promise," Rue said seriously. Gu was suspicious. It wasn't that he had to know the secret, but he was worried that he was still being deceived. However, just as Gu was feeling suspicious, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Yen came in with an aggrieved expression. Rue and Gu didn't understand what was going on, but Yen started crying. "Godfather, I'll talk. It's about the Grand Tutor. We have an agreement with the Grand Tutor that we can't tell anyone." Yen tossed and turned on the bed, all kinds of worries and guessing what Godfather was going to do. Thus, she couldn't sleep even though she was so sleepy. To her, this was simply torture. It was too painful. She didn't say it, but her heart felt like it was being crushed by a rock. However, she could only say that it had something to do with the Grand Tutor. As for what it was, she wouldn't say it even if she was beaten to death. At this moment, Rue was breaking down. A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes, but he didn't ask. He said, "Since it's an agreement, then I won't ask. To your family, you have to be honest from a young age." Yen asked, "What about the enemy?" "What's there to be honest about when we're already enemies? All's fair in war, understand?" Gu asked. Yen immediately nodded, thinking that it made sense. Gu walked over and patted Yen's head, whispering, "Your father tricked me many times back then." Yen didn't understand, but Gu urged her to go to sleep. Yen looked at her brother doubtfully. Was Godfather really not going to ask? Something felt wrong. Rue was also doubtful. But what else could she do other than believe it for now? Thus, the two exhausted children fell asleep. After Gu left, he searched the entire medical school, but couldn't find Gu Beiwe. He didn't hesitate and immediately went to Wia Mountain. Back then, the people and things in Medical City couldn't escape his eyes. He knew all about it. Although he didn't know that Gubeiwa was a descendant of the Shadow Clan, he always knew that Gubeiwa's grandfather often went to Wea Mountain. These two children appeared in Medical City, but Little Shadow didn't follow them. Their secret had something to do with Gubeiwa. There was no doubt that Gubeiwa wasn't in Medical City. He was near it. Wea Mountain was the most likely place. Wea Mountain was very big. Gu searched the mountain for a while and finally found a small courtyard by the waterfall. At the same time, Gubeiwa had just finished teaching Little Shadow and was preparing to take a medicinal bath. As soon as Gu Qishao approached the courtyard, Lil Thing sensed his presence. Gubeiwa glanced back and saw a familiar shade of red, giving him a start. Gu walked into the courtyard. He was more sensitive to the smell of medicinal herbs than anyone else. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He was almost certain that Gubeiwa was using large amounts of medicinal herbs every day. He scanned the courtyard and frowned when his gaze fell on the big bathtub at the door. A complicated look flashed through Gubeiwa's eyes. He knew that he couldn't hide it. Gu walked closer step by step and looked at Gubeiwa with a frown. After a long time, he said, "Medical nerd, what's wrong?" Gubeiwa didn't say anything. At this time, Qin Min and Little Shadow came out of the house. When they saw Gu, the mother and son were stunned. In the silence, Gu suddenly roared at Gubeiwa, "What's wrong with you?" Both Qin Min and Little Shadow were frightened, but the latter immediately rushed over and shoved Gu Qishao aside. He didn't say anything, but he clenched his fists and glared at Gu. He wouldn't allow anyone to be so fierce to his father. No one. His father was sick. Gu ignored Little Shadow and said angrily, "How many days do you have left to live? You actually hid it from me." What was Gu Qishao? He was pill fiend. He could judge the severity of the illness and the extent of it from the amount of medicinal herbs used. With this amount of medicine, let alone a year, it was very likely that he wouldn't even last half a year. For the past 2 years, he had always thought that this medical nerd was running around the Great Qin Empire, busy building medical centers for the people of the Great Qin Empire. Who would have thought that he would be so sick? Gu was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He punched the wall beside him and sneered, "You even hid it from me! You even hid it from me!" That year, when he was on the mountain in rear camp, walking step by step towards death, it was this medical nerd who accompanied him every day. When he couldn't take the torture anymore, it was this medical nerd who hugged him and comforted him. At that time, Gubeiwa kept repeating in his ear, "Shao-Chi, if you die, what will happen to Poison Lass?" If not for Gubeiwa and his words, Gu really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't end his own life at that time. "Gubeiwa, if you die, what will happen to Poison Lass?" Gu questioned. When he said this, Qin Min was shocked. She seemed to have understood something. More accurately, she had discovered a secret. She subconsciously covered her mouth. However, Chapter 1352. While Qin was shocked, Gubeiwa was very calm. He said, "Shao-Chi, Poison Lass has His Majesty. I don't have to worry." At this moment, Qin couldn't tell what Gu meant by, "What should we do?" and Gubeiwa's "don't have to worry." Was it the Shadow Clan's protection, or, however, Gu asked again, "If you die, what will happen to the Great Qin's medical division?" Gubeiwa was calm as usual. "The Great Qin's medical division doesn't need me anymore. I've been gone for more than 2 years. What will happen to me?" Gu said angrily. Gubeiwa was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Gu asked again, "What will happen to Qin Min and Gu Nanshin?" Gubeiwa didn't have anything to say. Gu smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He turned and left. Gubeiwa chased after him, but Gu ran very fast. Gubeiwa couldn't catch up at all with his current strength. Qin Min and the Little Shadow hurriedly chased after him. Qin Min blocked Gubeiwa while the Little Shadow caught up to Gu. Gu's "what should we do?" made Qin Min unable to understand. She didn't want to think about it either. She just wanted Gu Beiwe to be fine. Even if Gu Beiwe gave up, she wouldn't give up. Gu Beiwe definitely didn't know that she had already thrown the small golden knife he gave her into the deep pool under the waterfall. You can't run anymore, Qin Min said sternly. Gu Beiwe's expression was very ugly. He said loudly, Shadow, stop your seventh uncle. The shadow grabbed Gu's hand tightly and said seriously, Seventh uncle, Father said you can't leave. Don't make Father angry again. Gu was so angry that he shook off the little shadow and said angrily, Your father is about to die. He might not live for more than half a year. Hearing this, the little shadow was stunned. Gu Qishao left with large strides and soon disappeared into the forest. The little shadow slowly turned his head and looked at his father, who was being supported by his mother. Gradually, his eyes turned red and tears fell. His vision became blurry and he could no longer see his parents. The sky was dark and the world was collapsing. Father! He cried out and wailed, Father, you're lying! You're lying! Qin rushed over and wanted to hug the little shadow, but the little shadow pushed her away. Instead of running outside, he ran forward and threw himself onto his father's body, wailing loudly. You're lying! The half-a-year promises promise was a lie. Father, Shadow won't replace you. Shadow never wants to replace you. I don't want to. How could the promise, the word substitute, be so cruel? Gu Beiwe looked down at the little child and finally burst into tears. Half a month later, Gu returned. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi also came. Tang Li and Ningjing, Mu Linger and Jin Zi, as well as the provincial vice director of Medical City, all came. Ru A didn't go to Hanqin and came back with Yan. The usually empty courtyard was suddenly filled with many people. However, even with so many people, it was still not lively. Everyone was very quiet. When they arrived, they realized that knowing about this matter was of no help to Gu Beiwe's illness. What could they do if even Gu Beiwe couldn't cure it? Only companionship. The only thing they could do, the only thing that could bring warmth, was companionship. However, companionship was actually a way of saying goodbye. It was equivalent to saying goodbye for a long time. No matter how long it took, they had to say goodbye in the end. Han Yunqi didn't know if she was angry or sad. She stared at Gu Beiwe for an entire day without saying a word. Long Fei Yi sat alone outside the courtyard and didn't ask Gu Beiwe anything. Mu Linger's tears fell as she studied Qin Min's prescription. But even after reading it countless times, she still couldn't see anything that could be changed. This prescription was already very perfect. Unfortunately, it was only a prescription for suppressing coughs, not a prescription for curing the illness. When Gu came, he brought a lot of life-saving pills. However, they weren't as effective as the medicinal soup for Gu Beiwe's illness. Gu Beiwe began to soak in the medicinal soup in the afternoon. Other than Qin Min, the other women avoided him. Gu Beiwe asked them to go down the mountain, but none of them left. They sat cross-legged outside the courtyard. Long Fei Yi, Gu, Tang Li, Jin Zi, and Shin Jueming sat around Gu Beiwe, guarding him. Gu Beiwe didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. His heart was stifled, but it was warm. Looking at Long Fei Ye's silence, he finally couldn't help but say, Your Highness. When he said, Your Highness, Long Fei Yi and Rue turned around at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Beiwe realized that he had called out his name. Rue looked confused. Long Fei Yi chuckled helplessly. He knew that Gu Beiwe was calling him. This, Your Highness, contained too many memories and trust from the past. Gu Beiwe must have missed the past. Did people miss the past when they were about to die? Long Fei Yi exhaled and walked closer. He didn't say anything and just waited for Gu Beiwe to speak. However, Gu Beiwe was silent for a long time. After looking at him for a long time, he finally said, Your Highness, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you for too long. As for the medical department, I've already... Before he could finish, Long Fei Yi raised his hand to stop him. Gu Beiwe, I'm not here to hear your last words. Long Fei Yi then strode out. Tang Li quickly chased after him. He was usually talkative, but he didn't know what to say at this time. Seeing this, Rue and Gu Qishao followed. In the courtyard, other than Qin Min, only Shen Jueming and Jin Zi were left. Shen Jueming was old and sat far away. At this moment, he was looking at Gu Beiwa from afar and secretly wiping his tears. Perhaps at this moment, Gu Beiwa wasn't the director in his eyes, but just a child with a hard life. Jin Zi was the only one sitting in front of Gu Beiwa. He wasn't familiar with Gu Beiwa at all, but he still came when he heard the news. He hesitated for a moment and said lightly, "Grand Tutor Gu, when we were in Northern Li, Ning Qing often mentioned you. He definitely doesn't know about this. Just treat me as him. I'll accompany you on his behalf." Gu Beiwa frowned. He wasn't upset at first, but after hearing this, his gentle eyes gradually filled with sorrow. He said, "Okay, thank him for me." The first day was spent in silence. Qin Min looked at the many people in and out of the courtyard. For the first time, she realized that a place with many people could also be deserted. That night, no one could sleep. However, the next morning, Han Yunqi strode into the courtyard. Gu Beiwa was still soaking in the medicinal bath. She didn't care about avoiding him and rushed to him. She said seriously, "Gu Beiwa, before I find a way to cure you, I don't want to talk to you. Your Majesty, don't forget about your 10-year promise. There's still half a year left. You shouldn't waste time on your subordinate." Gu Beiwa spoke to Han Yunqi in such a strict tone for the first time. 10-year promise? Han Yunqi sneered. "It's not as important as your life." After Han Yunqi entered the room, she immediately found Qin Min, Mu Ling, Gu and Shen Jueming. She said, "Qin Min, if you need any help, just tell us. As long as he's still breathing, I'll chop up whoever dares to give up." The Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa had teamed up to deceive her. During the Long Fei Yi, Gu and Gu Beiwa had also teamed up to deceive her. Now, Gu Beiwa had actually deceived everyone. Were these men all big liars? Han Yunqi must have gone mad from anger. Qin Min immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll chop up whoever gives up." After so many years, she was finally not alone. Finally, there was someone who persisted with her. Even though she knew that there would be no results, she still gritted her teeth and refused to give up. Mu Ling, and the others nodded. Mu Ling, said seriously, "Sister, there are similarities between treating the symptoms and curing the root cause. I don't believe that I can't figure out this prescription." Gu glanced at her. He didn't want to discourage her. Actually, after looking at this prescription yesterday, Gu already had an idea. Even if Mu Ling figured out this prescription thoroughly, it would be useless. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He might as well raise Gu Beiwa into a poisonous Gu human before Gu Beiwa's condition went out of control. It was a pity that the poison for raising Gu humans could not be found now. Han Yunqi pulled Qin Min to ask about the condition. She wished that she could use modern medical knowledge to diagnose Gu Beiwa's illness. At least with a clear diagnosis, there would be a direction for treatment. However, no matter how much Qin Min said, she couldn't diagnose the illness. This illness was similar to tuberculosis and asthma, but it wasn't completely the same. The more she understood, the more she knew that there was no cure. However, no one was willing to say it. No one was willing to despair. Time passed like this. 1 to 2 days, 3 days, until one day when Qin Min and Han Yunqi buried their heads in a pile of medical books, and Mu Ling, and Shen Jueming buried their heads in a pile of medicinal herbs, Gu suddenly said, "Let's make a Hail Mary effort. Mu Ling, let's figure out a life-saving prescription together. Don't treat illnesses, just protect lives." When he said this, everyone looked up in shock. Don't treat illnesses, just protect lives. Illnesses could be fatal. If they didn't treat illnesses, how could they protect lives? Treating illnesses and protecting lives were actually the same principle. It was just a different way of saying it. Han Yunqi pondered and felt that this saying was very familiar. She was about to say something when Qin Min exclaimed, "Yes, don't treat illnesses, just protect lives." As she said this, she rushed to the bookshelf at the side and flipped through the medical books like a madwoman. Everyone looked at her curiously. Gu ignored them and said to Mu Ling, figure out a life-saving medicinal pills. We'll save lives for as long as possible." Life-saving medicinal pills were used in times of crisis and near death. Among them, the most special ones were life-prolonging medicinal pills. It could be said that it was a type of pill that helped the body to hold on. It could only hold on for 1 or 2 days at most. Moreover, after the effects of the medicine wore off, the patient would die even more painfully. Usually, the doctor would never take the initiative to use such medicinal pills unless the patient requested it. Mu Ling shook her head. Grand Tutor Gu will be very upset. Gu had more or less lost his rationality. He was about to speak when Qin Min suddenly exclaimed, "I found it! I found it!" Everyone looked over and saw that she was holding a medical book on acupuncture. "Qin Min, what's going on?" Han Yunqi asked anxiously. "Don't treat illnesses, just protect lives. There's a way, there's a way." Qin Min was so excited that she was incoherent. After so many years, she finally revealed that knowing smile that year under the fireworks in Ningzhou City. She said, Chapter 1353. Qin Min walked over with the medical book and said excitedly, "This medical book was given to me by an old uncle when I was practicing medicine at the Medical City Inn. The needle technique in it is very strange, and the medical theory is different from ordinary medical theory. We pay particular attention to prescribing the right medicine for the illness, while this formation focuses on strengthening one's physique and allowing the body to fight against the illness." Everyone present was knowledgeable in medicine, so they understood what was going on when they heard Qin Min's words. Just like what Gu had said earlier, since it couldn't cure the illness, it could only protect the life. Everyone had been stuck in a dead end, searching for the right medicine for the illness, but they had neglected another angle. From the perspective of martial arts, one could rely on strengthening one's physique to fight against the illness. Although it couldn't cure the illness, it could at least give the body the ability to fight against the illness. At the very least, it wouldn't cost one's life. In the mysterious continent, there was a legend that if one cultivated to the peak of strength and qi, they could resist all injuries and illnesses and achieve an immortal body. No one had ever cultivated to the peak of strength and qi, but many people had used qi cultivation to resist many illnesses and external injuries. So, there's hope if Grand Tutor Gu cultivates true qi? Mu Ling asked in surprise. Gu stroked his chin and said seriously, with his current body, he might not be able to succeed, and there might not be enough time. Han Yunqi suddenly rushed out of the door and called Long Fei Yi and the others over to tell them the good news. Gu Beiwei was stunned at first, but then he smiled wryly. Regardless of whether it would succeed or not, this was indeed a way. Why didn't he think of it before? Why was he so obsessed with prescribing the right medicine for the illness? A complicated look flitted across Long Fei Ye's eyes, and he said seriously to Gu Beiwei, "I'll try transferring true qi to you." "Your Majesty, the promise of 10 years. Before Gu Beiwei could finish, Han Yunqi interrupted him with a smile. "The promise of 10 years is between me and Han Xiang. Why should a man like him interfere in women's matters?" As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. Long Fei Yi was not a person who liked to meddle in women's affairs. Han Yunqi was the only exception, but Han Yunqi did not like this kind of exception. Long Fei Yi would naturally watch from the sidelines and not interfere in the 10-year agreement. Gu Beiwei also laughed and had nothing to say. However, Qin Min said, "Your Majesty, Northman's body is too weak. I'm afraid he can't endure too much true qi." We still have to be extremely cautious about this matter. Qin Min was right to be worried. Long Fei Yi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Rhea spoke up. Imperial Father, I'll invite Grandfather over. Perhaps he'll have a solution. Rue was supposed to go to Clear Breeze Mountain, but because of the Grand Tutor, he asked for leave from his grandfather. Han Chen's true qi was much more powerful than Long Fei Ye's. At the very least, with him around, there would be a chance to salvage the situation if anything happened. It would be an additional layer of protection. The next day, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi personally brought Rue to Clear Breeze Mountain to invite Han Chen to come out. Actually, there was no need for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Just a single word from Rue was enough to get Han Chen to come out. Many times, people really did care about affinity. Han Chen did not really get along with his daughter, Han Yunxi. Instead, he got along particularly well with his grandson, Rue. He doted on Rue a lot. Normally, if other people asked 10 questions, he would not answer 10 of them, but he would answer everything Rue asked. It had been 10 years. Han Yunxi had settled the charm of a woman, noble and elegant. Long Fei Yi was more mature than before, and his deep gaze was full of masculinity. Han Chen did not look much older. Perhaps it had to do with his pure heart and lack of desires, or perhaps it had to do with the density of his true qi. His handsome appearance and refined figure, as well as his calm, elegant, and steady steps, made it difficult for people to guess his age. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi walked in front hand in hand, while Han Chen held Rue's hand and walked behind them. It was the most peaceful and noble scene in the world. Seeing Han Chen appear, the people waiting in the courtyard were relieved. Long Fei had already explained everything clearly to Han Chen. Although everyone was waiting for Han Chen, he still treated them as heir as he entered the courtyard and headed straight for the rooms. Experts naturally had the right to be arrogant. Everyone knew this senior's temper, and they also respected this senior's identity and power. Long Fei Yi said, seriously, to Gu Beiwa, Senior and I can join hands and use our true qi to protect you. Senior will be the main, and I'll be the support. But it's still a life and death struggle. If you can resist the true qi and turn it into your own, your life will be saved. If not, you won't even have half a year to live. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Little Shadow couldn't help but throw himself into his mother's arms. Qin Min unconsciously bit her lip, her heart thumping wildly. Come in if you've thought it through. Long Fei Yi finished speaking and followed Han Chen into the house. Gu Beiwa had already expected this outcome. No matter what method he used, there was no guarantee that he would be able to save his life. He walked towards Qin Min and Little Shadow, gently rubbing Little Shadow's head and whispering, Chin, wait for Daddy, okay? Little Shadow held back his tears forcefully. He raised his head and answered loudly, Okay. Gu Beiwa raised his head and looked at Qin Min. He smiled gently. Wait for me, okay? In that moment, Qin Min was unable to tell if he was putting on a show before everyone, or if he wanted her to wait for him from the bottom of his heart. She was unable to tell if he wanted her to wait for him as a wife or as a doctor. Regardless, Qin Min was overjoyed. No matter what his identity was, at least he had given her the chance to wait. She said, All right, I'll wait for you. The moment Gu Beiwa stepped through the door, Gu could not help but call out, Dr. Nerd, I'll wait for you. Grand Tutor will wait for you. Rue and Yen are said together. Grand Tutor, Ling, I will wait for you too. Mu Ling smiled forcefully. North Moon, I believe in you, Han Yunxi said seriously. Jin Zi purposefully stood up. Grand Tutor Gu, Ning Chang will wait for you. Lil Thing had no idea what was going on, but it knew they were all here to save the gentleman. It quickly jumped onto the gentleman's shoulder and reached out to hug his face, stroking it gently in hopes of giving him some strength. Gu Beiwa looked at the group and Lil Thing and suddenly felt like he was at home. This small courtyard didn't seem so cold and cheerless anymore. He nodded and strode into the room. What followed was the days of waiting. The courtyard was very small with only a single room. The adults all ate and slept in the open while the 3 children stayed in the kitchens. Tang Hongdo and Lil Ling didn't come, but Mu Ling left Lil Ling at the Tang clan and entrusted her to Lady Tang's care. Everyone waited for several days. Jean Zi, who rarely spoke to anyone, took the initiative to ask about Han Yunqi and Su Xiaoyu's situation. After all, everyone had gone through life and death in Tiger's prison. It had already been 10 years, so Su Xiaoyu should have grown up by now. Su Xiaoyu hadn't gone to Cloud Realm Continent with Han Qin over the past few years, and Han Yunqi had no way to keep in touch with her in the Ice Sea. 3 years ago, Han Qin had sent Su Xiaoyu to the northern regions of the continent to gain experience. Even now, Han Yunqi still hadn't heard from her. To the children of the continent, gaining experience was an extremely important thing. It symbolized growing up and becoming independent. Only those who came back alive would be acknowledged by their clansmen and nurtured by their families. After hearing Han Yunqi's answer, Jean Zi said coldly, with Su Xiaoyu's temper and methods, she'll definitely come back alive. Mu Ling added, Big sis, if Liu had learned martial arts from Senior Han earlier, you might not have had to compete with Han Xiang at all. With Lil Yu's jealousy and protective temper, as well as her vicious and merciless ways, she might have gotten rid of Han Xiang earlier if she had the strength. Han Yunqi had received a letter from Lil Yu a long time ago, reminding her of Han Xiang's evil intentions. Combined with her investigations in recent years, Han Yunqi had a rough idea of what Han Xiang was like even though she'd never met her. She wasn't afraid of Han Xiang playing any tricks during their 10-year agreement. After all, the sect head Han Chen was present. After days of waiting, Jean Zi only asked about Lil and chatted with her for a while. Aside from that, everyone was silent and tense. The fresh air in the forest grew heavy, as if shrouded in a never-dispersing fog. A single door separated them, and their fates were uncertain. On the night of the 10th day, Gu Beiyue's screams suddenly rose up from within the room. Everyone woke up from their dreams and rushed to the door at the same time. Qin Min was at the front and almost pushed the door open when Han Yunqi grabbed her hand. Qin Min, you can't. At a time like this, it was taboo to disturb someone. Qin Min calmed down and silently retreated to the side. Who knew that what followed was Gu Beiyue's screams of pain? Although he was sick and weak, he wasn't weak or pretentious. Since he was young, he had been suffering from his illness. Who had ever heard him cry out? Even though Qin Min had accompanied him for more than 2 years and had seen him suffer from his illness several times, she had never heard him cry out. At this moment, what exactly was he going through? Qin Min's heart clenched, and so did everyone else's. Han Yunqi almost pushed the door open herself. This time, it was Gu who stopped her. Han Yunqi had never seen Gu so serious before. He said, Poison, lass, you can't. They could only wait. After some time, Gu Beiyue's screams gradually subsided. However, everyone's hearts couldn't calm down. How was Gu Beiyue? The room returned to its usual silence. The courtyard was also eerily quiet. The lone moon in the sky illuminated the courtyard, but it couldn't illuminate everyone's hearts. This wait lasted for another night. However, the next morning, just when everyone was exhausted, the creaking sound of the door opening broke the silence of the morning. As soon as Han Chen walked out, everyone swarmed over to him and began to ask questions. How is Gu Beiyue? Is the Grand Tutor safe? Did it go well? How's the situation? Han Chen was surrounded and had nowhere to go. He frowned at the crowd and said expressionlessly, Old man did his best. In an instant, everyone was stunned. However, Han Chen asked again, Who is Qin Min? Qin Min almost broke down. When she heard this, she looked over and said, I am. Han Chen said, Success or failure will depend on the next 6 months. You must use acupuncture every day to straighten out the true qi in his body to prevent him from going berserk." When he said this, everyone fell silent. Chapter 1354. Han Chen's words were spoken expressionlessly and in a calm tone. But to everyone else, one was hell and the other was heaven. Although there was no conclusion yet, there was hope now. There was a way to save him. Qin Min's entire body was trembling as her lips and teeth chattered. After a while, she finally nodded and asked, Can I go in now?" Han Chen only nodded and didn't speak. Qin Min immediately rushed into the room, followed by everyone else. Everyone's attention was on Gu Beiwa, so no one noticed that Han Chen's complexion wasn't good. For the sake of saving Gu Beiwa, Han Chen had expended a great deal of true qi. Inside the room, Long Fei Yi was in the same state. The loss of true qi from the father-son-in-law pair was no less than a serious injury. It would take a year or 2 for them to recover. Fortunately, Han Yunqi hadn't been involved, or else Han Yunqi would have lost the 10-year pact. Once inside, everyone discovered that Gu Beiwa was unconscious on the bed, while Long Fei Yi was sitting on one side, his eyes closed and his face pale. Qin Min quickly went to check on Gu Beiwa, while Han Yunqi walked to Long Fei Ye's side and took his hand, her heart aching. "Fei, how are you feeling?" Long Fei Yi opened his eyes and said mildly, "I'm fine." "Your Majesty, when will he wake up?" Qin Min asked anxiously. "Right now, the true qi in his body is flowing freely. Hurry up and use the needle technique from the medical book to prevent him from going berserk," Long Fei Yi said seriously. Needles were Qin Min's forte. She had already learned the needle technique from the medical book, but had never had the chance to use it. "Okay," she nodded seriously. Although she was nervous, her eyes, which had been dim for many days, gradually lit up. Although everyone was concerned, they all withdrew from the room, leaving only Mu Ling, and Dr. Shin to help Qin Min. The little shadow really wanted to go over and hug his daddy, but he didn't dare to disturb him. He just stood at the side and watched. The little thing sat on his shoulder and was especially quiet. Han Yunqi helped Long Fei Yi out. Only then did everyone know that Long Fei Yi was exhausted. "Long Fei, you can take it, right?" Gu Qixiao asked. Long Fei Yi looked up and replied, "I won't die." As soon as he said that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Gu laughed loudly and Long Fei Yi smiled faintly. Only Han Yunqi knew what the two of them were laughing about. Everyone else was at a loss. How could he still laugh in such a situation? Long Fei sat down on one side and discovered that Han Chen was gone. It was only then that everyone realized that Han Chen wasn't in the courtyard. Imperial grandfather said that he has left. He also said that he won't teach me martial arts this summer and will have to wait until next year, Ruer said seriously. Long Fei Yi was surprised. He knew that Han Chen had used up a lot more energy than him, but he didn't expect that it would be so serious that he couldn't teach Ruer martial arts. It seemed that he was going to go into seclusion to recuperate. In any case, the stone that had been pressing on everyone's hearts was finally lifted. The next day, Gu Beiwa woke up. His complexion was much better than before. Although he still coughed and even coughed up blood, he didn't cough like before. Gu Beiwa knew how much Han Chen and Long Fei Yi had sacrificed. He wanted to visit Han Chen. Long Fei Yi smiled. "When you recover." Gu Beiwa also smiled. That's good. When everyone saw Gu Beiwa's warm smile, they were all infected and unconsciously smiled as well. Laughter aside, everyone knew that Gu Beiwa wouldn't have an easy time in the next 6 months. He was in danger of going berserk at any moment. Qin Min had to accompany and watch over him at all times. If anything happened, all her efforts would be wasted. No one mentioned this matter. Everyone had a smile on their faces. It seemed that Gu Beiwa had already recovered. However, only Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi left. the others didn't. Long Fei, he had a bunch of important matters to attend to. If they didn't return, those officials would probably make a fuss. Han Yunqi had to seize the time to cultivate in seclusion and do her best to fulfill the 10-year promise. The others, even Yen, and Rui, didn't leave. They wanted to stay with Little Shadow. Gu was the most exaggerated. He was going to build a small wooden house by the waterfall. The wood was already chopped. Gu Beiwe really couldn't stop him. Qin Min persuaded him instead. It's good to let everyone stay. If I can't handle it, I can't keep an eye on you all the time. Gu Beiwe's persuasion skills were first class. In the end, he managed to persuade Tang Li, Ningjing, Mu Ling, Jinzi, and Dr. Shin to leave. As for Gu, he didn't say a word. He knew that if he tried to persuade Gu again, Gu would scold him. So, in the end, only Gu, Rui, Yen, and Little Thing stayed. Gu spent several days building 2 wooden houses next to Gu Beiwe's courtyard. He helped Qin Min guard Gu Beiwe while taking care of Rui and Yen. Qin Min let Little Shadow and Rui live together on the grounds that they shouldn't disturb their father. She and Gu Beiwe lived in the same house. At night, Gu Beiwe slept on the bed while she slept on the warm couch next to him, like a maid keeping watch at night. She woke up whenever there was any movement on Gu Beiwe's side. She even woke up several times for no reason and scared herself. Xiaoyao persuaded again and again. Miss, you'll be exhausted. The medicine boy felt distressed for his mistress. Madam, Xiaoyao and I will take turns to guard you. If there's anything, we'll call you. You can sleep peacefully. Qin Min ignored them. She couldn't be sure when Gu Beiwe would act up. She was afraid that if she slept too deeply, it would delay the time and cause a disaster. On this day, only Qin Min and Gu Beiwe were in the house. Qin Min sat at the side reading a medical book. There was a set of golden needles on the desk, ready to be used at any time. Gu Beiwe sat at the tea table and looked at her for a long time. Finally, he walked over. He sighed softly. Qin Min, take a rest. It had been more than a month. He had seen her hard work. And it wasn't just this 1 month. Qin Min smiled. It's okay. I'm not tired. Gu Beiwe was helpless. After another month, Gu Beiwe still said to her, Qin Min, take a rest. Qin Min still said the same thing. It's okay. I'm not tired. However, Gu Beiwe looked into her eyes and said seriously, take it that I'm begging you. Qin Min's heart skipped a beat. She avoided his gaze and didn't answer. However, that night, Qin Min let the medicine boy keep watch while she slept on the couch outside. After that, Qin Min began to take turns with Gu and Xiaoyao to keep watch. As for whether Qin Min could sleep peacefully when she didn't keep watch, only she knew. The days passed like this. It seemed peaceful, but every time Gu Beiwe's inner qi ran amok, it was a battle of life and death. Little Shadow also couldn't sleep well, but he didn't dare to tell anyone. Still, Rus sensed it. He discussed things with Yen, who played all sorts of tricks during the day until Little Shadow was exhausted. Meanwhile, Rui would occasionally find Little Shadow to practice martial arts with. After using up all their energy during the day, it was easy for them to fall asleep at night. After all, children couldn't endure as much as adults. Day after day, half a year passed in a short time. On this day, Han Yunqi emerged from closed-door cultivation, as did Han Qin. Han Xiang used Han Yunqi's territory as an excuse to refuse to fight in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. She wanted to change the location to the ice sea between Cloud Realm and the mysterious continent. Han Qin agreed to Han Xiang's request. After Han Yunqi emerged from closed-door cultivation, she was accompanied by Long Fei to the ice sea. Han Qin followed suit from the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Gu and Gu Beiwe heard the news as well. Before Gu could speak, Gu Beiwe said, Xiao Qi, leave the 2 children behind. Naturally, Gu Qishao wanted to go as well. No matter when or where, no matter how strong his poison lass was, or how high she stood, or even who was looking after her. He'd never be able to set his heart at ease. But Gu Beiwe was about to recover in half a month. If anything happened during that time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Gu was in a difficult position. Gu Beiwe simply said, "Shao Qi, go in my place. Remind esteemed Empress to be careful and not be careless." Just how much did he mean by "in my place"? It wasn't clear how much Gu understood, but he nodded. "All right, take care." He was planning to hide the news from Rue-er and Yen-er, but Rue-er had long gotten the news from the Shadow Guard. Before Gu left, Rue-er had already taken his little sister down the mountain. Gu Qishao could only hurry down the mountain and take the two siblings with him. It wasn't just Gu. Tang Li, Ningjing, Muling, and Jinzi were all heading for the Ice Sea at the same time. Unfortunately, Ningcheng, who was on the northern shores of the Ice Sea, had no idea what was going on. He and Jin were busy with the Xiankong Trade Consortium's business. His son, Ning Yuan, had taken Hua Jin as his godmother and spent all his time with her. His temperament was very similar to Hua Jin's, unlike the two of them. Those who saw him couldn't guess that he was the young master of the Xiankong Trade Consortium and only thought of him as a small assassin. After Gu, Rue-er, and Yen-er left, Gu Beiwe's small courtyard became much quieter. Qin Min was still guarding him. Without Rue-er and Yen-er's company, Little Shadow stayed by his mother's side and guarded his father with her. Gu Beiwe climbed the mountain every day and looked towards the north. Qin Min and Little Shadow naturally followed him. Little Shadow asked, "Daddy, will esteemed Empress win?" Gu Beiwe smiled faintly. "Yes. She never fights a battle she's not confident in." Qin Min looked at him, and Gu's words that day unconsciously surfaced in her mind. However, she quickly shook her head and stopped thinking about it. What was the use of thinking about it? No matter how much she thought, his heart was still that heart. She couldn't understand it and couldn't enter it. Her only hope was that he could live through these 10 days and survive this calamity. Even if she left, he had to be able to rest assured. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The promise of 10 years, the decisive battle at the Ice Sea. On this day, Han Yunqi stood on the shore of the Ice Sea and watched from afar as Han Xiang rode a snow sled over. At Wuya Mountain, Gu Beiwe's true qi suddenly became chaotic. The situation was critical. Qin Min had clearly used acupuncture, but she couldn't control the true qi in Gu Beiwe's body. She panicked because she had never seen such a situation before. Little Shadow and Xiaoyao couldn't help from the side and could only worry helplessly. Chapter 1355. Gu Beiwe was lying on his stomach, his hands tightly gripping the edge of the wooden couch as he resisted the chaotic true qi in his body. For the past 6 months, he had to experience the danger of the true qi rampaging through his body every day. Every time he was able to hold on and not lose his self-control. In the end, if he didn't say anything, no one would be able to tell that he was having an outburst. However, this time was completely different. This time he felt as if the true qi in his body was swallowing him up and he was completely out of control. At this moment, his back, limbs, and all the major acupuncture points were filled with needles. Qin Min repeatedly checked over and over again. She didn't use this set of needles incorrectly. How could this be? She didn't know how pale her face was. Gu Beiwe, tell me, how could this be? She couldn't find the reason. Every time he had an outburst, she would promptly administer the needles, and after the acupuncture, he would basically calm down. She knew that he had strong self-control. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't control himself, he wouldn't have grabbed the wooden couch like this. Seeing Gu Beiwe enduring so much pain, she didn't know whether to continue observing or to boldly change the set of needles. In the past 6 months, in addition to helping him with the needles, she also improved the set of special needles in the medical book. She had Peony find a few martial arts practitioners for her to try. Basically, She could confirm that the improved set of needles would be more effective than the original set in controlling internal energy. However, what was rampaging through Gubeiwa's body wasn't internal energy, but a special type of true qi. She didn't dare to experiment on Gubeiwa, and she didn't know whether the improved set of needles would have an effect on suppressing true qi. Now, what should she do? Wait or take a gamble? Gubeiwa also didn't know the situation, so he couldn't answer Qin Min. The little shadow on the side silently wiped his tears. He wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to cry out, afraid that he would disturb his parents. Such a warm child. How many tears had he shed in the past 6 months? Peony and the medical assistant were anxious, but they didn't dare to disturb him. Suddenly, Gubeiwa let go of his hands. His whole body rolled on the ground and curled up into a ball. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. Because Gubeiwa tumbled down, quite a few of the golden needles on his body also fell to the ground. Peony and the others hurriedly rushed forward to support him. When they turned Gubeiwa over, everyone was stunned. Green veins popped out on Gubeiwa's face and neck, as if they were propped up by some kind of force and could burst at any moment. Qin Min hardened her heart and made a prompt decision. Quick, help him to the bed. She threw caution to the wind. This should be Gubeiwa's last tribulation. There was no time to delay, and there was no chance for regrets. Success and failure depended on this tribulation. Waiting and resigning to fate was not a choice. She only had one choice, and that was to change the needle technique. She sniffed and said seriously, Xiao, bring me another box of gold needles. She nimbly removed all the golden needles from Gubeiwa's body. Then she asked the medicine boy and the shadow to come over and help. She straightened Gubeiwa's body. Gubeiwa did not know what Qin Min wanted to do. He only knew that she had not given up. That's right. She would not give up. Even if he gave up, she would not give up. He gritted his teeth and endured the rampaging true qi in his internal organs. He continued to use both hands to hold on to the edge of the wooden bed. Endure. Qin Min originally wanted the medicine boy and the little shadow to tie Gubeiwa up. Seeing him like this, her heart suddenly ached. It hurt so much that she wanted to cry. How could she forget that he was the one who could endure the most? Xiaoyao brought the gold needles over. Qin Min said, Xiaoyao, bring the young master out. No one is allowed to come in. Mother. The little shadow immediately hugged the pillar at the side. I'm not leaving. You'll affect Mother. Go. Qin Min said coldly. From the moment she saw the little shadow, he had never been serious or fierce. This time, however, he was especially fierce. If he was not fierce, he would let the little shadow face the cruelty of life and death. What could be crueler than life and death in this world? The little shadow pursed his lips, lowered his head, and silently walked out. Qin Min's heart broke when she saw his lonely and desolate little figure. Xiaoyao, look after the young master. After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at the little shadow and turned her attention back to Gubeiwa. At this moment, Gubeiwa was lying on the wooden bed, watching the little shadow's receding figure. When the little shadow reached the door, Xiaoyao and the medicine boy followed him out. The little shadow stood for a moment and could not help but turn back. However, when he turned back, he saw Xiaoyao closing the door. Young master, don't be afraid. Well, definitely. Xiaoyao was about to comfort him when the little shadow suddenly ran out of the courtyard. He ran far away and only stopped when he reached the waterfall. Xiaoyao and the medicine boy hurriedly chased after him. Xiaoyao originally wanted the medicine boy to comfort him. After all, it was easier to communicate with children. However, before the medicine boy could get close, the little shadow let out a wail and started bawling. The sound of the waterfall was very loud. Xiaoyao and the rest were close and could hear the little shadow's cries clearly. However, Gubeiwa and Qin Min, who were in the room, could not hear anything at all. By now, Qin Min had already started administering needles. It was a gamble that no one could predict the outcome of life or death. Meanwhile, Han Xiang had already reached the southern shore of the Ice Sea. The southern shore of the Ice Sea was the northernmost point of Cloud Realm Continent, a stretch of coastline that stretched as far as the eye could see. The highest point was more than a zhang above the surface of the Ice Sea, while the lowest point was only half a man's height above the surface. The vast ice sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Although the temperature on the shores was not as cold as the sea itself, it was still somewhat affected. Although it was summer, standing on the shore still gave one a feeling of being in the middle of winter, especially when the cold wind blew from the sea of ice. That feeling was bone-chilling. The mysterious continent's coastline was twice as high as Cloud Realm Continent's, and the mysterious continent's topography was a whole level higher than Cloud Realm Continent's. Currently, Han Xiang was descending from the snow sled to meet Han Yunqi and the rest. Han Xiang had purposely dressed herself in red battle robes that matched her tall, slender figure. She looked valiant against the pristine ice. Han Yunqi wasn't wearing a dress either, but a pair of trousers of a noble purple color that showed off her status. Han Xiang had come alone, while Han Yunqi had a whole group of people standing behind her. It was hard to tell whether Han Yunqi and the rest had the advantage in numbers, or whether Han Xiang had the guts. One thing to add to the picture was that as Han Xiang walked towards Han Yunqi and the rest, she was surrounded by golden-eyed snow mastiffs. The golden-eyed snow mastiffs would never provoke humans of their own accord, but this time they seemed to have turned out in full force. Everyone was puzzled by this. If Han Xiang hadn't come, they would have started discussing the matter, but none of them were in the mood to discuss it now. Gu's eyes darted left and right, knowing full well that these golden-eyed snow mastiffs were coming for him. Still, he wasn't worried. If these little beasts dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't spare them. He would definitely push Long Fei Yi out. If Long Fei Yi fought in front of them, not to mention his aura, just his cold face would be enough to scare them away. After all, Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and Han Qin were all here. Any one of these three people was enough to make the snow mastiffs submit. So, although the snow mastiffs were angry at Gu, they only surrounded him and didn't dare to get close, much less pounce on him. Gu observed for a while, then quieted down and looked at Han Xiang with everyone. Only then did he realize that Han Xiang was wearing the same red robes as him. TSK, the same color. He laughed. She's probably a beautiful lady. Qi brother, you'll always be the most beautiful, Mu Ling hurriedly said. Jin Zi was expressionless. He really didn't mind Mu Ling using the word beautiful to praise other men, especially Gu. The corner of Gu's mouth twitched. He didn't even bother to reply to Mu Ling his praise. He casually muttered, "Poison lass if she's afraid of being bullied in our territory. Why doesn't she fight on the frozen sea? It takes a lot of energy to fight on the frozen sea. Okay." Han Yunqi rolled her eyes. The frozen sea was too cold. Fighting on the frozen sea was far more exhausting than fighting outside the frozen sea, so it was more strenuous. Everyone is exhausting, so there's no difference, Gu said again. Since there's no difference, why go and suffer in the cold? Tang Li couldn't help but interrupt. At this time, Han Xiang had already walked closer. Only then did everyone see her face clearly. Gu blurted out, "Senior Han, she's Han Xiang? Did we get the wrong person?" "No," Han Qin said coldly. Gu was stunned at first, then he began to chuckle strangely. Although no one laughed, they all knew what he was laughing about. When Han Xiang was still a distance away, everyone thought that she was a beauty when they saw her figure and her valiant battle uniform. But in reality, Han Xiang's appearance was indeed hard to compliment. Tang Li said cheekily, "Shao Qi, if I'd known, I would have made a bet with you." Han Yunqi turned around and said coolly, "Why are you gossiping?" Tang Li and Gu fell silent when she said this. Han Xiang stopped and bowed to Han Qin. "Father, long time no see. How is everything?" Han Qin nodded and didn't say anything. He walked out from behind Han Yunqi and stood to the side to show his neutral stance. When Han Xiang's gaze landed on Han Yunqi, her expression immediately became arrogant. This must be the empress of the great Qin dynasty? Han Yunqi already knew that Han Xiang wasn't a pushover, so she didn't hold back. She raised an eyebrow, and her attitude was even more arrogant than Han Xiang's. She said, "That's me." A trace of disdain flitted across Han Xiang's eyes. She looked to Han Yunqi's side and immediately saw the cold and dignified Long Feiyi standing to the side. At this moment, she was clearly stunned. She was immediately certain that this man was the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, Xian Yuanyi. This man was even more charming than she had imagined. She didn't even look at Han Yunqi. Instead, she stared straight at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi was disgusted. He quickly turned to look at Han Xiang coldly, causing Han Xiang's soul to almost shatter. Only then did she retract her gaze. Coldly, she said to Han Yunqi, "I heard that you haven't returned to the great Qin dynasty yet. Then I'll owe you for calling me sister." Han Yunqi didn't want to waste time with her. She looked at Han Qin and asked calmly, "Are there any rules for the duel?" Before Han Qin could answer, Han Xiang said, "Of course there are. You can't use poison." Chapter 1356. Han Qin didn't mind Han Xiang's interruption. It wasn't that Han Qin favored Han Xiang, but that his personality was so cold that it made people think he was emotionless. He simply said, "We'll use martial arts only to injure you." Han Yunqi hadn't planned on using poison in the first place, so she nodded and said, "All right." As for Han Qin, she didn't know when she'd stopped calling him senior, but she hadn't officially called him father either. That was why she didn't address him that way. "Yes, father." Han Xiang purposely emphasized the word father, as if calling him that would distinguish her from Han Yunqi, who had yet to return to her family. Women, the more they flaunted something, the more they needed and lacked it. If Han Xiang knew that Han Yunqi had once rejected Han Qin and the wolf sect in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, how would she feel? In the past few years, Han Yunqi had met too many people like Han Xiang. She couldn't be bothered to waste time arguing with them. She strode to the side, ready to fight. Seeing this, Han Xiang also walked to the other side. One stood on Han Qin's left, the other on his right. They were about 15 paces apart. Han Yunqi mulled over Han Qin's words, "Injure you until you injure me." Those words were wonderful. She had to injure her opponent, but she couldn't let herself get hurt. This was more difficult than the usual life or death, or stop at a certain point. Han Yunqi liked the rules of this game very much. She looked at Han Xiang and slowly drew Mo Xie's sword. True Qi was reserved and used to boost one's strength. Strength, on the other hand, was displayed externally through the weapons and moves she was skilled in. Han Xiang also used a sword. When she saw Han Yunqi draw her sword, she immediately drew her own as well. Han Yunqi didn't recognize the sword, but she knew it had a powerful background. With both of them drawing their swords, the duel was about to begin. However, Han Xiang suddenly looked at Long Feiyi and the others and smiled strangely. "Great Qin's Empress, since you have so many supporters, why don't we add another bargaining chip? Otherwise, how boring would it be for everyone?" Han Yunqi looked at Han Qin. Seeing that Han Qin was unmoved, she knew that Han Qin wouldn't care about this matter. Very good. Since Han Qin didn't care, she could deal with him without worry. She asked, "What do you want to add?" Unexpectedly, Han Xiang said, "Add a man." The moment she said that, Long Feiyi's eyes turned cold. If it wasn't for the promise of a duel, he would have already killed this woman. Rui's rainbow heavenly pupils had already seen through Han Xiang's grade. Han Xiang's true martial power was at the 6th grade, and her true qi was at the early 5th grade. Although he was injured, it was more than enough to kill Han Xiang with his 9th level Lust Bite Seal and high 5th grade true qi. As for Han Yunqi, Her true chi was also at the early 5th grade, but Han Yunqi's Phoenix Chi was at the 7th grade, a full level higher than Han Xiang's. Although the two of them were both early 5th level experts, Han Yunqi's strength was a cut above Han Xiang's. By the time Rui saw through Han Xiang's strength, the duel had already been decided. Before Han Yunqi could reply, Long Feiyi spoke up. Yunqi, and this quickly. It was almost an order. All right. Han Yunqi knew Long Feiyi's disgust, but Han Xiang only laughed. Aya, if you don't dare to add, why did you agree to my terms just then? We've only met sisters for the first time, so how could you go back on your word and hurt your little sister? A complicated look flitted past Han Yunqi's eyes. She had a strange feeling that this woman wasn't just here for the duel, but for another purpose. It was only a few sentences, but it was full of provocation. What did she want to do? I've never used men as bargaining chips. Moreover, you don't have any men who can catch my eye, Han Yunqi said coldly. Han Xiang was at a loss for words at her words. She had to admit that she couldn't find a man more moving than Long Feiyi. Han Yunqi smiled coldly. If you want to add chips, sure. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to find what you have that catches my eye. Otherwise, don't waste words. Since Han Chen wasn't in charge, and this woman was so arrogant, she didn't mind teaching her a lesson before the duel began. Sword. Han Xiang immediately said, if you lose, leave your mo xia behind. If I lose my... Han Yunqi immediately cut her off. Aya, you know mo xia. Sorry, I'm not interested in your sword. Look carefully, this is the green flame, treasured sword. Han Xiang said arrogantly. Han Yunqi had actually heard of this treasured sword before. It was indeed a treasured sword, but she didn't want to recognize it. She said, never heard of it. When she said this, the group of people behind her almost laughed. When Han Xiang said the two words, mo xia, she was destined to lose this battle of words. Han Xiang's eyes were filled with anger. She had purposely wanted to provoke Han Yunqi and annoy Han Yunqi, who knew that she would be angered to death with just a few words. She had no other choice but to calm herself down. No matter what, she had to infuriate Han Yunqi. This was the key to the outcome of this duel. She thought for a moment and said arrogantly, Han Yunqi, the loser, will kowtow to the winner 3 times. How about that? Han Yunqi immediately looked at Han Chen. She had to admit that Han Xiang's condition of kowtowing in front of her father was really laughable. Unfortunately, Han Chen was still unmoved. He didn't care about how they dueled. He only wanted the result. There's no need for kowtowing. The loser will receive a slap. How about that? Han Yunqi asked coldly. Kowtowing wouldn't cripple someone, but her slap would definitely cripple someone. She really wanted to slap Han Xiang when she saw the way Han Xiang looked at Long Feiyi. Okay. Han Xiang agreed without hesitation. She thought to herself, Han Yunqi really dared to gamble. A person who recognized her father halfway and started to cultivate vital energy actually had the guts to compete with her, who had cultivated vital energy since she was young. She didn't know Han Yunqi's background, but she was very confident in her own. Then, let's begin. After Han Yunqi said that, she suddenly flew up and attacked Han Xiang with her sword, who knew that Han Xiang didn't accept the challenge. Instead, she dodged and avoided Han Yunqi's attack. This first move made Han Yunqi puzzled. What was this woman scheming? Han Yunqi attacked another 3 or 4 times, but Han Xiang actually dodged again and again. She even ran far away and didn't attack. There was no time limit for the duel. Could it be that Han Xiang wanted to drag it out and tire her out before attacking? Long Fei, you wanted to end the battle quickly, so did she. Moreover, she also had the ability to end the battle quickly. Your Majesty, you're so fierce. Han Xiang laughed. Don't worry, I'll only be fierce once. Han Yunqi laughed lightly. She had to end Han Xiang with this move. She raised Mo Xia's sword with both hands and unreservedly used the power of the phoenix. All of her strength gathered on Emosie's sword under the impetus of her vital energy. For a moment, Emosie's sword light shone brightly. In this sword light, the image of a phoenix appeared. How powerful was the power at the tip of her foot! Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Long Fei Yi had never seen Han Yunqi erupt with such a powerful force. Han Qin frowned and muttered to himself, "The power of the phoenix is indeed extraordinary." Everyone was staring at Han Yunqi. No one noticed that who was standing beside Long Fei Yi, was acting very strangely. She stared at the phoenix image in the sword light with a dazed expression, as if her soul had been taken away. Her small hands clenched into fists, as if some kind of power was gathering on her small fists, causing her to tremble because she couldn't bear it. She was dumbstruck. In that instant, her mind went blank. She was very clear that Long Fei Yi possessed the power of the lust bite, but she never thought that Han Yunqi possessed the power of the phoenix. The power of the phoenix was much more noble than ordinary powers. It possessed the domineering aura of a king that ordinary powers didn't have. Furthermore, looking at the power that Han Yunqi was erupting at this moment, the grade of this power was far above her true martial power. She couldn't escape. No, she couldn't. Looking at Han Yunqi's sword fiercely chopping down, Han Xiang seemed to have suddenly understood something. She turned around and ran. As she ran, she shouted, "No! Father, save me! The He clan is scheming. Father, save me!" Han Xiang's voice was very loud and everyone heard it clearly. But no one reacted and didn't know what Han Xiang was saying. Only Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi, and Gu knew about the He clan. The He clan was a large clan in the western part of the mysterious continent. The patriarch of the He clan, He Xiaotian, had lost to Han Qin by only one move in the last mysterious continent's expert ranking tournament. It was rumored that He Xiaotian had been defeated by an illness at that time. In other words, if he had performed normally, not only would he have defeated Han Qin, he might even have entered the top 3 of the mysterious continent's expert ranking. The He clan was scheming? What did the 10-year agreement between Han Yunqi and Han Xiang have to do with the He clan? What kind of scheme could the He clan be scheming? No one could figure it out. Moreover, no one could think carefully in such a short time. Han Yunqi didn't even have time to hesitate. She made a prompt decision to spare Han Xiang first and let her speak clearly. It wouldn't be too late to deal with her if there were any lies. At this time, the sword had been retracted, but the power of the phoenix couldn't be retrieved either. Once she forcefully retracted it, it would all backfire on her. She could only try her best to reduce the damage to Han Xiang. At the same time, she hurriedly stopped Emosie's sword from slashing down and forcefully changed the direction of the blade. Almost at the same time, Han Qin flew out from the side and forcefully charged into the range of the phoenix power to save Han Xiang. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The entire phoenix power struck the seaside and the frozen sea. The entire coast seemed to have exploded, instantly collapsing, and rocks flew into the sky. Everyone was shocked by this force and retreated. Long Fei Yi protected Gu protected Rui. Tang Li, Ning Jing, Jin Zi, and Ling also retreated. Everyone retreated far away and saw that a large and deep hole had been blasted open on the coast. They could even see the 3 feet of ice under the frozen sea. Such a powerful force was naturally not used often. The reason Han Yunqi used such a large force was not to use it all on Han Xiang and take her life. Instead, she wanted Han Xiang to have nowhere to run and be trapped in the range of this force, only to be injured. Han Qin put Han Xiang down and asked coldly, "What does the He clan have to do with this?" Everyone was both worried and curious, waiting for Han Xiang's answer. Long Fei Yi sensed that something was wrong with and was about to ask when Gu suddenly shouted, "Look, the ice is cracking!" Chapter 1357. The ice cracked. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the accumulated ice in the gap on the shore was slowly cracking open. The cracking sounds grew louder and louder, and the cracks in the ice spread from the surface to the inside. Everyone was stunned. The ice on the ice sea had accumulated for thousands of years, and no one had ever heard of the phenomenon of ice cracking. Countless people had tried countless methods to break the ice, but to no avail. In the history of the mysterious continent, many experts had crossed the ice sea. Countless powerful forces had struck the ice surface of the ice sea, but this huge piece of ice remained undamaged. Today, what was going on? Han Yunqi's phoenix power hadn't reached the 10th grade yet. Moreover, not all of Han Yunqi's phoenix power hit the ice surface. At least half of it hit the stone wall on the shore. Could it be that there was some secret between the phoenix power and the ice sea? Han Xiang, what's going on? Han Qin suddenly shouted. Everyone was frightened, including Han Xiang. No one had heard Han Qin's voice so stern, and they had never seen him so angry. His anger revealed a merciless killing intent. Father, I don't know. It wasn't that Han Xiang didn't know how to explain, but she didn't dare to. After seeing Han Yunqi's phoenix power, she only had doubts about the He clan. Now that she saw the ice crack, she understood that He Xiaotian not only wanted to destroy Great Qin's northernly, but also wanted her to die with him. He Xiaotian didn't sincerely want to cooperate with her, but was using her. Half a year ago, when she went to find He Xiaotian, she promised that she would defeat Han Yunqi and that the wolf sect would join forces with the He clan. As a condition, she asked He Xiaotian to come to the ice sea to help her guard against Long Feiyi and even prevent Han Qin from changing his mind. If Han Qin changed his mind, she would kill him on the southern shore of the ice sea and not let anyone in the wolf sect know about it. Who knew that He Xiaotian had hidden his ambition and had set his sights on the cloud realm Great Qin. He Xiaotian knew the Great Qin very well, and he had investigated Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi thoroughly. He Xiaotian wanted her to provoke Han Yunqi so that Han Yunqi would destroy the south bank of the ice sea. She had never understood why He Xiaotian wanted to destroy the southern shore of the ice sea. One had to know that the ice sea was not a real sea, but a huge piece of profound ice. Even if the seawall broke, it would not affect Xian Kong's northern border. She didn't give up. After asking for 10 whole days, He Xiaotian finally told her that he had a way to melt the profound ice in the ice sea. He Xiaotian wanted to use this opportunity to kill Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi. He wanted the ice water of the ice sea to drown the entire northernly grassland and wanted the Qin monarch to die. The He clan was going to take over Cloud Realm Continent. The north side of the mysterious continent was filled with experts. The south side was occupied by the Wolf sect and the Shangguan clan, while the He clan was located in the west. They had always been suppressed by the major clans in the north, and their forces were unable to expand to the north. Therefore, the He clan had shifted their focus to the south in recent years. They wanted to cooperate with the Wolf sect again and again to drive away the Shangguan clan. Han Xiang had always assumed that He Xiaotian's ambitions were limited to the western and southern parts of the mysterious continent. Who knew that his ambitions were so great? He actually set his sights on Cloud Realm Continent. But the most inconceivable thing was, where did He Xiaotian get the skills to move the ice sea? She asked again and again, but He Xiaotian never revealed anything. He only told her that as long as she could provoke Han Yunqi into destroying the shores and killing Han Yunqi, she would be the one to take over the ice sea. If she could kill Han Yunqi and kill Han Yunqi, then she would definitely have a share in Cloud Realm Continent in the future. The temptation was too great. Killing Han Yunqi was part of her plan to begin with. Provoking Han Yunqi into a rage and leading her to destroy the seawall was a simple task in a fight. She agreed without a second thought. The He clan head had followed her all the way to the ice sea and had been waiting for her from a distance. But as soon as she saw Han Yunqi's phoenix energy, she realized something was off. She began to suspect that the He clan head had long known about Han Yunqi's strength and was hiding it from her on purpose. Now that she saw the cracks in the ice, she was certain that He Xiaotian was only using her to lure out the phoenix energy, so she could die at Han Yunqi's hands. "Speak," Han Qin said sternly. "Father, Han Xiang was flustered as well. How could she dare to tell her father about her collusion with the He clan head? But if she didn't, how could she explain what she'd just said about the He clan head schemes? On the other side, the ice cracked faster and faster, as if someone had made a hole in a huge mirror. This hole began to crack in all directions. The cracks spread faster and faster, gradually becoming unstoppable. Han Xiang was still stammering when the cracking sounds grew louder and more urgent. Everyone couldn't help but look back at the ice sea at the same time, only to see that the entire surface of the ice had cracked open. The densely packed cracks were enough to frighten anyone who saw them. As the ice spread, the entire shoreline began to crumble as well. The surrounding golden ice snow, sleds cried out as they fled in all directions. Is the ice sea going to melt? Will it flood? Gu Qishao muttered to himself. His words reminded everyone. After the ice melted, the water might not gush out of the ice sea, but there are thousands of years of accumulated snow on the surface of the ice sea. Many of them had piled up into mountains. The amount of accumulated snow couldn't be estimated. When the snow melted into water, it would greatly increase the amount of water in the ice sea. Now that there was such a large hole in the seawall, an entire seawall was collapsing along with the ice cracking. If the ice sea really melted, the water from the ice sea would definitely pour into the northerly grassland on the southern shore. At least the grassland to the north of the northernly snowy mountains would become a vast ocean. Including the winter crow grassland, there were more than 100,000 herdsmen living on this grassland and many troops stationed there. The situation was serious, although there were still many things they didn't understand. Everyone more or less knew about the He clan head scheme that Han Xiang had mentioned. Long Fei, you didn't have time to ask Yen in detail, and only thought that she was afraid. He very decisively handed Yen over to Gu and said coldly, "Take Yen and Rui away." He turned to Jinzi and said, "Retreat. Tell all the herdsmen to retreat to the south of the snowy mountains. The sooner the better." Jinzi nodded without hesitation. This official obeys. Among the tigers that Jinzi could control, only the poisonous tiger, Big White, was the most special. However, even Big White was nothing compared to the martial power of the mysterious continent. The only ones that could truly resist the martial power of the mysterious continent were those strange beasts in the Black Forest. Mu Ling really didn't want to leave, but there was no use in staying. She didn't dare to say much. She glanced at her sister and brother-in-law and decisively left with Jinzi. Tang Li stared blankly. Ning Jing stepped on his foot. "Go help. Why are you in a daze?" Tang Li muttered, "Help who?" "Help Jinzi. Hurry." Ning Jing was very anxious. If the water from the frozen sea really flowed into northernly, it would be an extremely terrible disaster. Tang Li naturally knew that he wouldn't be of much help if he stayed. The most important thing he should do was to help Jinzi. However, as he watched the vast frozen sea continuously shatter and listened to the sound of the frozen sea getting louder and louder, he felt an indescribable fear in his heart. He looked at Ning Jing and muttered, "Then what about my brother and sister-in-law?" This question stumped Ning Jing. Even a fool would know that a fierce battle was unavoidable. The He clan that Han Xiang mentioned must be hiding nearby. What kind of person could cause the frozen sea to crack? Perhaps even Han Qin couldn't do anything to them. Moreover, Han Qin and Long Fei Yi had expended a lot of true energy to save Gu Beiwa. Both of them had yet to recover. Ning Jing didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Long Fei Yi looked back and said coldly, "Tang Li, why aren't you leaving?" "Brother, I don't." The moment Tang Li said the word no, he was interrupted by Long Fei Yi. Go immediately and help Jean Z. Jean Z goes south and you go west. Go to Winter Crow grassland. As Long Fei Yi spoke, he threw a token over. Seeing this token is like seeing me. Go quickly. Tang Li gritted his teeth before pulling Ning Jing onto the horse. Gu carried Yen in one hand and held Rue in the other. He hadn't left yet. Long Fei Yi glared at him coldly. Gu didn't say anything and turned to leave. In his panic, he didn't notice Yen's abnormality. As for Rue he looked back as he ran. He didn't want to leave at all. He was just afraid that Imperial Father would chase him away, so he pretended to leave with his godfather. Han Xiang was still hemming and hawing. Han Chen was about to make a move when, unexpectedly, Han Yunqi suddenly rushed forward and slapped Han Xiang, throwing her to the ground. What's going on? Are you going to tell me? Where's the He family? What do they want to do? Han Xiang's face was almost slapped crooked. She didn't expect this, and anger surged up. But when she saw Han Yunqi rushing in front of her, she was shocked by Han Yunqi's aura. She hurriedly climbed up and pounced to the side to grab Han Chen's leg. Father, I was forced. He Xiaotian forced me to provoke Elder Sister and make Elder Sister destroy the southern shore of the Ice Sea. I don't know what they want to do. I really don't know. They there in the Ice Sea. Father, you go and ask them. Go quickly. Your daughter was forced. I really don't know anything. Han Chen wanted to ask further, but Han Xiang hurriedly said, Father, that's right. They're in the center of the Ice Sea. They must be doing something there. Quickly go and stop them. Han Chen's brows were tightly knitted, as cold as an inviolable deity. This was probably the most serious he had ever been in his life. The ice in the Ice Sea cracked, the snow melted, and the seawater flowed backwards. These were the foreseeable consequences. One must know that the Ice Sea had always been a mysterious place with many unexplainable mysteries. Now that the Ice Sea was about to melt, only God knew what incalculable consequences would occur. What kind of disaster would it cause to the two mainlands of Cloud Realm and Mysterious Realm? Han Chen didn't say another word and flew towards the Ice Sea. It was useless to question Han Xiang. He could only find out what was going on when he saw He Xiaotian. Seeing Han Chen leave, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi hurriedly chased after him. They didn't have time to question Han Xiang. No matter what the He family was doing, the most urgent and important thing now was to stop them. If it was just He Xiaotian alone, then they could still stop his scheme. Although Han Chen and Long Fei Yi had yet to fully recover, but the two of them joined forces, and Han Yunqi, they had the strength of 3 people. Even if they couldn't win, they could at least obstruct and stall for time. Seeing that Han Chen and the other 2 had left, Han Xiang then crawled up from the ground, still in a state of panic. She hesitated for a moment and was about to chase after them when someone called out to her. Eldest young Miss Han, please wait. Han Xiang turned her head and saw that the person who had come was a woman in white. This woman's white robes were whiter than snow and had the air of an immortal. It was a pity that she was wearing a mask and her face couldn't be seen. Han Xiang's eyes were sharp and immediately discovered that this woman's chin was full of wrinkles. She was puzzled. This woman didn't look old, but why was her chin full of wrinkles? Why was she wearing a mask? Could it be that her face couldn't be seen? Chapter 1358. Han Xiang grew wary as she looked at the woman before her. After all, anyone who showed up at a time like this couldn't be simple. I don't know you. Who are you? Han Xiang asked. Who am I? That's not important. The white-robed woman chuckled. What's important is that I know everything about Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Han Xiang thought it over. I'm the He clan head's most beloved woman. The white-robed woman was clearly wearing a mask, but she covered her face with her hands when she smiled. Han Xiang couldn't bear to look at her. Han Xiang still didn't understand. So the white-robed woman continued. Many years ago, when I was banished from Tianshan Kenzo, the He clan head rescued me from the foot of the mountain. To repay his kindness, I've given him everything I know. Tian Shan Mountain? Han Xiang finally realized who this woman was and sucked in a cold breath. She never expected the He clan head to hide so deeply. He'd set his sights on Cloud Realm Continent so early on. She never expected the He clan head to hide someone like this. Someone who knew everything about Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi so well. No wonder the He clan head even knew about Han Yunqi's phoenix energy. She tried to find out more about Han Yunqi over the years, but there was a limit to what she could learn. What do you want to do? Han Xiang asked. Me. The woman seemed to be in a good mood as she smiled again. I just saw how pitiful you are and came to point out a path for you. Han Xiang's eyes flashed coldly. She was very clear that she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. If the He clan head was so scheming, then he had no plans to cooperate with her. It'd be even harder for her to explain things to Han Qin. Capture those two little ones. The white-robed woman murmured. The He clan head will definitely be happy. Once he's happy, you'll naturally benefit from it. Han Xiang's eyes lit up as she realized there was still a path she could take. With Han Chen's temper, he wouldn't keep her around. Moreover, Han Chen and Long Fei, you might not even have a chance of winning this battle. Thus, her wisest choice was to lower herself and curry favor with the He clan head. Why are you helping me? Han Xiang asked. The woman in white stopped laughing. She was silent for a moment before she said, coldly, I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Take revenge. The woman in white gnashed her teeth as she spoke the last few words. After saying this, she no longer paid any attention to Han Xiang. She turned around and flew onto the snow sleigh, heading towards the ice sea. Han Xiang seemed to understand something. She smiled coldly and chased towards the south. At this time, Gu had already brought Ru'er and Yen to a small hill. Gu and Ru'er noticed Yen's stupidity. Ru'er tried to pry open Yen's clenched fist, but couldn't. Good sister, can you not scare me? Say something. Say something. Brother will listen to whatever you say. Hurry up and say something. Ru'er had never been so afraid. He originally wanted his godfather to take Yen away so that he could go back and help his father. But now he couldn't care about anything else. He looked at Gu and asked in a choked voice, Godfather, what's wrong with Yen? Gu looked calm but was actually more anxious than Ru'er. He also tried to pry open Yen's clenched fist, but he didn't know where this girl got the strength to hold it so tightly. Suddenly Ru'er exclaimed, Godfather, I feel. He stopped and looked at Yen's fist, not saying anything for a long time. What? Gu asked anxiously. There's a very strong force. It's very similar to my mother's. Ru'er was in disbelief. Gu was stunned and exclaimed, Don't tell me it's really 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. When Yen was born, there was a strange phenomenon of 100 birds gathering, as if to welcome Yen's birth. Because it was winter, most of the birds migrated south, hence the name Shenyuan Yen. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi both suspected that it had something to do with Han Yunqi's phoenix power, but now it seemed that it had nothing to do with it. Instead, it was because Yen was born with the power of the phoenix. The power of the phoenix couldn't be cultivated no matter how hard one tried. It was innate and hidden in the body. In other words, Han Yunqi's phoenix power was also innate. However, when Han Yunqi was born, there wasn't a strange phenomenon of 100 birds paying homage to her. Instead, Mu Exan died in childbirth. Why was that? Everyone had always thought that Mu Exan's death was caused by someone. However, after the truth about Bai Yanqing came out, everyone believed that Mu Exan's death wasn't caused by someone. They both had the power of the phoenix, so why would Mu Exan have a difficult birth? And when Han Yunqi gave birth to Yen, there was a strange phenomenon. There must be a reason. Gu didn't have time to think about it. He was confused about Yen's situation, so he could only wait here. If something happened to Yen, At least Long Fei Yi and the rest could rush over in time. He had to admit that he was a little worried. Yen was so young and didn't practice martial arts. If the power of the phoenix really exploded, how could she withstand it? Just as Gu and Rui were worried, Han Xiang came to find them. Her attention had been on Long Fei Yi before, but now that she looked at Gu seriously, she realized that this man was so handsome that it made people jealous. Gu and Rui were nervous when they saw her. Rui could clearly see how strong she was. "Godfather, it's good that little shadow is here." Rui whispered as he stood in front of Yen, protecting her behind him. "Why aren't you running? Take your sister to the ice sea. I'll hold her back," Gu said as he stood in front of Rui, protecting the two children behind him. For Han Xiang to come here alone, Poison Lass and the rest must have been locked in a fierce battle with the He family. Since Han Xiang came here, she wouldn't let the two children off easily. They continued to flee south, but Han Xiang caught up with them before long. So even if they knew that the north was dangerous, even if they knew that it would disturb Poison Lass and the rest, they could only flee north. This was the only way. "Godfather, run with us." Although unwilling, Rui still said the word run. At this moment, he really missed Little Shadow. If Little Shadow was here, he could take Yen'er away. "Rui, you should be sensible now. Stop talking nonsense, let's go," Gu said in a low voice. Rui gritted his teeth, picked up the wooden yen, and fled north. Han Xiang wanted to give chase, but Gu immediately flew over and blocked her way with his back facing her. "Seeing that you're good-looking, I'll give you a chance. Scram! Otherwise, don't expect me to be merciless," Han Xiang said loftily. Gu looked back and smiled flirtatiously. It had to be said that this smile made Han Xiang's heart drunk. Han Xiang was a true love-struck fool, always wanting to take good-looking men for herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the hobby of keeping male pets. "Miss Han, you're so good-looking. What's wrong with dying for a few more glances at you?" Gu said jokingly. Han Xiang clearly knew that Gu was doing it on purpose, but she really couldn't resist this tempting compliment. She sneered and said, "Are you going to scram or not? If not, wait for your death." Gu walked over step by step, smiling wickedly. As the saying goes, even if you die under a peony, you'll still be a romantic ghost. "Miss Han, since you want to kill me so much, why don't you let me be a romantic ghost? How about that?" Han Xiang's face was originally cold, but when she heard Gu's words, she couldn't help but laugh. As she laughed, she glanced to the right from the corner of her eyes. She could still see the two children's figures, so she was still relieved. She tried to sound out Gu. "If you want to throw yourself under this lady's pomegranate skirt, how about helping this lady do something?" A glint flashed across Gu's eyes, and he continued to walk closer. "What is it? Help me kill the great Qin princess and capture the crown prince." As Han Xiang spoke, she looked into Gu's eyes. She didn't see any anger in Gu's eyes, only a smile. But who knew that Gu, who was extremely close to her, would suddenly raise his hand and then retreat to chase after the two children. Han Xiang still had this bit of vigilance. She had to hold her breath and retreat. She was afraid that Gu would poison her, but who knew that when she landed at the side, thorny vines would suddenly shoot up from the ground and surround her. In an instant, she was tied up tightly. It had to be said that this was beyond Han Xiang's expectations. She was stunned for a moment, and Gu used this time to catch up with Rui and Yen, walking towards the ice sea with them. Han Xiang quickly recovered and struggled free of the thorny vines. Who knew that as soon as she broke free, thorny vines would immediately shoot out from the ground and surround her again. Gu actually didn't have many blood vine seeds left, and only God knew how many he had used. Han Xiang was entangled by the blood vines for a long time, and Gu successfully brought the two children to the ice sea. But when they arrived, they realized that the golden-eyed snow mastiffs had long run away, and the ice sea was fragmented with dense and deep ravines. "Rue, let's go!" "Godfather, let's go all out!" Gu and Rue spoke at the same time. Gu could only pray that Poison Lass and the rest hadn't gone too far. If they didn't want to cross the ice sea, they didn't necessarily need snow mastiffs. Rue's true chi could warm himself, so he and Yen could only hold on. When he looked back, he saw that Han Xiang had caught up. Taking off his outer robes, he wrapped Yen tightly in them before holding her in his arms. "Rue, let's go." Gu Qishao brought the two children with him across the ice and fled north. Han Xiang chased after him relentlessly, getting closer and closer. Currently, Han Chun, Han Yunqi, and Long Fei Yi were in dire straits. They had been surrounded. This was a huge conspiracy. It wasn't just the He clan's scheme, but the three great clans of the mysterious continent. Han Xiang had misjudged the situation. The He clan had no ambitions to dominate Cloud Realm continent. This time they had teamed up with the Qi clan in the north and the Su clan in the east. In other words, the heads of the three great clans had long surpassed Cloud Realm continent. Only the Wolf sect and Shangguan clan in the south had been kept in the dark. He Xiaotian, the Qi clan's Qi Lianjue, and the Su clan's Su Qiqing had come as well. Currently, they had surrounded Han Qin, Long Fei Yi, and Han Yunqi. Chapter 1359. They thought it was just He Xiaotian, but it turned out to be such a terrifying plot. The three clan heads were all much older than Han Qin. Their hair was all white, but they were still full of energy and vigor. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi exchanged glances at the sight, knowing that things had taken a turn for the worse. The He, Qi, and Su clans, along with the Shangguan clan in the south of Xiankong continent, were known as the four great clans of the continent. The Wolf sect in the south of Xiankong continent might be on par with the Shangguan clan, but it wasn't one of them. That was because it had always kept a low profile and didn't involve itself in worldly affairs. It was only after Han Xiang took over as Han Chen's successor that the Wolf sect began to show its faces in the affairs of the southern cities. Actually, He Xiaotian had secretly met with the Shangguan clan head in the early years to probe the man's intentions towards Cloud Realm continent. If the Shangguan clan head wanted to, he could easily join forces with the four great clans to divide up Cloud Realm continent. Unfortunately, the Shangguan clan head had no such intentions, which was why the He clan head had thrown an olive branch at Han Xiang instead. Han Xiang wasn't as strong as Han Qin, so she was nothing more than a chess piece in the eyes of the three clan heads. Moreover, the three of them had another secret besides Cloud Realm continent, a gargantuan secret. It was the secret of the Ice Sea, a secret that the three of them had spent over a decade working together to solve. The fewer people who knew, the better. In their eyes, Han Xiang didn't have the right to know the secret. Currently, the ice on the Ice Sea was still cracking apart. Standing on the surface of the water, it really did feel like the ground was crumbling apart. But no one had the time to worry about such a terrifying sensation. Han Chun, Han Yunqi, and Long Fei Yi were surrounded by the three clan heads. Leaving aside the fact that Han Chen and Long Fei Yi were still recovering, they had no chance of winning even if they hadn't used up their true qi in front of Gu Beiwa. After all, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had no idea who the three clan heads were. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had been cultivating their true qi for about 10 years. With their current strength, they could only be ranked in the top 5 of the new rankings. On the other hand, these three patriarchs were the top experts on the mysterious continent. They were all in the top 10 of the mysterious continent's experts ranking. Han Chun was ranked 5th on the Mystic Sky Realm experts ranking. The He family head was ranked 6th. The Su family head Su Qiqing was ranked 7th, and the Qi family head Qi Lianjue was ranked 4th. Their strength was unimaginable, as long as Qi Lianjue restrained Han Qin. Either He Xiaotian or Su Qiqing could easily kill Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. It was obvious that a head-on fight was not going to work. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi stood back to back. while Hanshin stood on their right. Facing the three patriarchs, the three of them were on guard. These three clans have joined forces. If they wanted to kill us, they would have done so long ago. There's no need for them to go through so much trouble, Han Yunchi said in a low voice. It must have something to do with the melting of the ice sea and phoenix power, Long Fei said in a low voice. They did not know what Hanshin was thinking, but at least Long Fei and Han Yunchi had the same guess. Since they could not fight head-on, they could only outsmart them. Han Yunchi said coldly, I've long heard of the mysterious continents, 4 patriarchs. Haha, I didn't expect that after meeting you today. You're such shameless old beasts who bully the weak and launch sneak attacks. The 3 patriarchs were still indifferent even after being scolded to this extent. They seemed to be waiting for something and were not in a hurry to make a move. What were they waiting for? How could they hold back such insults? Han Yunchi was suspicious. Long Fei Yi said in a low voice, It doesn't seem like they're surrounding us. It's more like... At this moment, Han Chen suddenly drew his sword. Kill! Unexpectedly, the 3 patriarchs actually retreated in unison. They still had no intention of making a move and only looked at them. Strange, what are they waiting for? It must have something to do with the melting of the ice. Han Yunchi was certain. Who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, the ice beneath her feet suddenly moved. The 3 of them immediately flew up into the air, and after they flew up, the small piece of ice beneath their feet actually collapsed. A giant hole appeared in the shattered ice, so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Inside, they could see a cold gleam of light. After the hole appeared, the entire ice sea began to shake like an earthquake. The shaking became more and more intense. The ice that was already fragmented began to collapse and melt in large areas due to the violent shaking. Just at this time, the 3 patriarchs also soared into the sky. The 3 of them actually combined their strength and sent an incomparably powerful force into the ice hole at the speed of lightning. Only the heavens knew how deep the ice hole was. When this power entered the ice hole, there was no echo. There must be a secret behind the melting of the ice sea. They're speeding up the melting process. It has to be. Han Yunchi exclaimed in alarm. With these people's martial prowess, they didn't need to do this to kill her and Long Fei or take over Cloud Realm continent. Their true goal was to melt the ice sea. Drowning out the northern regions of Cloud Realm continent was just a small goal, but there had to be a bigger secret behind it. There had to be. Stop them. Long Fei Yi and Han Qin cried out at the same time. Unexpectedly at this moment, an incomparably intense cold light burst out from the large ice cave. The cold chi was frightening, but it was also extremely dazzling. Amidst the cold light, a palm-sized spherical ice crystal slowly rose from the ice hole. Like the rest of the ice sea, this ice crystal was in a state of disintegration. As it broke apart, a powerful force poured out from its core. That's it, Long Fei Yi said coldly. Although they didn't know what was going on, they were certain that the melting of the ice sea had something to do with this ice crystal. The 3 patriarchs' true goal had to be this ice crystal. It was very likely that Phoenix energy was the key to awakening this ice crystal. Just then, the 3 patriarchs had worked together to force it out. Long Fei Ye's guess was right. The secret of the ice sea that the 3 patriarchs had worked together to unravel was related to Phoenix energy. Phoenix energy was the divine power of the phoenix, the power of a phoenix's rebirth through fire. It was far hotter and stronger than earthly fire or celestial fire. Only the hottest energy in the world could awaken the profound ice sea that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. The reason why the ice sea had been frozen for 1,000 years and all sorts of strange phenomena was because 1,000-year-old profound ice lay at the bottom of the sea. Once this profound ice was awakened, the ice sea would begin to crack and melt. Once this profound ice was broken, the ice sea would shatter as well. The profound ice energy within the profound ice would spill out and be absorbed by the human body. Suddenly, the three patriarchs worked together again to attack the profound ice from all sides. The ice crystal took the brunt of their attacks and cracked even more. Following that, the entire ice sea seemed to suffer a huge blow and began to crack even more. They want to destroy that profound ice. Destroy the ice sea. Han Yunqi cried out in alarm. Protect that ice crystal. Han Qin shouted. Han Yunqi raised his sword and attacked Qi Lianju, while Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi worked together. Long Fei Yi was in front and Han Yunqi was behind Patriarch He. Qi Lianju, who was ranked 4th on the experts list, was very arrogant. He did not put Han Qin in his eyes at all. His gaze was still fixed on the ice hole. He only raised his sword and used the strength of one hand to deal with Han Qin. One had to admit that Han Qin's true qi was lower than Qi Lianju's by an entire grade. Furthermore, he was injured. Qi Lianju blocked with his sword and sent Han Qin flying. Han Qin fell onto the ice and sank a foot deep. He spat out blood. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were also in a bad situation. Long Fei Yi was in front and Han Yunqi was behind him. She used her poison skills. However, facing the experts on the Mystic Sky Continent experts ranking, poison techniques were completely useless. She was detected as soon as she used her poison needles. Patriarch, he did not even need to dodge. He only used his true qi to block all of Han Yunqi's poison needles. Han Yunqi could only activate her poison storage space to retrieve her poison needles. Otherwise, Long Fei Yi would be injured by the needles. After 3 moves, Long Fei Yi was struck down onto the ice. Han Yunqi did not dare to continue fighting. She hurriedly chased after Long Fei Yi and helped him up. 3 moves. Long Fei Yi was able to take 3 moves from Patriarch He, who was a beginner level 7, with his advanced level 5 martial strength. If this spread to the mystical continent, it would be regarded as a miracle. This had never happened before in the history of the mystical continent. Even a level 6 expert would not be able to take 3 moves from Patriarch He, let alone a level 5 expert. However, at this time, no one cared about miracles. There was only strength and defeat. There was only purpose. Damn it! Long Fei Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not believe it and wanted to charge forward. At this time, the 3 patriarchs joined forces again and prepared to launch a new attack on the ice crystal. Oh my god! The ice crystal was about to shatter. If it took another heavy blow, it would definitely collapse completely. At that time, the entire ice sea would collapse. The consequences would be unimaginable. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi simultaneously turned and pounced on the ice crystal without hesitation. Since they could not stop them, they could only block for the ice crystal. Han Chen's speed was faster than Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Just as the attacks from the 3 family leaders were about to land on the ice crystal, Han Qin landed in front of the ice crystal. He endured the terrifying frost energy emanating from the ice crystal as he took the brunt of the attacks from the 3 family leaders. In an instant, blood gushed out of Han Chen's mouth. He was knocked to the edge of the ice cave and almost fell into it. Only the heavens knew how much damage he had sustained. He lay on the ground, blood slowly flowing from his body and dyeing the ice red. Father-in-law! Father! Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi called out at the same time. Perhaps this was the most heartfelt greeting at this moment. For the past 10 years, they would drink tea together at the mountainside of the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House every spring. Every summer, they would teach Rue or martial arts in the forbidden area of Clear Breeze Mountain. At the end of every year, Long Fei Yi would send someone to leave a New Year's gift in the secret cave of Clear Breeze Mountain. On the first day of the new year, Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and the 2 children would receive red packets. Even Tang Zijin did not dare and had no right to give Long Fei Yi a red packet. Long Fei Yi had forgotten how old he had been since he last received a red packet from an elder. No matter how cold he was and how strong he was in martial arts, after 10 years, regardless of the 10-year promise, Han Qin was already family to them. Chapter 1360. Father. Han Yunxi knelt on the ice and pulled her father to his feet. Father, what's wrong? What's wrong? Han Chen's face was pale and his body was covered in blood, but he couldn't care less. He frowned at Han Yunxi's teary eyes. His tone was as cold as ever as he reprimanded Han Yunxi. You're already a grown woman. Why are you crying? Han Yunxi had been calm at first, but when she heard that, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. His icy reprimand was so affectionate. Long Fei Yi watched from the side as blood seeped out of Han Chen's body and soaked his clothes. He knew that Han Chen was most likely going to die. Those 3 waves of energy had been unleashed by the 3 patriarchs with all their might. Even the ice crystals would shatter, let alone a human. By now, all 3 patriarchs had unsheathed their swords. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi could feel a powerful energy gathering around them. Han Qin could feel it as well. This energy was far more terrifying than the previous one. If this energy were to hit the ice crystals, the frozen sea would turn into a vast ocean. The grasslands of northern Li would soon be submerged. We have to stop it even if we can't. Long Fei Yi said coldly. Just as Long Fei Yi was about to charge forward, Han Qin pulled him back and whispered, I'll leave the frozen sea to you. Tell little you, and not to wait any longer. As soon as Han Qin finished speaking, he dragged his severely injured body up into the air and stood in front of the ice crystal once again. Cold, Patriarch Qi finally spoke up. Han Qin, go and cultivate. I'll spare you this once, because you're of good quality. Now scram. Han Qin was much younger than Patriarch Qi, but when he looked at Patriarch Qi from the same height, he was more dignified than Patriarch Qi. Coldly he said, I don't care what you want to do, but you must pay the price for breaking the 10-year promise of the wolf sect. Ha ha ha, Han Qin, you want to fight with Elder Qi? Clan head, he laughed loudly. Han Qin ignored him. He intertwined his hands together and made a very strange gesture. No one knew what he was going to do, including Patriarch Qi and the other 2. However, everyone could see that Han Qin was gathering all of his power in his hands. It was obvious that he was giving it his all. The Qi family patriarch looked at Han Qin from above, as if he was looking at a loser who had overestimated himself. The He family patriarch sneered, as if he was waiting to see a good show. Family head Su was even more disdainful of Han Qin. His attention was completely focused on the ice crystals. Father, what do you want to do? Han Yunxi didn't even have time to think about the meaning of the words, don't let little you or wait. Long Fei Yi frowned. He seemed to have realized something. He cried out, Father-in-law, you can't. Long Fei Yi didn't have time to stop him. In that instant, a powerful energy exploded from Han Chen's body and spread to the surroundings. Realizing that something was wrong, clan head Qi turned around and fled. Before the He family patriarch and the Su family patriarch could react, they disappeared into thin air with Han Qin. It was a formation. What Han Qin had used was a death knot. Formation techniques were a secret technique of the wolf sect. Every formation was like an independent and sealed illusion. Those who were weaker than the formation master would be trapped inside. If they wanted to leave, they could only rely on the formation master to open the formation. However, it was extremely difficult for those with strength greater than the world spiritist to enter the illusion first. Furthermore, once the world spiritist hidden in the illusion was killed, the world spiritist would be able to break the spirit formation. Therefore, there was only one way to trap someone stronger than oneself with a barrier, and that was to commit suicide. Once the formation master committed suicide, the formation would become a death knot. No one would be able to open it. Those who were trapped could only die of old age in the formation. While the He family patriarch and the Sioux family patriarch were trapped, clan head Chi fell on the ice beside them, his face extremely pale. He was the head of the Chi family, the fourth strongest expert on the mysterious continent. What a glorious and honorable life he had lived. Just now he had actually escaped. Even now he was rejoicing that he had escaped in time. If he had been a step slower, he would have been trapped here forever. It was no different from death. This was probably the most embarrassing situation he had ever been in his entire life. The three of them disappeared into thin air just like that. The earthquake in the ice sea was still ongoing. The ice cracked and the snow melted. A layer of water floated on the surface of the ice. As soon as the water appeared, the ice melted faster and faster. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's feet were soaked in the ice water. They looked up at the sky. They knew there was a formation above them, but they couldn't see anything. Perhaps the He family patriarch and the Sioux family patriarch couldn't see, but Han Qin was dead. He was gone just like that. It was as if he had never been here. That reprimand from her father still rang in her ears. Han Yunqi's heart ached indescribably. However, she didn't have much time to grieve. The earthquake on the ice intensified. It was so intense that they couldn't stand. It was as if the entire earth was about to collapse. At the same time, pillars of water gradually surged out of the ice sea. More and more of them appeared, densely packed together. The Chi family patriarch had already flown into the sky, heading straight for the ice crystals. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi chased after him and stood in front of the ice crystals, confronting the Chi family patriarch. The Chi family patriarch sneered, "With just the two of you, and the 100,000 herdsmen in the northern plains." Long Fei Yi said. The Chi family patriarch snorted disdainfully, "If you want to die, old man will fulfill your wish." Long Fei stood guard in front of Han Yunqi with his sword in hand while she retreated behind him. After all these years, they'd worked hand in hand, so there was no need for words to explain what she wanted to do to him, much less ask for his forgiveness. At this moment, what they were thinking and what they wanted to do was actually the same. Long Fei Yi only murmured, "Yunqi, I'll definitely help you hold on. You have to be careful." Han Yunqi only said, "I trust you." As soon as they let go of each other, Long Fei Yi immediately charged at the Chi family patriarch with his sword. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi turned around and released all of the water of 10,000 poisons from her poison storage space towards the profound ice crystal. Once the poison touched the crystal, she could take it for herself. She refused to believe that the Chi family patriarch could take anything from her poison storage space. What should he do? The Chi family patriarch didn't expect Han Yunqi to do such a thing and was stunned. He didn't even know that the wave of water was the water of 10,000 poisons. He only assumed that Han Yunqi was trying to steal the crystal. He raised his sword and slashed at Long Fei Ye's head, who was blocking his way. A powerful force came crashing down on him. But Long Fei Yi held the Ganjiang sword with both hands and used all of his 9th-level lust bite energy to block the attack. Even the Chi family patriarch was gaping. He never expected Long Fei Ye's lust bite energy to be so dense. In a flash, the Chi family patriarch rejoiced that Long Fei Yi hadn't been born on the mysterious continent. Otherwise, he'd be the youngest expert to ever live on that continent, Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi did manage to block the Chi family patriarch's attack, but blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he did so. He didn't know how long he could hold on, but what kept him going wasn't his strength, but his conviction. This conviction was his promise to Han Yunqi, so he had to keep it. He never liked to make promises. He would just do whatever he wanted to do. He didn't like to talk nonsense. Even now, he hadn't promised Han Yunqi too much. But today, he had to keep his promise no matter what. He wanted to buy as much time as possible for her, and more importantly, he wanted to ensure her safety. "Good brat. Old man, let's see how long you can last." The Chi family patriarch didn't want to admit it, but he had long been convinced by this young man in his heart and admired him. Of course, even if he did admit it, he wouldn't show mercy. For the sake of obtaining the profound ice crystals, profound ice energy, and the fertile lands of Cloud Realm Continent, he had prepared for far too many years. The top 3 experts of the mysterious continent had long gone into seclusion. With the He and Sioux clan patriarchs trapped in the enchantment, no one else in this world dared to fight with him. He raised his sword again and unleashed all his strength to attack Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi spat out a large mouthful of blood. Just like Han Qin, he began to bleed all over his body and slowly soaked his clothes. In this moment, Long Fei Yi knew that he was going to die, just like Han Qin. He gritted his teeth as he faced the Qi family patriarch's 3rd attack. He didn't think of running away, but simply turned around. As soon as he did, he unleashed all his strength to form a giant circle around himself to block the Qi family patriarch's attacks. He turned around just to see his woman, his Wang Fei, his empress, his Han Yunqi, just to see her one more time. Han Yunqi had no idea that Long Fei Yi had already turned around to look at her. She had already activated her detox system to keep an eye on the poison. At this moment, the water of 10,000 poisons had been completely frozen by the cold air of the ice crystal, solidifying around the ice crystal. The poison was slowly corroding inside, approaching the ice crystal. Han Yunqi was waiting. Once the ice crystal was infected with the poison, she could store it in her poison storage space. Just a little bit more time. She didn't dare to turn around. She could clearly feel the strong energy behind her. She was afraid that if she turned around, she would collapse. Then, she wouldn't be able to detect the spread of the poison. She looked at the frozen scene in front of her and muttered, "Long Fei Yi, you have to hold on. You promised me. This time you can't lie to me. You mustn't lie to me. Long Fei Yi, no matter how many times you've lied to me, you mustn't lie to me this time. Don't." In the end, Han Yunqi couldn't hold back because she smelled the stench of blood. It was very, very thick. She turned her head abruptly. In that instant, she was stunned. Tears burst out of her eyes and poured down her face. Only then did she realize that Long Fei had long turned around. At this moment, he was looking at her. His deep eyes were filled with sorrow, love, and reluctance. He was covered in blood. The blood had already soaked his clothes and was dripping down. The ice water below him was already dyed red. Long Fei Yi, don't lie to me. Han Yunqi broke down at this moment. Rui-er's heart-wrenching cries could be heard. Daddy, Daddy. Chapter 1361. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't expect Rui-er to come back. They turned their heads and saw that Rui-er wasn't the only one back. Gu and Yan were also there, and Han Xiang wasn't far away. They didn't need to think to know that they were forced here by Han Xiang. Actually, Long Fei didn't have much strength left. Even his consciousness was starting to blur, but the sight of the 2 young children before him made his eyes fill with unwillingness and tenderness that would never fade. No matter what, he couldn't fall. He couldn't. Father, what's wrong with you? Boo-hoo, what's wrong with you? Rui-er suddenly broke free from Gu's hand and flew toward Long Fei Yi. He was clearly 10 years old, but he cried like a 3-year-old child. Don't come over. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi exclaimed at the same time. Gu wanted to stop him, but he couldn't. Rui-er, don't go over. Gu wanted to chase, but Yan-er was still in a daze and Han Xiang was about to catch up. He didn't dare to be careless and could only protect Yan-er and watch from the side. Family head Qi didn't put Rui-er in his eyes at all. The sword in his hand didn't stop. For the 4th time, he gathered all his strength and wanted to slash toward Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi turned and saw Qi Lianjue's sword. He shouted in shock, Rui-er, go away. Be good. Father, when the family is in trouble, I will bear it together. When the country is in trouble, I will also bear it together. The 10-year-old Rui-er's voice was still tender, but his words were sonorous and forceful, firm and unyielding. He was worthy of his identity as Long Fei Ye's son, and even more worthy of the title of Crown Prince of Great Qin. He didn't fly to his father's side and stand side by side with him. Instead, he flew in front of his father, opened his arms, and burst out all his vital energy to protect his father. Qi Lianjue's sword slashed down fiercely, and Gu watched helplessly. He almost let go of Yen, and rushed over to block for Ru. Long Fei Yi instinctively wanted to carry Rue, but Han Yunqi was much faster than him. Han Yunqi flew to the front of the father and son. With her back facing Qi Lianjue's sword, she held Rue in her arms. In this way, Long Fei Yi watched Qi Lianjue's powerful sword energy cut down on the top of his wife and son's head. This was his most beloved wife, his most beloved son. This was the only warmth that the heavens had given him in this life. How could it be destroyed in front of his eyes? If the heavens wanted to bully him again, then he would crush the heavens. I forbid it. With this roar, Long Fei Yi leaned over and hugged Han Yunqi and Ruer. An incomparably powerful force erupted from his bloody body. It was so powerful that it directly shook off Qi Lianjue's sword aura and even shook Qi Lianjue to the ground. This force was none other than the lust bite power. 10th grade divine power? Qi Lianjue exclaimed. 10th grade, it's really 10th grade. It turns out that the lust bite power is 10th grade divine power. There were 9 grades of vital energy and 9 grades of power. The amount of true qi cultivated every month was the same, but the amount of true qi cultivated every month was different. There are thousands of kinds of power, such as the wolf sex vital force, Han Yunqi's phoenix power, and Long Fei Ye's lust bite power. The grade of a martial artist was based on vital energy. The grade of vital energy determined the level of a martial artist. Power was just an auxiliary, and the grade of power had never been so important. However, there had always been a rumor in the mysterious continent that there was a kind of power that defied the heavens and was known as divine power. This was because this power was different from other powers. This power could be cultivated to the 10th grade. Once one reached the 10th level, this kind of power would suppress all other levels of genuine qi, and one would become a supreme being. Even 9th grade vital energy wasn't a match for it. Long Fei Yi protected Han Yunqi and Rue, as they slowly landed on the ground. Qi Lianjue scrambled to his feet and subconsciously retreated a few steps, unable to hide the fear on his face. Long Fei Ye's lust bite power was 10th grade divine power. Moreover, Long Fei Yi had clearly just advanced to the 10th grade. This was simply a miracle that defied the heavens, a terrifying miracle. Even in the mysterious continent, this kind of power would make him a supreme. Qi Lianjue had only admired Long Fei Yi in the past, but seeing such a young Long Fei Yi now filled his heart with dread. Every advancement required a period of time to adjust. At the very least, Long Fei needed more time to recover and adapt from the 9th to the 10th level of spiritual force. Qi Lianjue's eyes flashed with killing intent. No matter what, he couldn't miss this chance. If he could give up the ice crystals, he could give up Cloud Realm Continent as well. But Long Fei had to die. Long Fei never expected the lust bite energy to rise to the 10th level, nor did he expect it to be part of the legendary celestial energy. In a low voice, he told Han Yunqi, "Take Rue and the rest away quick. I can take it." Could he withstand it? He was very clear that he needed at least a day to recuperate. But whether it was Han Yunqi, Rue or Gu Qishao, none of them could buy him a single day. He could only do it himself. By now, the poison from the water of 10,000 poisons had spread to the ice crystals. Han Yunqi activated her poison storage space and sucked the ice crystals into it without hesitation. Perhaps the ice crystals were too strong, but Han Yunqi only felt her head grow heavy and dizzy. Still, She forced herself to hold on. No matter what, she couldn't lose consciousness now. Rue, take little sister away. Mother's begging you. Han Yunqi pushed Rue, towards Gu. But Long Fei, Yi simply pushed her away and towards Rue. Long Fei Yi, before Han Yunqi could finish, Long Fei Yi cut her off. Yunqi, help me. Help me take the children away, all right? He's asking me this, begging me. Han Yunqi really didn't want to answer him. He'd just taken 3 blows from Qi Lianjue and was already heavily injured. Even if his lust bite power had advanced, he couldn't fight against Qi Lianjue for now. If he stayed, he'd still have to hold on. Only death awaited him. I won't lie to you. Let's go, Long Fei Yi urged. Han Yunqi wanted to cry, but only smiled wryly until her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs ached. This time she believed him. She believed that he wouldn't lie. Of course, she believed that he'd hold on with his life to buy them time to escape. But even if they escaped smoothly, what about him? What about after his promise was fulfilled? Would he still be able to hold on? Would he still be able to go back? Han Yunqi smiled until tears streamed down her face. She knew that the most rational thing to do was to leave and take the children away. At least protect the children. But she couldn't do it. She really couldn't. Mother, I won't go. I won't go. Father, I won't go. I won't go. I won't go. Rue struggled to break free of his mother's hand and throw himself over, but she held on to him tightly. Gu was already standing behind Han Yunqi with Yen in his arms. The most rational thing for him to do was to drag Han Yunqi away, but he couldn't do it now. He couldn't harden his heart. Qi Lianjue laughed on the side. Hee, what a deep love between husband and wife, father and son. Today, old man will fulfill your wish. Qi Lianjue waved his sword, and Long Fei Yi decisively ignored Han Yunqi and the others. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain all over his body. He still straightened his back and raised the Ganjiang sword high up. He knew that Han Yunqi would leave. For Rue and Yen, for Great Qin, she could only leave. She had to leave. Long Fei Yi quickly fought with Qi Lianjue. He was already injured like that, but he still took Qi Lianjue's first 3 moves. Han Yunqi could only leave. If she didn't leave, she would be letting down the world that Long Fei Yi fought for with his life. She could only leave and give up on him. Han Yunqi cried until her vision blurred. At this moment, she realized that death wasn't the most desperate thing. The most desperate thing was that even death couldn't accompany you. She shouted, Long Fei Yi, I'll wait for you to come home. Han Yunqi hardened her heart, hugged the struggling Rue, and turned to leave with Gu. Unexpectedly, Gu suddenly pushed Yen into her arms, turned around, and flew toward Long Fei Yi. Shao Qi! No! Han Yunqi shouted, but Gu had already landed beside Long Fei Yi. At the same time, thorny vines emerged from the ground around Qi Lianjue and grew wildly. Soon, the thorny vines surrounded Qi Lianjue. However, Qi Lianjue only used 30% of his strength and directly shattered all the thorny vines. Long Fei Yi took the opportunity to swing his sword, and Gu flew toward Qi Lianjue from the side, trying to sneak an attack. Mother, I'm begging you, let me go help father. Mother. Rue cried. Han Yunqi endured the knife-like pain, pulled Yen, and resolutely turned around. The fighting behind her was fierce, and the smell of blood was getting stronger. She took the 2 children and fled to the south bank. She tightly pursed her lips, afraid that she would cry out loud. She was afraid that if she cried out, she would completely collapse and not even be able to escape. She had always thought that she was strong, but this time, she truly understood what it meant to be strong as a mother. Being strong as a mother was not strong at all, but forcing herself to be cruel to herself. Han Yunqi took Rue and Yen, but before they could go far, Han Xiang flew in front of them. Han Xiang pretentiously covered her mouth and chuckled. I heard that in Cloud Realm Great Qin, the Emperor and Empress were deeply in love and never left each other. Even the many years of enmity between East and West Qin were resolved. I didn't expect that, in the face of disaster, we still have to fly away separately. Even if we leave, I will tear you to pieces. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a frightening viciousness. Han Xiang immediately retracted her smile and said coldly, Han Yunqi, you have 2 children and still dare to be so arrogant? Haha, don't blame me for not reminding you. You must watch your own children. Don't blame me if I hurt the innocent. Han Yunqi let go of Rui and said in a low voice, watch your sister and cover her eyes. Rui was frightened by his mother's viciousness and didn't dare to say more. He could only do as he was told. He held Yen in his arms and covered her eyes, but he didn't close his own. Han Yunqi didn't waste any words with Han Xiang and directly pulled out her sword, viciously attacking. Han Xiang's lips curled into a cold smile, and she immediately dodged Han Yunqi to attack Rui and Yen from the side. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi didn't stop her, but watched coldly as Han Xiang flew past her and her sword went straight for Rui. Rui didn't move even as the sword was about to pierce him. He watched fearlessly because he had enough trust in his mother. As expected, Han Xiang stopped when her sword was a step away from Rui. Chapter 1362. Han Yunqi's poison needle hit Han Xiang's back. Han Xiang sensed it, but it was too late to dodge or shake it off. Han Yunqi's poison needle couldn't do anything to the patriarchs, but it was more than enough to deal with Han Xiang. She could also kill Han Xiang with true energy. That was because poison was the fastest and most ruthless. Han Xiang stopped and saw that her hand holding the sword was slowly wrinkling. She was frightened and threw away the long sword. Only then did she realize that her hands, arms, and even the skin on her face were all wrinkled. Han Yunqi flew behind the 2 children, hugged them, and covered Rui-er's eyes. At this moment, Han Xiang's legs were like candles that had been lit, gradually melting. Ah! Han Xiang screamed and lowered her head to look at her feet. At this moment, her feet had turned into a pile of mangled flesh and blood. Seeing this, Han Xiang screamed even louder. Ah! 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 Han Yunqi ignored her. She picked up Yen, pulled Rui, and resolutely left. The fighting behind her was very fierce. She could feel the true energy and strength rampaging, and she also smelled the strong smell of blood. She shed tears and forced herself to move forward and not look back. She knew very well that as long as she looked back, she could no longer be ruthless and could no longer protect the 2 children. Han Yunqi, using her qinggong, kept running forward. Han Xiang's entire lower body had melted into a meat paste. She was fixed in place, unable to move. She screamed in horror as if she had gone crazy. No one paid attention to her. Han Yunqi's poison only melted her lower body. Her upper body and face were still intact except for aging. However, she suddenly stopped screaming. Her frightened expression was stiff on her face, and she didn't move anymore. Perhaps she died of pain, fear, or poison. In short, she would die a horrible death. The ice cracked and melted. Long Fei Yi, Gu, and Qi Lianjue's fighting continued. Han Yunqi and the children's escape also continued. Suddenly, Gu was shaken out by Qi Lianjue's true qi and fell heavily in front of Han Yunqi. Gu's body was riddled with wounds, blood gushing out from his mouth. Godfather! Rui cried. Han Yunqi stopped abruptly and looked back subconsciously. She saw that not far behind her, Long Fei Yi was stabbed in the shoulder by Qi Lianjue. Han Yunqi let go. Without a second thought, she let go of Rui-er's hand and flew towards Long Fei Yi. At this moment, Yen suddenly muttered to herself. No one could hear what she was saying clearly. She slowly turned around with a wooden expression. Her tightly clenched fists also slowly loosened. She mumbled to herself. When she saw the bloody scene behind her, her eyes suddenly widened and she fell silent. But in the next moment, she burst into tears. Father, mother. In an instant, an incomparably vigorous force erupted from Yen-Er's body. Almost at the same time, the phantom of a huge phoenix spread its wings and appeared in the sky. The power of the phoenix! Before Rue-Er could finish her words, she was violently shaken away by this force. Everything around her was shaken away, including Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi in the distance. All the remaining ice on the ice sea flew up, and the waves that surged up to the sky became even more intense. Everything, under the guidance of this force, formed a huge whirlpool, a whirlpool of ice and water. This huge vortex constantly rushed up to the sky and swept down, all the way to the bottom of the ice sea. All the water, all the ice, and all the people were swept up. No one was spared. The phantom of a huge phoenix was faintly discernible above this vortex. There were very few birds around the ice sea, but at this time countless birds flew in from all directions. There were ordinary birds, but there were also many rare birds of the mysterious continent. They all circled around the huge vortex, chirping. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The strange phenomenon of Yen-Er's birth appeared once. Unfortunately, no one saw it. In the huge vortex, everyone's life and death was unknown. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, Qi Lianjue, Gu, Rue-Er, and Yen-Er were all in the center of the vortex. There were 2 unknown forces in the whirlpool. One of them was pushing them up, while the other was pulling them down. They were in the center, torn apart by these 2 forces. If they continued to be pulled like this, they would definitely be torn in half. Qi Lianjue could not protect himself, so he could not deal with Long Fei Yi and the others. He tried his best to stabilize himself and prepared to sink. The power in the center of the vortex was very terrifying. Unable to escape, they could only try to escape in 2 directions. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were below Qi Lianjue. Long Fei Yi did not have much strength left. Han Yunqi supported herself on one side and Long Fei Yi on the other. She gradually felt that there was a force at the bottom of the vortex pulling her. It was not pulling everyone, but pulling her alone, as if to suck her down. Perhaps falling down was safer than being in a stalemate here, but she did not want to fall. Long Fei Yi and Gu were here. Rue-Er and Yen-Er were also here. How could she leave? Seeing that Qi Lianjue was about to sink, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were at a loss. Gu, who was above Qi Lianjue, suddenly threw out a vine and wrapped it around Qi Lianjue's waist. Rue-Er held Gu's hand in one hand and Yen-Er in the other. At this moment, Yen-Er was at the top. She seemed to be pulled by a strange force, like Han Yunqi. The only difference was that Han Yunqi was being pulled down and she was being pulled up. Qi Lianjue, who was tied up by Gu Qishao, immediately pulled at Gu Qishao's vines to destroy them. Instead, one of the vines extended towards Long Fei. In the vortex, they were restrained by the forces above and below. Everyone could not move much. No matter how powerful Qi Lianjue was, it was very difficult to move at this moment. If it were not for the power of the natural growth of this vine, it would be impossible for Long Fei Yi and Gu to tie up Qi Lianjue. After Long Fei Yi and Gu restrained Qi Lianjue, Long Fei Yi shouted, "Xiao Qi, go up!" Gu, who was still full of strength, immediately relaxed when he heard this. At the same time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi also released all their strength. As soon as they relaxed, Gu, Rue-Er, and Yen were pulled up by the upward force. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were pulled down by the downward force. In just a moment in the struggle between the 2 forces, Qi Lianjue was torn to pieces and melted into a blur. Gu held Rue-Er's hand and Rue-Er held Yen-Er's hand. They flew higher and higher. Gradually, Gu noticed that something was wrong. Yen seemed to be pulled up by a force and kept going up. Rue pull Yen and find a way to rush out, he said loudly. They could not go up any more. They could only think of a way to rush out of the vortex. The further they were from the center of the vortex, the less they would be restrained. They should be able to do it. Rue was about to speak when a strange scene appeared around them. Like a mirage, cities appeared around them one after another. It's Jinyang City of the mysterious continent. Gu exclaimed, Godfather, how could this be? Rue was frightened. Gu was also confused. He could not explain what was going on. Could this be an illusion? Yen closed her eyes as if she was asleep. She was quiet, tender, pure, and clean. Rue quickly noticed his sister's abnormality. He held her hand tightly, wanting to pull her into his arms. However, he could not do it. He even felt another force pulling Yen, fighting with him for Yenner. He cried, Godfather, I can't hold Yen. I can't hold her any more. What should I do? Hold on. Gu did not have much strength himself. He could only guarantee that he would not let go of Fei. He took a deep breath and quickly spat out a bramble vine seed, which he planted in his flesh. The thorny vines immediately shot out from his arm and wrapped around Rei, before reaching for Yen, and wrapping around her as well. Rue, Godfather will hold on. Think of a way to get us out. Gu could not even speak. But who knew that before Rue could move, the force pulling Yen suddenly became stronger. It was several times stronger than the force they had endured in the center of the vortex. In an instant, the vines were all broken. Rue subconsciously held Yen, Oi's hand tightly, but he really could not hold on. Yen, Oi's hand slid out bit by bit. He could not stop it no matter how hard he tried. Rue cried, Yen, wake up. Look at your brother, wake up. Yen, don't sleep. Father and mother are waiting for us. Wake up, will you? Yen, I swear. I swear I won't find you annoying anymore. Wake up, say something. I like to hear you talk. Say something. What happened to you? Yen, the little shadow is here. Wake up. Brother Ing is here. Even though Rue was wailing and shouting, Yen did not wake up. Yen still didn't wake up. Her fingers slipped out of Rue's grasp and flew into the surrounding illusions. As soon as she flew in, the illusions of the surrounding mysterious continent all disappeared as if they had been shattered. Yen, Rue was on the verge of breaking down. Yenner, Gu shouted, pulling Rue tightly, afraid of losing him again. Soon, the power of the vortex suddenly weakened. Gu and Rue flew out and fell far away. At this time, the power of the vortex under the ice sea was still increasing. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi fell into an indescribably deep hole in the ice. At this moment, they were lying on the side of a pool. A strange scene appeared in the pool. A modern city, tall buildings, and endless traffic. All of this was foreign to Long Fei Yi, but very familiar to Han Yunxi. Why was this happening? Why was she still enduring a force that wanted to drag her into the pool? Her phoenix power had awakened the ice crystals. Had Yen's phoenix power destroyed the ice sea and opened the space-time tunnel? Could the biggest secret of the ice sea be the power of the ice crystals, but the space-time tunnel? Long Fei Yi held Han Yunxi's hand tightly. Of course, he could feel the force dragging Han Yunxi down. However, he didn't have much strength left. What is that place? Do you know? Long Fei Ye's weak voice was filled with fear. Chapter 1363. Han Yunxi was all too familiar with Long Fei Ye's fear right now. He'd felt the same way when she told him she wasn't the real young miss of the Han clan. She didn't know how he'd managed to quell that fear afterwards. Perhaps he'd never quelled it, but kept it buried deep in his heart, somewhere she couldn't see. But now it was impossible to hide it. It was evident in his voice, his face, and his eyes. Han Yunxi wanted to tell him, I don't know. But his fear told her he could guess what was going on and where it was. Yi, that's Han Yunqi choked on her sobs. That's the world 3,000 years in the future. Long Fei's gaze was soft as he looked at Han Yunqi. He didn't say a word, but he slowly tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her even tighter. Seeing his pale face and blood-soaked body, Han Yunqi's heart ached so much that tears streamed down her face. She couldn't speak, but she held on tightly to him. Unfortunately, the strength of the two of them was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree in front of the force that was pulling them down. It was insignificant. Han Yunqi was pulled down bit by bit until her feet were already in the water. She mustered all her strength and pulled harder and harder. But it was at this moment that a wave of dizziness swept over her, both familiar and unfamiliar. The ice crystal was rampaging through the poison storage space. She couldn't control it. As the dizziness grew stronger, she began to lose strength and couldn't hold on to Long Fei. "Fei, hold on tight, hold on tight." As she mumbled, her consciousness began to blur. "Fei, hold on tight, Fei. Don't let go no matter what." She had no idea what was happening. Was she unconscious, or had she fallen into a dream? She didn't know if the world had gone dark, or if she couldn't see anything. In any case, all she could see was darkness. However, she could see her own hands. She saw someone holding her hand and walking in the darkness. Her eyes followed the hand up, but she couldn't see the person's face. She'd had this dream many times before. Every time, she couldn't see that person's face. Who was he? Was it Long Fei? She only felt weak all over and gradually felt like she was falling, as if she was going to fall into the abyss and into another world. "Fei, save me. Fei, don't let go, don't. I beg you, don't let go. I don't want to leave you, don't." Just as she was crying, the man reached out his other hand and said, "Here, hold on tight." This voice belonged to Long Fei. It's him. In the recurring dream, the person holding her hand was Long Fei. His other hand was also holding her. She looked at his other hand and saw that there was a deep bite mark between his thumb and index finger. That was the mark she had left for him. He had said that the birthmark was a bite mark left behind by his lover in his previous life. It was Long Fei. There was no mistake about it. But why was it that the more she looked at the bite mark, the more she felt that something was wrong? Was this a bite mark or a birthmark? "Fei, is this a bite mark or a birthmark?" She murmured and subconsciously raised her head to look. In that instant, all the darkness around her was dispelled by the light. The sudden burst of light blinded her eyes. She heard a cacophony of sounds around her, including hurried footsteps, emergency bells, patients arguing with doctors, the call of the queue system, and the sounds of equipment being turned on in the operating room. These sounds were familiar and long-awaited. Was she startled? Could it be that she was back? No, she subconsciously opened her eyes and looked up. At this moment, she finally saw the person who was holding her hand. This person, he wore a shirt and trousers, had a refined and handsome figure and short hair. His features were indescribably handsome, especially those deep, dark eyes that were enchanting and mysterious. They were so cold that they kept people at arm's length, but they also had a charm that drew people like moths to a flame. Anyone who fell into them would fall for them forever, unable to extricate themselves. Han Yunqi looked into those all too familiar eyes and felt as if she had returned to the first time they met. She began to cry and wail. She couldn't tell if this was the first time or goodbye. Just what was going on? Was this a dream? Had the past 10 years in Cloud Realm Continent been a dream? Or perhaps everything she saw at this moment was just a dream? He wasn't him, he was him. A dream wasn't a dream like a dream. She didn't understand, nor did she care. She only wanted to know, was he still here? "Fei, is that you? Long Fei, is that you? Is that you?" While she was crying, he suddenly laughed. "Yunqi, I've been looking for you for 3,000 years. Can't you give me an exception for cutting in line? I really missed you." She was stunned. Could it be that he was the director of Lingyun Group, the Mr. Li who'd been brought here by the director to cut in line? She didn't care. She only wanted Long Fei Yi. Who are you? Just who are you? Are you Long Fei Yi, are you? She wailed until her vision blurred. She couldn't see the person in front of her anymore. She anxiously wiped away her tears, but couldn't see him any more. All the light receded, and all the sound disappeared. Their surroundings returned to their original darkness and stillness. She stared blankly at her hands before realizing that she'd let go, and he'd let go as well. Fei, Long Fei Yi, come back. Where are you? You're back? Come back, don't leave me behind. Don't. She cried and shouted as she walked around in the darkness, searching everywhere. Suddenly, she stopped and looked down, only to discover that her feet had been sealed in ice. Yunqi, wake up. Don't cry. I'm here. Yunqi, I've always been here. Wake up. Long Fei Ye's voice reached her ears. It was so close, as if he was right in front of her eyes. Han Yunqi's eyes flew open from her hazy dream, only to discover that Long Fei Yi was right in front of her. She and Long Fei Yi were still trapped at the bottom of the ice cave. Everything that had happened just then had been a dream. There was no hospital, no Lingyun group, no Mr. Li. There was nothing. There was only Long Fei Yi in front of her. Long Fei Yi was still holding her hands tightly. The marks on Long Fei Ye's perlicue were real bite marks, not birthmarks. Yunqi, what's wrong? Your legs. Long Fei Ye's face was filled with fear. Han Yunqi looked back and saw that her legs really had been sealed in ice. Moreover, the chill was slowly creeping up until it was about to freeze her entire body. Once her legs were sealed in ice, the force pulling her down seemed to have disappeared. Could it be the energy of the ice crystals? Han Yunqi exclaimed, "Release the ice crystals, quick!" Long Fei Yi said anxiously. Han Yunqi wanted to expel the ice crystals from her poison storage space, but discovered that they'd already shattered. That's right, when Yen unleashed her phoenix energy, the ice crystals had already shattered and destroyed the ice sea. Han Yunqi had only summoned fragments of the ice crystals. As soon as they left Han Yunqi's body, the ice on Han Yunqi's body shattered and the force pulling her down reappeared. At this moment, her body slipped, and half of her body fell into the icy pool. She and Long Fei Yi exchanged surprised glances. Long Fei Yi hurriedly grabbed onto her, but he couldn't hold onto her. Han Yunqi continued to fall. Moreover, the surrounding ice was beginning to melt. In a short period of time, a lot of water seeped out. Even the hole in the ice looked like it was about to melt. Han Yunqi had no choice but to put the ice crystals back into her poison storage space. Once the ice crystals entered her poison storage space, more than half of her body was sealed in ice. The force pulling her down also disappeared instantly. Everything was still. She and Long Fei Yi looked at each other in disbelief. What was the secret of the ice sea and the ice crystals? What did all of this have to do with phoenix energy? My phoenix energy awakened the ice crystals. Yen-Er's phoenix energy destroyed the ice sea and the ice crystals? Han Yunqi muttered. Yen-Er's phoenix energy is definitely at the 10th grade. It's comparable to my lust bite. Long Fei Yi was very sure. He could determine that power. All around them were ice shards. None of them had melted into water. If the ice sea was destroyed, this place should have turned into a vast ocean. Could it be that the ice sea was not completely destroyed because the ice crystals were trapped in Han Yunqi's poison storage space? Thinking back to when she took out the ice crystals, everything around her started to melt. Han Yunqi roughly understood what was going on. Phoenix energy could destroy the ice crystals. After the ice crystals were destroyed, the energy released could destroy the ice sea and open up a space-time tunnel. She trapped the ice crystals in her poison storage space. In reality, she trapped the energy from the ice crystals in her poison storage space. The three great clans were mainly fighting for the power of the ice crystals. They must have coveted the strength of this energy. They didn't know the true secret behind this energy. Now, she used her body to withstand this energy. She stopped this energy from leaking out. The price she paid was to be sealed in ice. Han Yunqi understood. Long Fei Yi also understood. Unfortunately, it was too late. The profound ice had already spread to Han Yunqi's heart and was still spreading upwards. Her face and lips were so pale that Long Fei Yi was afraid. In the end, they were still going to lose her. He could see it with his own eyes, but he was powerless. Long Fei Yi looked at his wife, gradually being sealed in ice. His eyes finally grew wet as he asked, Yunqi, if Bei Wei was here, what would he choose? Would he be even crueler than me? Would he choose to protect Han Yunqi, give up on the ice sea, and give up on the 100,000 herders of the northerly grasslands? Or would he choose to give up on Han Yunqi and protect the shattered ice sea? It was time to make a choice again. Long Fei Yi didn't need to say anything. Han Yunqi understood his difficulties. Back then, when he was hesitating over whether to save Ningjing at Three-Way Black Market and had no choice but to make a cruel choice, Gu Beiwei had said this to him. Gu Beiwei had said, Your Highness, this isn't cruelty. This is making a choice. There's only right and wrong in making a choice. There's no such thing as mercy or cruelty. What was right and what was wrong? To protect the world and its people, was it right to abandon one's wife and children? If it was Gu Beiwei, what would he choose? The profound ice had already spread to Han Yunqi's neck and arms. She looked at Long Fei Yi as tears streamed down her cheeks. Your Highness! Your Highness! It had been a long, long time since she'd called him Your Highness. Just how many memories did it contain? Your Highness, if it's possible. Yunqi is willing to call you Your Highness forever and be your Qin Wangfei forever. There's no East Qin, Western Qin, or Great Qin. Unfortunately, we're all people with no choice. Your Highness, Yunqi can't bear to part with you. Chapter 1364. Long Fei Yi felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. When he saw the unfamiliar figure in the pond, he steeled his heart and prepared to push Han Yunqi into the water. Han Yunqi, go back to your world. Perhaps if she returned to her original world, everything would be fine. She would be fine too. Her arrival had changed the history of Cloud Realm Continent. If she left, Cloud Realm Continent would no longer have her. Everything that happened would disappear. Everything would be fine. She would be fine too. He would rather have her leave. He would rather have her go back than have her be frozen here and die here. Go. Long Fei Yi tugged at Han Yunqi with all his might, but he really didn't have the strength to listen to her. He said, Han Yunqi, you leave. There's no time, hurry and go. Han Yunqi was caught off guard. She looked at him at a loss as tears streamed down her cheeks. There's no time. Long Fei Yi had to be cruel even if he didn't want to. He didn't care about right or wrong, or whether he was cruel or merciful. He only wanted this woman to live. No matter where she lived, he only wanted her to live. Just a moment ago, he'd been pulling at her with all his might, but now he endured the stabbing pain in his heart and let go of her hand. Choked with sobs, he said, Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving yet? Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving yet? Why aren't you leaving yet? Back then, in the Empress Dowager's palace, he presented the blood-stained white handkerchief to prove that they were husband and wife before turning to leave. She was pulled along by the Empress Dowager and surrounded by a crowd of concubines like an abandoned person. She stared at his retreating back, not knowing what to do. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned to look at her and said, Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving yet? That was the first time he'd said those words to her. After that, she'd followed him everywhere across Cloud Realm Continent. No matter what happened, as long as she was by his side, he wouldn't go far. Even if their hearts were 100 steps apart, within 10 steps of each other, he would definitely turn around and reach out to her, asking, Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving? However, this time he did not reach out to her. Instead, He let go of her hand and chased her away. Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving? Why are you still leaving? Han Yunqi's tears fell like rain. Even if her arm was frozen, she still insisted on raising her hand and reaching for him. She spoke word by word. Time is peaceful, chatting with June, the disputes of the world, plotting with June, the fall of prosperity, Elder June. Your Highness, Yunqi won't leave. Even if I die, I won't leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the ice spread to Han Yunqi's face, instantly freezing her face and her tears. The ice on her arm also quickly spread to her palm. Yunqi! Long Fei Ye's face was already wet with tears. He quickly reached out to grab her hand and intertwined his fingers with hers, hoping to retain a bit of warmth. Without a choice, the profound ice still spread over and sealed Han Yunqi's hand in ice. It even spread to Long Fei's hand. Long Fei Yi stared blankly as the ice spread from the back of his hand to his arm. Then he laughed out loud. Never leave in life, never abandon in death. Never leave, never abandon. The ice spread rapidly until Long Fei Ye's entire body was sealed in ice. Husband and wife remained in that position with their fingers intertwined as they were sealed in ice. Once they were sealed in ice, the pool Han Yunqi had sunk into gradually froze over as well. All of the illusions disappeared without a trace. Outside the hole, the entire sea of ice was in pieces. All the broken pieces of profound ice gradually gathered together and merged together. Everything seemed to be returning to normal. Unfortunately, everything was returning to normal. Gu even brought Rue to search for Yen, and Han Yunqi on the ice. When he saw the ice and snow returning to normal, Gu decisively took Rue's place away from the sea of ice. Not long after, the huge ice sea returned to its original state. However, the huge hole in the ice was not filled up. The bottomless hole was like the heart of the sea, a heart that had been hollowed out. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were sealed in ice here, along with Han Yunqi's ice crystals. Gu and Rue waited by the shore for a long time. When they saw that there wasn't much movement, they went back down to search. They didn't find Yen, but they did find the hole in the ice. Yen, father, mother, are you down there? Rue shouted. Long Fei Yi, poison lass, are you down there? Gu shouted as well. Unfortunately, the only response they received was an echo. Rue guard them. I'll go down and take a look. Gu said seriously. Rue nodded, but as soon as Gu Qishao jumped in, Rue followed closely behind. Gu Qishao had no chance to stop him. The two fell for a while before finally reaching the bottom. The bottom of the ice cave was still covered in ice. It was an icy ground. Gu and Rue didn't notice the frozen Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi at first. But when they approached the pool, they noticed something. Father, mother, Rue shouted, pouncing over and crashing into his father's frozen body. He didn't care about the pain as he looked at his father in front of him. He was stunned for a while before looking at Gu. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. His voice was choked in his throat. Father! Gu Qishao couldn't believe what he was seeing. He fell to his knees on the ice and stared at Han Yunqi in the pool, then at the blood-stained Long Fei. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. His eyes were empty, and he couldn't find any trace of his usual smile. After a long silence, Rue finally burst into tears. Father, mother! Gu stared blankly without comforting him. He couldn't even comfort himself. How could he comfort Rue? He slammed into the ice on Han Yunqi's body, but it was to no avail. The ice was like the ice on the ice sea. It couldn't be damaged no matter what. The power of the phoenix, Gu suddenly shouted. Yes, the power of the phoenix. The power of the phoenix can break ice. Rue also came back to his senses. Yen find Yen. Rue and Gu went crazy. They found a group of snow mastiffs nearby and led them to search all over the ice. But after searching all over the ice sea, they couldn't find Yen. Finally, they returned to the ice cave dispiritedly. Godfather, are my parents already? Rui didn't dare to continue. Gu yelled at him fiercely. No. Impossible. Why would the ice sea recover? There must be a reason. There must be. Rui didn't speak again. He slowly leaned down and hugged his father against the ice. After a while, he started to shiver from the cold. Gu didn't have chi to protect his body. He was colder than Rui, but he still forced Rui into his arms to warm him up. He said, be good. Don't scare Godfather. Godfather can't lose you again. Rui was really obedient. He didn't move, but his tears kept falling. Gu kept wiping them away for him. The two of them were silent. They didn't know what to do and didn't think of leaving. Late at night, Rui suddenly broke free from Gu's hands. He cried out in shock, Godfather, my parents aren't dead. I can feel their chi. I can feel it. Rui pounced on his mother and patted her hard. He shouted with all his might, Mother, did you hear me? I'm Rui. Mother. He pulled out the dagger he carried with him and slashed with all his might, trying to break the ice. However, no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't damage the ice. Father, Mother, I know you're still alive. You must be alive. Gu was in disbelief. He pulled the excited Rui and asked seriously, Really? 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 Rui was surprised and excited. He cried out, Father and Mother aren't dead. Not dead. I can feel their true chi. They seem to be in seclusion. Their chi has all gathered together. Gu Qishao was overjoyed. Really, really, really? Could it be that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't die after being frozen? So they could only cultivate their chi in seclusion to resist the cold and hunger while waiting for help? Godfather, let's go find Yen. Quick! The power of the phoenix can destroy this ice. As long as we find Yen, we can save them. Rui was so excited that he was speechless. How could Gu not be excited? The two of them immediately left the ice cave, but Gu Qishao sent something off as soon as they left the cave. He landed on the ice and said cautiously, Rui, there's poison. Where? Rui also knew poison, but he wasn't as sensitive as Gu. Under your feet, Gu murmured. Before Rui could understand, Gu picked him up and ran towards the southern shore of the ice sea. Gu didn't explain, but Rui quickly realized that the poison was spreading from the ice cave and was about to spread to the entire ice sea. Rui didn't dare let his godfather carry him. His godfather was already injured, so he quickly got down and ran on his own. The two used a lot of effort to run to the southern shore and leave the ice sea. They panted as they looked at the black ice sea and stared at each other for a long time. Rui spoke first. How did this happen? Was it Mother's doing? Gu couldn't answer. Why did the ice sea suddenly recover? Why did it turn into a sea of poison? Where did Yen go? What happened to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? Everything happened too suddenly and too strangely. He couldn't understand. He only knew that he couldn't cure the poison in the ice sea. This poison was the water of 10,000 poisons. Could it be that the ice crystal was poisoned and Han Yunqi put it into the poison storage space? So the entire ice sea was poisoned? There was no antidote for the water of 10,000 poisons, and Gu couldn't do anything about it. How did this happen? Rui was helpless. Gu hesitated for a moment and said anxiously, Find the little one. The little one isn't afraid of the water of 10,000 poisons. Gu thought for a moment and pulled Rui saying seriously, Rui remember, Father and Mother are still alive. You have to hold on. Let's find the Grand Tutor and discuss this. Rui nodded seriously. Okay. As long as Father and Mother were alive, he wasn't afraid. Chapter 1365. Gu was more worried about Yen now. Was she alive or dead? Why did the mysterious continent appear in the vortex? What was that mysterious force that took Yen away? Could it be that force that took Yen to the mysterious continent? Gu didn't dare to think too much. His voice trembled as he said, "Return to the camp. I'll send a letter to Gu Beiwet immediately." He was truly afraid. However, he had to hide his fear and despair in front of Ru'er. How could Ru'er hold on if he collapsed? Gu was about to leave when Ru'er pulled him back. "Godfather, your injury." Gu Qishao subconsciously hid his bleeding arm behind his back. His body was no longer mortal, and feeding blood and flesh to the bloodvine seed was quite harmful. Ru'er tore off a piece of cloth and carefully bandaged Gu's wound. He was only 10 years old, but his movements were methodical and precise. He didn't lose out to his father's technique, nor did he lose out to his mother's professionalism. The two of them, one old and one young, were both worried and panicked. They didn't say anything else and hurried back to the camp. Jin Zi and the rest were still there. Jin Zi had already sent out the order for an emergency retreat through eagle messengers. At this time, he had also deployed the men he'd sent out. Tang, Li, and Mu Ling personally led a group of cavalry and prepared to depart to inform the herders of the escape. Meanwhile, Jin Zi and Mu Ling prepared to rush to Winter Crow. The eagle messenger was naturally much faster than them, but in such a dangerous situation, there had to be people in charge in the few big cities to personally oversee the situation. Otherwise, the grasslands would fall into chaos when the herders panicked. Not only would the grasslands north of the snowy mountains fall into chaos, but so would the grasslands south of the snowy mountains. It might even affect all of northern Li and Great Qin. Therefore, Jin Zi didn't mention that the frozen sea was about to collapse, only that there was a plague and that everyone should retreat as soon as possible. Just as Jin Zi and the rest were about to leave, Gu and Ru'er hurried back. Seeing Gu covered in wounds and bloodstains, as well as the blood on Ru'er's face, everyone was frightened. Mu Ling almost fell off her horse. She rushed to Ru'er and burst into tears. She wiped the blood off Ru'er's face as she asked, "Where's your sister? Where are your father and mother? What happened?" Tang Li rushed to Gu and choked on his words. In the end, it was Ning Jing who spoke. "Seventh young master, what's wrong?" Gu Qishao looked at everyone before rushing into the tent to write a letter. Tang Li and Jin Zi hurriedly chased after him. Ning Jing and Mu Ling regarding Ru'er, asking anxiously. When the frozen sea turned into a sea of poison, Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi were frozen under the frozen sea, and Yen-er's whereabouts were unknown. Mu Ling was the first to burst into tears. Tang Li mounted his horse and rushed toward the frozen sea. After sending the letter, Gu Qishao's entire body fell into a daze. It wasn't clear what he was thinking, but he simply fell into a chair in a daze. "Big White!" Mu Ling suddenly exclaimed. "Yes, Big White can do it. Big White is also a poisonous beast." Big White was a poisonous beast raised by Junisia and was immune to many spoilers. Mu Ling said anxiously, "Brother Qi, Big White can cross the frozen sea. Big White can." Gu looked up and murmured, "The frozen sea is poisoned by the water of 10,000 supremes. Now, the mystic ice has become the ice of 10,000 poisons. Other than the little thing, no one can enter." They could only wait at Wuya Mountain. Qin Min fought for 2 days and 2 nights, fighting with the Grim Reaper for Gu Beiwei. Finally, the door opened with a creak. Little Shadow, Peony, and the medicine boy all stood up, but no one dared to rush up and ask, what had she gone through in the past 2 days? Qin Min was extremely haggard. She walked to the door and sat on the steps with her head lowered. Her expression couldn't be seen, but Little Shadow and the others were afraid of her dejected appearance. Little Shadow looked into the room, but the screen blocked his view. He couldn't see his father. How was his father? Was he alive? Or, seeing his mother like this, Little Shadow didn't dare to walk forward. Instead, he subconsciously retreated step by step. He pursed his lips, not daring to cry out loud. Peony was anxious and hurried over to sit beside Qin Min. Young mistress, ooh. Before Peony could finish her sentence, Qin Min looked up at her. Her eyes were no longer red, but tears were streaming down her face. She said, Peony, I really can't bear to leave him. Young mistress, you're crying. Wah. Peony couldn't help but cry. Yes, Qin Min was crying. It had been 10 years she had endured for 10 years, hidden for 10 years. Today, her tears finally flowed out. She cried. She had tried her best. Last night, she had helped Gu Beiwe calm down his true energy. However, in less than an hour, the true energy began to rampage in Gu Beiwe's body again. She couldn't suppress it at all, nor did she know how to do so. Gu Beiwe was unconscious. He had been unconscious ever since. She had been watching over him since last night, but Gu Beiwe still hadn't woken up. Even if the true energy hadn't been suppressed, he should have woken up. She didn't even know where she had gone wrong. She didn't dare to think about it. She didn't even dare to check his breathing. She couldn't accept that she had lost the bet, even if she had already prepared herself to lose when she had decided to take the gamble. She buried her head in her knees and began to sob. Peony also cried. Little Shadow and the medicine boy stood at the side and cried as well. Their sorrowful cries filled the entire courtyard and the entire boundless mountain. However, after a while, Little Shadow and the medicine boy stopped crying. After a while, Peony also stopped crying. They looked at the door in disbelief. Gu Beiwe was standing at the door. Little Shadow rubbed her eyes in disbelief. When she looked carefully again, she really saw her father standing at the door. He was so pale, so weak yet so gentle. It was her father. She couldn't be wrong. Her father was fine. Everyone was stunned. Only Qin Min was still burying her head in her knees and sobbing. It was as if she wanted to cry out all the forbearance, suppression, and pain that she had endured for the past 10 years. Gu Beiwe walked over step by step, his brows furrowed. He stood behind Qin Min and listened to her sobbing. For the first time, his heart hurt so much. It hurt as if a knife was cutting it. He sat down beside Qin Min. However, Qin Min was immersed in her grief, as if she would never wake up. She didn't notice the movement beside her. Qin Min, Gu Beiwe called out with heartache. Qin Min still didn't notice. Gu Beiwe looked at her helplessly. His heart ached, and he didn't know what to do. He looked at her for a long time. In the end, he sighed softly and reached out to pull her into his arms. Qin Min, don't cry. I'm still here, he said calmly. Qin Min's body immediately froze. She wanted to struggle out and raise her head, but she didn't dare to move. She was afraid that if she moved, this beautiful dream would be shattered. She didn't dare to cry out loud. However, her tears couldn't stop flowing. After a while, Gu Beiwe's chest was wet. Qin Min, don't cry, okay? Gu Beiwe was anxious. He was really anxious. He looked at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was crying and laughing at the same time. She didn't answer him and ran away. 10 years. This was the first time the Grand Tutor held Miss in his arms. There was no other reason other than that he couldn't bear to see her cry. 10 years. Finally, he didn't hear that rude. Finally, it wasn't an act. Xiaoyao clearly wanted to laugh, but she stood at the side and cried her eyes out. Gu Beiwe was completely flustered. If Qin Min continued crying like this, her eyes would be damaged. Qin Min, take it that I'm begging you. Don't cry, okay? It's all my fault. You blame me and scold me. Don't cry, okay? He had never tried to persuade anyone like this. Even when facing his master, he had never coaxed her like this. Qin Min, say something, okay? Helpless. Qin Min was indifferent. He could only lift her chin and force her to look up. When Qin Min saw Gu Beiwe, she became clear-headed. However, she wasn't completely clear-headed. She stopped crying and stared at him blankly. Gu Beiwe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He said gently, "I'm fine now. Your acupuncture technique was right. After the vital energy became chaotic, it recovered on its own. I've endured it. Was it a dream?" Qin Min muttered. Gu Beiwa was stunned. Then he smiled helplessly. Just as he was about to answer, Qin Min gently caressed his cheek. Gu Beiwa was a little stiff, but Qin Min's caress was incomparably gentle. Her touch was so real. His face was as cold as his person. Qin Min knew that this wasn't a dream. It was real. She looked at him for a long time before she muttered, "Since you're fine, then I have to go." Gu Beiwa seemed to have forgotten about this. He was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Qin Min suddenly hooked her arms around his neck, pressed him down, and kissed him on the lips. Gu Beiwa was surprised and even terrified. However, he didn't push her away. He only stiffened and didn't move. He let her linger on his lips, and even let her invade his mouth and entangle him. Qin Min's kiss was jerky but intense. She kissed until tears streamed down her face, but she was incomparably emotional. She kissed until her liver and intestines were cut to pieces, but she was willing to do so. Gu Beiwa was still stiff, but after a while his hands finally moved. One of his hands gently hugged Qin Min's waist, while the other slowly supported the back of Qin Min's head. He carefully tilted his head slightly, as if he was trying to find a comfortable angle. When he tilted his head, Qin Min sensed it. Qin Min stopped abruptly. She looked at him, her heart thumping wildly. She didn't think that she would be so impulsive. She also didn't think that he would respond to her. Oh God, what did she do? She looked at the man in front of her in panic. The man in her heart was like a god. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. He also looked at her. There was no emotion in his gentle eyes, except for a little helplessness. He leaned over and gently locked his lips with hers. It was jerky, but also like he was testing her. The kiss was especially careful and gentle, just like his character. This kiss was lingering and delicate. Would such a man really turn into a wolf one day? In the end, it was Gu Beiwa who ended the kiss. Qin Min completely lost control and all her strength. She laid weakly in Gu Beiwa's arms. Even if only death awaited her, she would be satisfied. Gu Beiwa gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said mildly, "Qin Min, stay okay?" Qin Min was really flattered and looked at him in disbelief. Although she was surprised, she couldn't help but ask, "Why?" At least there should be a reason. Chapter 1366. Qin Min wanted a reason. Gu Beiwa thought for a long time before saying, "I want to eat the longevity noodles you cook." What was the reason? Was it a confession? Was it a lover? Or a relative? Qin Min didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but that kiss was enough for her. Whether it was a lover or a relative, they were all his people. She choked with sobs and said, "Gu Beiwa, I'm willing to cook for you every year." Could this be considered her confession? None of this was important. Qin Min hugged Gu Beiwa tightly and buried her head in his chest, as if she wanted to confirm again whether this was a dream or reality. Little Shadow kept looking at his parents. When he saw his parents kissing, he blushed, but he also kept looking. If it was any other time, he would definitely cover his eyes. But this time he kept smiling foolishly as he watched, smiling through his tears. When he saw his mother leave his father's embrace, Little Shadow dashed over and plunged into his father's embrace, wiping his snot and tears on his father's body. The greatest comfort for a child was not words, but a hug. A tight hug to let the child know that you're here. Gu Beiwa hugged Little Shadow tightly and stroked his back, silently. At this time, Little Thing, who had almost fainted from crying, also pounced over and rubbed against his young master's chest. Qin Min took Gu Beiwa's pulse seriously and found that the true qi in his body had calmed down smoothly. If he could master the secrets of cultivating true qi and control it well, his martial arts would definitely improve greatly. It must be known that this true qi was given to him by Han Chen and Long Fei Yi. It was something that could only be found by chance. That night, under Little Shadow's insistence, Gubeiwa and Chin Min lay on the same bed. Little Shadow was lying between them, holding their hands and refusing to sleep. Chin Min slept innermost, Little Shadow slept in the middle. Gubeiwa slept outside, and Little Thing stayed by Little Shadow's side, sticking close to its young master. Gubeiwa and Chin Min couldn't slip away. It was only in the middle of the night, when the Little Shadow finally fell asleep, that they smiled at each other. Chin Min was about to get up when Gubeiwa said calmly, "Go to sleep. You've been tired out these past few days." Chin Min was really tired. It wasn't just these few days. It could be said that he rarely had a good night's sleep in the past few years. "Go to sleep. You still need to rest. Peony and I will keep watch outside. Call us if you need anything." In the end, she was a woman who was easily satisfied. Perhaps she was extremely easy to satisfy when it came to him. Even if he asked her to stay, even if they had kissed, she still didn't dare to break their long-standing habit. Gubeiwa saw how tired she looked, and a look of pity flashed past his eyes. He said gently, "Sleep well. I'll watch over you." Chin Min did not lie down and insisted on getting off the bed. In the end, Gubeiwa's 2 words made her obediently lie down beside the Little Shadow. Gubeiwa said, "Be good." That night, Gubeiwa watched over the Little Thing, watched over the Little Shadow, and watched over Chin Min. They passed the night peacefully. The next morning, Gubeiwa wrote a letter and sent it out by eagle. In his heart, he was naturally worried about Han Yunshi's 10-year promise. 2 days ago, the decisive battle at the frozen sea had already begun. He didn't know what the situation was now. Not only did Gubeiwa send out the letter, but after breakfast, he also instructed Chin Min to bring the Little Shadow back to the imperial capital before he got up and rushed to the frozen sea. Chin Min saw Gubeiwa's worry and her heart ached. He had just recovered from a serious illness, but he had to travel thousands of miles to the frozen sea. How could her heart not ache? However, she didn't stop him. Since the Shadow Clan could protect the imperial family with their lives, what was this little bit of worry? She didn't know how much she understood this man, but she knew that in his heart he had Han Yunshi, the Long Fei Yi, the entire imperial family, and the entire Great Qin Empire. His heart was too big, so big that she couldn't do anything about it, nor did she dare to extravagantly ask to have it all for herself. She only wanted to have a place in his heart for her, the Little Shadow and himself. "Daddy, I want to go too." The Little Shadow was jumping for joy. He hadn't seen the Crown Prince and Princess Yen for a long time, and he really missed them, especially Yen. If he hadn't been so focused on his father's illness these days, he definitely wouldn't have gotten used to not having Yen by his side. Gubeiwa hesitated. At this moment, Peony hurried over. "Grand Tutor, there's a letter for you from Northernly. It must be news of victory." The Little Shadow was overjoyed. In his heart, whether it was the Emperor or the Empress, they would never lose. Gubeiwa opened the letter, and his face instantly paled. He took a few steps back and almost fell. The thin letter kept trembling because of his trembling hands. Chin Min was alarmed. What kind of bad news could make a calm and steady person like Gubeiwa so shocked? She hurriedly asked, "Something happened?" The Little Shadow directly snatched the letter. After reading it, he was so frightened that he threw it away. "It's fake. Daddy, this must be fake." The letter said that there was an unforeseen event in the Battle of the Ice Sea. The Emperor and Empress were frozen under the Ice Sea, and the Ice Sea became poisonous. Princess Yan's whereabouts were unknown to this day. After reading the letter, Chin Min's expression changed drastically. How could this be? She covered her mouth, not knowing what to say. This matter was too serious. Gubeiwa supported himself on a nearby table to steady himself. Chin Min clearly saw him take deep breaths, and clearly saw the unconcealable grief in his eyes. He stared blankly into the distance, but didn't stay in a daze for long. He turned back to look at the Little Thing, who still didn't know what had happened, and suddenly said loudly, "Little thing, go!" Quickly. The little thing was originally lying lazily on the ground, but after hearing the young master's incomparably stern voice, it immediately jumped up and onto his shoulder. Gubeiwa left just like that without any explanation, and Qin Min and the little shadow couldn't speak to him either. "Mother, I'll go with Daddy. You go back to the capital first." The little shadow said seriously, "Be careful. Go quickly." Qin Min said anxiously. The little shadow immediately chased down the mountain, chasing after his daddy. Although he couldn't catch up to his daddy, he wouldn't lose him either. Gubeiwa was indeed so anxious that he had lost his mind. It was only until a day later that he realized that the little shadow had been chasing after him. He stopped to wait for the little shadow, and after a short rest, he immediately set off again. When Gubeiwa brought the little shadow and the little thing to the shore of the ice sea, it was already more than 10 days later. Rue, Gu, and the rest had also been waiting by the shore for more than 10 days. Apart from Jin Zi, who had pulled himself together a little, everyone else was in despair. Jin Zi deployed some of his trusted aides to secretly search for Princess Yan's whereabouts on the southern shore of the ice sea and even the nearby grasslands. Unfortunately, there was no news of Princess Yan after more than 10 days. The reason for the secret search was naturally due to Jin Zi's considerations. There were very few people who knew about the 10-year agreement between the Empress and the eldest miss of the Wolf sect. They were the only ones who knew that the Empress and the Emperor were frozen under the ice sea. This matter absolutely could not be leaked, or the Great Qin would fall into chaos. After all, the Crown Prince was only 10 years old. It was currently sunset, and the afterglow of the setting sun scattered on the black ice, illuminating the entire surface of the ice sea to be exceptionally sinister and terrifying. Rue, Gu, Ningjing, Tang Li Muling, and Jin Zi were all squatting by the shore of the ice sea, silent. Whether it was waiting or accompanying, they were all thinking about Yan, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Perhaps they were still stubbornly unwilling to believe the truth in front of them. Suddenly, Gubeiwa's voice came from behind. Rue, Rue, was the first to turn around, and everyone else followed suit. They saw Gubeiwa standing behind them, with Liling and Lil Thing by his side. Rue, had stopped crying for several days, but when he saw the Grand Tutor, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He dashed over, and just as Gubeiwa squatted down, he threw himself into Gubeiwa's arms. Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was different to Gu. He was different from others, even from Gu. In the entire world, other than his father, only the Grand Tutor could give him a sense of security, and only the Grand Tutor could give him support. Han Yunxi had even been jealous about this, and asked Rue, so in your heart, Mother is inferior to the Grand Tutor? Rue was right. Mother is a woman, and Rue needs to protect Mother. I can't rely on Mother. The Grand Tutor is the same as Father. As long as the Grand Tutor is here, Rue won't be afraid even if the sky falls. Rue threw himself into Gubeiwa's arms and started sobbing. He had shed many tears in the past few days, but he had never cried out loud like this. In the Grand Tutor's arms, he couldn't hold it in any longer. In the Grand Tutor's arms, he seemed to have returned to the safest embrace, his father's embrace. Gu and the rest came over, wanting to console Rue. Lil gently stroked Rue's back, wanting to comfort him. However, Gubeiwa motioned for them to keep quiet and back away. He picked up Rue and flew far away, sitting on a large rock. He didn't try to persuade him, and only hugged him tightly, saying gently, "Child, cry if you want. The Grand Tutor is here. Even if the sky falls, the Grand Tutor will hold it up for you." Rue kept crying, as if he wanted to cry out all the depression and grief he had been suppressing for days. In the end, he was tired from crying and fell into a deep sleep. That night, Gubeiwa hugged Rue and let him sleep peacefully. Gu took off his outer robe and covered with it before sitting down beside Gu Beiwe. Tang Li, Ningjing, Muling, and Jinzi also came over and sat around Gu Beiwe and Ruer. Where's Inger? Gu Beiwe's voice was a little hoarse. He was in a hurry to find Yen, and went to the ice sea with Lil Thing. I couldn't stop them. Jinzi said. Gu Beiwe didn't say anything. He didn't have to worry about Lil Thing and Lil Shadow. Gu Beiwe told him the details of the entire incident, while Jinzi recounted the results of the search over the past 10 days. Gu Beiwe listened carefully, his brows furrowing more and more. Compared to everyone else's grief, Gu Beiwe was very calm. Aside from the time he'd revealed a helpless expression on Boundless Mountain, he was as calm and rational as ever. Gu didn't say a word after telling them the whole story. He sat on the side and looked askance at Gu Beiwe. He really didn't understand how Gu Beiwe's heart worked. How could he still be so calm as to calm everyone down and analyze the situation? He said that the ice sea had turned into a poison sea and that the water of 10,000 poisons had no antidote. At the very least, Cloud Realm Continent and Profound Sky Continent were forever cut off from each other. The Poison Sea was the safest barrier in Cloud Realm Continent's northern borders. He said that the Emperor and Empress being sealed in ice and Princess Yan's disappearance couldn't be leaked. Preparations for the Crown Prince's ascension had to be made in secret. He said that the Emperor and Empress were still alive, so everyone had to pull themselves together and protect the Great Qin Empire until they broke through the ice and returned. He was very rational, but when Lil Thing brought him into the ice cave the next morning, he finally lost his cool. Chapter 1367. Lil Thing and Little Shadow searched the ice for an entire night but couldn't find any trace of Yen. Little Shadow almost went to the shores of the frozen sea to search for her on the mysterious continent. However, he held himself back in the end. He knew that his father wouldn't give up looking for Yen, and didn't want to cause trouble for him at this time. When he and Lil Thing returned, Rue was already awake. His tears were still wet, but he was much stronger than before. Lil Thing transformed into a tall snow wolf and walked towards Rue. It crouched in front of Rue, and rubbed its head against Rue's feet as if comforting him. Rue rubbed the wolf's head and immediately sat on its back. Gu Beiwe followed. Gu and Tang Li wanted to go as well, but they didn't fight with Gu Beiwe. They just waited quietly. The snow wolf carried Gu Beiwe and Rue across the blackened ice and headed straight for the center of the frozen sea. Last night, it had brought Little Shadow to that hole. Only Little Shadow knew that it had been wailing inside for a long time. The first thing Gu Beiwe noticed when they entered the hole was that the ice below was white. The frozen sea was covered in ice, and the poisoned area was only 3 feet below the surface. Although it was only 3 feet, it was enough to stop anyone on the mysterious continent. Grand Tutor, my father and mother are here, Rue said in a choked voice. Gu Beiwe looked back to see Rue and the snow wolf hugging each other on a large piece of ice. He strode over and took a closer look. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could vaguely make out Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's faces and their tightly clasped hands. His heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly looked away. He didn't make a sound for a long time, only looking up and widening his eyes. He was quiet for a long time until Rue called out timidly, "Grand Tutor." Only then did he turn back with a gentle and calm expression. He knelt down and pulled Rue up from the ice, saying gently, "Don't be like this. Your parents won't bear to see you catch a cold. Be good they're still alive. You know that." Rue nodded seriously. He had felt his parents' chi the moment he came down. They were really cultivating, he was sure. At this moment, the snow wolf suddenly let out a low cry and crawled up. Gu Beiwe and Rue looked over, only to see the snow wolf vanish into thin air. Both Gu Beiwe and Rue gave a start, but Rue quickly exclaimed, "Mother! Mother must have taken Lil Thing. It must. Mother knows that we're here. She knows that the little thing is here. Rue-ers, you're here, Mother. You know that we're here. You know that, right? You and Father will be fine, right? Mother, can you please answer me? Yes, yes. Rue-es, I beg you. As soon as he spoke, the snow wolf appeared out of thin air. It had clearly been released from the poison storage space. Rue! I was pleasantly surprised as he pulled Gubeiwa to tears and laughter. He was so excited that he was about to jump up. Grand Tutor, my mother can hear us. She answered me. She really did answer me. The snow wolf rubbed against the ice as if trying to tell Gubeiwa and Rue, or that Mama Yunchi wasn't dead and could sense them. Gubeiwa knelt down and placed a hand on the ice, resting it on Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi's interlocked fingers. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, this subordinate has returned from the gates of hell. This subordinate will protect the Great Qin and assist the Crown Prince and Princess. When you return from the ice, I'll avenge. Blood. Enmity. Gubeiwa's last 3 words were especially harsh, his gentle eyes flashing with a frightening viciousness. He wasn't sure if Han Yunchi didn't have the strength to put the poisoned ice back into the poisoned storage space, or if she didn't want to. But he was clear that the poisoned ice sea was the best way to protect the Great Qin Empire and buy time for revenge. No one from the mysterious continent could offend Cloud Realm Continent, while they could use Lil Thing to sneak in. No matter whether the 3 clan heads spread the news of their invasion, the changes in the ice sea would definitely attract the attention of the mysterious continent. This sea of poison could help them block all of Shen Kong's troubles. Perhaps Han Yunchi could cultivate her 10th rank phoenix energy and break out of the ice herself. Or perhaps they could only wait for Yen. As for the secrets of the ice crystals and whirlpools, they could only wait for Han Yunchi and Long Fei Yi to break out. No matter what, they were still alive. If they could protect Cloud Realm Continent's northern borders, he and Rue would have nothing to worry about. After Gubeiwa and Rue left, Gu, Tangli, and the rest all told the Snow Wolf Camel and the others to visit Han Yunchi and the rest in the ice cave. Once they were done, they all left with red eyes. Some people's grief was written in their eyes, while others hid it in their hearts. Besides his silence in the ice cave, Gubeiwa was as calm and rational as ever, decisive and resolute. He made a prompt decision and had Lil Thing take Gu across the ice sea to the mysterious continent to find Yen. If Yen wasn't in the ice sea or the southern shores, she might be on the northern shores. There had to be a reason why the whirlpool had shown the image of Jinyang City. Gu hadn't spent the past few years in the mysterious continent for nothing. His business in medicinal ingredients had grown bigger and bigger. Not only was he familiar with the continent, but he also had many connections. He was the most suitable person to handle this matter. Immediately, remember, find Su Xiaoyu as soon as possible. The wolf sect can't fall into anyone else's hands, Gubeiwa said seriously. Han Xiang was dead, so Han Chen's barrier was most likely a dead one. The wolf sect no longer had a leader. As Han Chen's only disciple, Su Xiaoyu naturally had the right to compete for the position of sect master. Moreover, that girl's skills and personality made it possible for her to take over the wolf sect as well. No matter what, they had to protect the wolf sect. It was their most basic guarantee of military strength in the mysterious continent. After some hesitation, Gu walked to Gubeiwa's side and murmured, "I'll find Ningcheng for help. How about it? Let him help find someone and guard against the 3 great clans?" Gubeiwa had already guessed that Ningcheng was on the mysterious continent. When Ningcheng had used the pseudonym Ningcheng to warn Long Fei Yi about Lu Zheng's plan to smuggle salt, it meant that Ningcheng was most likely hiding in Wintercrow and working with Lu Zheng. Later, Lu Zheng had fled to the mysterious continent, and Jin Zi had taken over Wintercrow. Long Fei Yi had sent men to search the entire country, but hadn't found Ningcheng. At that time, The two of them had guessed that Ning Cheng had gone to the mysterious continent with Le Zheng. Gu Beiwei was about to nod when Gu Qishao lowered his voice again. Ning Cheng married the Shangguan clan's daughter of the first wife and founded the Xiankong Trade Consortium. He's rich and imposing and relies on the fact that the Shangguan clan is a power in the south. It's easy to ask him to do things. Gu Beiwei was shocked. Really? Really? If we can find Su Xiaoyu to take over the wolf sect and join forces with the Shangguan clan, at least the south of the mysterious continent will be our territory. Gu's voice was full of ruthlessness. In his life, he'd never thought about fighting for anything other than his hatred for Medical City. Now he wanted nothing more than to take over the entire mysterious continent to avenge Poison Girl, Long Fei Yi and Rui'er, and Yan'er. He'd been on the mysterious continent for so long that he'd seen Ning Cheng several times from afar. He just pretended not to know and didn't tell Long Fei Yi, nor did he disturb him. Ning Cheng, Gu Beiwei muttered to himself. After a while, he told Gu Qishao, "Help me pass on a message to him. Just say, I've been preparing wine for him and His Highness the entire time." Only Gu Beiwei knew about the drinking contest between Long Fei Yi and Ning Cheng. Long Fei Yi had told Gu Beiwei after Jinzi took over Winter Crow. Even Han Yunqi didn't know about this. Gu knew that Ning Cheng loved wine, so he didn't think too much about it and nodded. "All right, I'll definitely pass on the message." Little Shadow clenched his fists. Seeing that his seventh uncle was about to leave, he mustered his courage and said loudly, "Daddy, I want to go with seventh uncle to find Yan. Can I?" Before Gu Beiwei could say anything, Gu pulled Little Shadow over. "Of course. Nanchin, this is your duty. The Shadow Clan's duty." Gu Beiwei kept these words to himself and didn't tell Little Shadow. He nodded and said gently, "Listen to your seventh uncle. You must be mischievous." Little Shadow was overjoyed and ran over to Rui'er. "Your Highness, Shadow will do his best. You take care." Rui'er didn't say anything. He hugged Shadow tightly and let go immediately. After Gu and Little Shadow left, Gu Beiwei took Rui'er and everyone else to leave. Before they left, everyone looked towards the frozen sea at the same time, their hearts filled with pity. "Mu Ling are choked out, with brother-in-law accompanying my sister. Everyone can relax. They won't be lonely." Tang Li sniffled, but still managed to laugh. "Let's go. There's no point in us staying here. It's not like you don't know my brother. He won't appreciate it, even if we stay here until we die. He only wants my sister-in-law to accompany him." Gu Beiwei thought of their tightly interlocked fingers, his heart filled with emotions. He whispered to Rui'er in his arms, "Let's go. Grand Tutor will accompany you." After returning to the capital, the first thing Gu Beiwei did was to find the tiger tally in Han Yunqi's hands and take control of the military. At the same time, he pretended to follow Long Fei Ye's imperial edict and replace the Minister of Revenue with someone he absolutely trusted. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi rushed to the promise of 10 years without informing anyone in the imperial court. Instead, they used the excuse of seclusion to practice martial arts as an excuse to leave the affairs of the imperial court to a few trusted ministers. Gu Beiwei continued to use this excuse until he made sufficient arrangements in the imperial court and had sufficient confidence to deal with the coup. Only then did he announce an imperial edict in the name of Long Fei Yi. The general content of this imperial edict was that Long Fei Yi would take Han Yunqi to live in seclusion in the mountains and pass on the throne to Crown Prince Xianyuan Rui. Grand Tutor Gu Beiwei would be appointed as regent and assist the Crown Prince in governing the country until the Crown Prince turned 16. When this imperial edict was announced, the entire Great Qin Empire was in an uproar. All the civil and military officials knelt in front of the Xianlong Palace for several days and nights, begging to see Long Fei Yi. Gu Beiwei did not stop them and let them kneel. Of course, there were many who suspected that something had happened to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, and that he had no choice but to pass on the throne to the Crown Prince. Some even suspected Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwe didn't pay any attention to the rumors. He controlled the Great Qin Empire's military and the Great Qin Empire's national treasury. He had long since made preparations to deal with a rebellion. Arguing was a waste of time. Those who believed him would naturally believe him. Those who did not believe him would not believe him, no matter how much he explained. As for those who did not believe him, he did not waste his breath. Instead, he used enough confidence and capital to convince them. All these years, Gu Beiyue's assistance to Long Fei Yi had not been in vain. All these years, Gu Beiyue's dedication to the Great Qin Empire had not been in vain. In this change of the throne, there were many who opposed it, but there were also many who believed in it. In just half a year, Gu Beiyue had firmly secured the position of regent with a gentle attitude and decisive methods. It was because of his firm position that Rue could sit on the throne. Think about it. Those who opposed it, those who said they wanted to see Long Fei, did they really want to see Long Fei? Or were they just using the excuse of wanting to see Long Fei to rebel? Chapter 1368. In the midst of this revolution, Gu Beiyue secretly sent people to spread rumors about Long Fei and Han Yunqi's travels through the mountains and rivers. For example, some people said that they had seen Long Fei Yi and his wife, and some people said that they had been cured by Han Yunqi. Rumors were terrifying not only because they could distort truth, but because they could also cause people to spread false information. As soon as Gu Beiyue spread these rumors, there were many different versions of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. As time passed, most people started to believe that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were in some corner of Great Qin. It had to be said that these rumors, in a certain sense, had a shocking effect on some of the restless people in the court. With Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi still around, those people naturally didn't dare to be too impudent. Half a year had passed, and Gu and the Little Shadow had gone back and forth between the mysterious Sky Continent and the Cloud Realm many times, but they still hadn't brought back any news about Yan'er. However, Gu had already contacted Ningqing and told Ningqing everything. He had also found Xiao Yu'er. After hearing about this, Xiao Yu'er, who was still training, immediately rushed back to the wolf sect. She used a duel to kill a few of Han Xiang's subordinates and took out Han Chen's command medallion, announcing that she would temporarily take over the wolf sect. Even though they had been searching for Yan'er for half a year without any results, Ningqing and Su Xiaoyu didn't give up and continued to secretly ask about her. After stabilizing Great Qin's situation, Gu Beiyue personally went to the mysterious continent and secretly met with Gu, Ningqing, and Su Xiaoyu. The four of them talked for a day and a night. Half a year later, Gu Nanchen, Jinling, and Tang Hongdou were secretly sent to the mysterious continent. As for where they were sent and what they were going to do, that was a secret. Both Shang'er and the Shangguan clan's Shangguan Zhe knew Ningqing's identity. In order to deceive the public, Ningqing's son, Ningyuan, was given the Shangguan family surname, Shangguan Ningyuan, and stayed in the Shangguan family to practice martial arts. In the end, Ningqing still had his guard up. He didn't tell the Shangguan clan master the truth about the ice sea. He only found an excuse to ask about the ice seal cultivation. In the north of the mysterious continent, the Shui clan cultivated their qi by sealing themselves in ice. The process of using one's true qi to defend against the cold was a form of cultivation. When Ningqing found out about this, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep the whole night. Since that was the case, then Rue's senses were right. Long Fei and Han Yunqi hadn't lost their lives, but were using the chance to cultivate instead. Rue remained in the Great Qin Palace, learning how to manage court affairs while diligently practicing his martial arts. Gu Beiyue had set up a trap for both revenge and conquest of the mysterious continent. He was helping Rue, Long Fei, and Han Yunqi at the same time. After sending them off, Rue stood on the southern shores of the ice sea and shouted, "My Xinyuan imperial clan will one day flatten the mysterious continent." Now that the trap was set, all that was left was to wait and work hard. Day after day passed without any news of Yan'er. Still, no one believed that she was dead. According to Little Shadow's words, one had to be strong in life and see the corpse in death. The search had never stopped. Gu and Lil Thing became the key link between the two sides. News of Gu Beiwe and Rui, Tang Li, Ningjing, Jinzi, and Muling, were all brought to the children through Gu. The children's letters were also brought back to Cloud Realm Continent through Gu. After a year of peace, the golden-eyed snow mastiffs all returned, but none of them dared to step foot into the waters. They could tell that the black ice was poisonous. When they saw Gu Qishao, they still wanted to surround and attack him, but as soon as they saw the tall and fierce snow wolf behind him, they all submitted to Gu Qishao. Gu sat by the shore as a large group of golden-eyed snow mastiffs surrounded him. At the very least, they made him look less lonely. Gu and Lil Thing often went into the ice cave to keep Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi company. He would often sit by Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's side for an entire night to talk about the children, his and Gu Beiwe's plans, the state of affairs in the mysterious continent and the great Qin nation. He knew that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi could sense his and Lil Thing's presence, but he wasn't sure if the Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi could hear him. Thus, he told them over and over again, until one day, when he repeated the same thing 5 times, the snow wolf that was crouching beside him to keep him warm suddenly disappeared into thin air. He gave a start before rejoicing. "Poison Lass, is that you? You took Lil Thing away. You can hear me, can't you?" At these words, the snow wolf appeared out of thin air again. Gu was even more certain that Poison Lass was replying to him. Thus he added, "Poison Lass, if you can hear me, then take Lil Thing away." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the snow wolf disappeared again. Gu was pleasantly surprised. He suddenly realized that Poison Lass had a very good way of communicating with him. Thus, he kept asking questions while the snow wolf kept appearing and disappearing. In the end, the snow wolf gave a dissatisfied howl before Han Yunqi didn't put it back into the poison storage space. The snow wolf hadn't fully recovered yet, so it could stay in its wolf form for a long time. Still, it couldn't communicate with Mama Yunqi's consciousness. Even so, it could still sense Mama Yunqi's emotions. Mama Yunqi was clearly making Gu nag, but Gu was having fun on his own. Now she was dragging him down with her. Seriously. He'd repeated the same thing 5 times. It was hard to tell what Papa Long was feeling right now. Gu saw that the snow wolf was unhappy and assumed that Poison Lass was tired. He didn't ask any more questions, but hugged the snow wolf and fell asleep in satisfaction. From then on, Gu had one more thing to do besides dealing in medicinal ingredients and being a messenger. That was to communicate with Poison Lass from time to time. Later on, he even brought Rui, and Gu Beiwe over. Rui wished he could stay in the ice cave forever, but he knew the burden on his shoulders was heavy. He didn't dare disturb his father and mother's cultivation, so he could only come once every 2 months. After Gu Beiwe was made Prince Regent, he moved out of the Grand Tutor's estate to live in the palace. After Little Shadow was secretly sent to the mysterious continent, only Qin Min was left by Gu Beiwe's side. Over the past few days, Gu Beiwe had been busy rushing about. Even though Qin Min was by his side, chances to see him were few and far between. At the end of the year, Gu Beiwe finally had a few days of leisure. He personally wrote a letter to invite Tang Li, Ningjing, Jinzi, and Muling to the palace to spend the new year with Rui. At first, Gu Beiwe had only planned to send Rui and a few of his confidants to the mysterious continent. However, Tang Li and the others took the initiative to send Tang Hongdo and Ling. So Gu Beiwe had no choice but to agree. It was impossible not to miss the children during the new year. However, Tang Li and the others didn't mention anything about bringing the children back. After all, the children were going to the mysterious continent to change their names and learn martial arts. They were going there for revenge and to follow Rui to conquer the mysterious continent in the future. How could they come back so easily? Qin Min missed Little Shadow, but also didn't dare to ask to see her. On New Year's Eve, Qin Min personally cooked a table of dishes. Tang Li and the others also came, but Rue was nowhere to be seen. In the end, Gu Beiwe found a letter in Rue room. Rue, on the other hand, had gone to the ice sea to accompany his parents. He had even prepared red packets for everyone in the name of his parents. Gu Beiwe sighed. That's good too. After Rue left, Gu Beiwe and the other 6 adults spent the new year together. After the reunion dinner, everyone chatted for a while before returning to their rooms. Qin Min sat in the courtyard and couldn't help but miss Little Shadow. She wondered how the child was doing on the mysterious continent. Did she still miss Yan-a? Did she still secretly cry? She sat for a while before getting up to return to her room. She lived in the main room while Gu Beiwe lived in the side hall of the mysterious dragon palace most of the time. He would occasionally come for dinner, but never stayed overnight. She thought that Gu Beiwe had left, but just as she was about to enter the room, she saw Gu Beiwe walk out. "It's so late. Why aren't you?" She was about to speak when there was a loud bang behind her. She subconsciously looked back and saw that in the dark night sky, gorgeous fireworks were blooming. It was extremely beautiful. Fireworks! She walked out and stood under the fireworks in the sky, looking up at the sky. It was as if she had returned to that night in Ningzhou City. That night, for the first time, she realized that she couldn't bear to leave him. She looked back at Gu Beiwe and smiled gently. Gu Beiwe grinned and said, "Keep the money well." Qin Min didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect him to still remember after so many years. She walked over and said, "Gu Beiwe, I don't want the money. Stay and spend the new year with me, okay?" It was the new year. She couldn't bear to spend it alone, and she couldn't bear to let him spend it alone in the side chamber. She had chess in her room, and she could play chess with him. A game of chess was enough to pass the night. She was about to say something, but unexpectedly Gu Beiwe agreed. "Okay, I'll accompany you." She was overjoyed. She wanted to ask for a bargaining chip, but Gu Beiwe suddenly carried her in his arms and turned to walk into the room. This Gu Beiwe. Could it be that he had misunderstood? Did he think that she wanted to spend the night with him? Her heart started to pound. She could have explained, but she didn't want to. Gu Beiwe had indeed misunderstood Qin Min's intentions. He set her down on the bed and sat by her side to look at her. Qin Min's heart raced and her face turned red. But even so, she still asked, "Gu Beiwe, will you not reject anything that I ask for?" If she didn't say it, he would never do it. But if she said it, he would immediately satisfy her. Was it like this? Gu Beiwe didn't answer and sealed her lips with a kiss. His kiss was as gentle as ever. His actions were as gentle as his kiss, and as awkward. He was obviously awkward, but when his hands covered her most sensitive and prideful part, she couldn't take it and trembled all over. She even curled up. She really couldn't take it, not for anything else, but because it was him. It was Gu Beiwe. Because it was him. She was completely immersed in it. Because it was him, she didn't ask for any more answers. Because it was him, she was trembling the entire time. It was like a dream, and she couldn't believe it. Gu Beiwe. Oh, Gu Beiwe. Even if you pampered me 100 times, I would still be nervous, trembling, and in disbelief. Even if we were one, I still couldn't get close to you. That night, Qin Min curled up in Gu Beiwe's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Gu Beiwe didn't answer her question either. However, from that night onwards, Qin Min had truly become Gu Beiwe's wife. This was an indisputable fact. On New Year's Eve, some people were lively, some were quiet, some were warm, and some were cold. In the Gu family's residence in Jinyang City on the mysterious continent, Gu Fian, who had fallen into a coma a year ago, suddenly woke up. Gu Fian was the granddaughter of the Gu family. She was exceptionally talented, and the elders in the family liked her since she was young. The Gu family and the Qi family had been on good terms for generations, and Gu Fian was also engaged to the Qi family's eldest grandson, Qiu. A year ago, Gu Fian had been unconscious ever since she was rescued after falling into the water. Speaking of falling into the water, it was a little strange. Gu Fian was originally familiar with the water, but for some reason, she sank after falling into the water that day. After the servants rescued her, the maidservant at the side noticed that Gu Fian's clothes were different from the clothes she was wearing before she fell into the water. However, no one believed that the clothes were different. The maidservant was afraid of causing trouble, so she didn't dare to say anything else. She just took it that she had admitted her mistake. Gu Fian was unconscious, and the Gu family had searched all over for famous doctors, but to no avail. After the new year, the Gu family had planned to give up on this granddaughter and send her to the countryside. Who knew that she would wake up on New Year's Eve? Gu Fian, Gu Fian. Who was she? Chapter 1369. It was New Year's Eve. Fireworks were everywhere, and it was extremely lively. The great Qin imperial palace was also decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and fireworks were everywhere. After Long Feiyi, his wife, and their children left, the huge imperial palace was no longer quiet, but cold and cheerless. Fortunately, Gu Beiwei was considerate and had already arranged everything. Even though Ru'er had already prepared the red packets that should be given out before leaving, Gu Beiwei still did some things for Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. For example, he used Long Feiyi's name to give out red packets to the court officials and soldiers at the border. In Han Yunxi's name, he prepared red packets for the servants in the imperial palace and the madams of the imperial capital, and ordered them to be sent out on the first day of the new year. For example, in Han Yunxi's name, he ordered people to send a bunch of things from the south into the imperial palace, such as paper lanterns, fresh flowers, and many fireworks to show the heart's shadow. It was because of this that the imperial palace was so lively tonight. It was also because of this that even the servants in the imperial palace suspected that the retired emperor and empress dowager had already secretly returned to the imperial palace, let alone the people outside the imperial palace. At this time, it was getting closer and closer to midnight, and a new year was about to begin. The sound of firecrackers outside rose and fell, and it was getting more and more lively. Meanwhile, Qin Min was curled up in Gu Beiwei's arms, sleeping peacefully. Perhaps she was tired from her first taste of human affairs, or perhaps the embrace was too warm, but no matter how loud the firecrackers were, they did not wake her up. On the contrary, Gu Beiwei was still awake. He had one hand on Qin Min's pillow and the other hand behind his head. His eyes were wide open, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long silence, he sighed softly. A year is coming to an end, and a person who has not returned for thousands of miles. His originally calm eyes were filled with tears. He was about to get up when Qin Min muttered a few words. It sounded like she was talking in her sleep, but he could not tell what she was saying. He turned to look, and Qin Min moved. She rubbed against him a few times and reached out to hug him. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable, but the corners of his mouth quickly turned up into a faint smile. It was 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts affection. He couldn't move, so he stopped moving. He only carefully brushed away the strands of hair that had fallen on her face, without any intention of getting up. He was sleepless. Listening to the liveliness in the palace, he could not sleep at this moment. Tang Li and Ning Jing, as well as Jinzi and Mu Linger, who were staying in the palace for the night, were still awake. Tang Li and Ning Jing sat on the threshold. Ning Jing was slowly chewing the red bean porridge that Tang Li had personally cooked for her. Tang Li tilted his head and watched her eat. The smile on his face was even sweeter than the red bean porridge. Ning Jing ate a few mouthfuls and then fed a mouthful to Tang Li. Tang Li smiled even more sweetly. "Madam, you've improved." Ning Jing asked expressionlessly, "What do you mean?" Tang Li smiled and said, "You know your husband's hard work and know how to reward your husband." Ning Jing said mildly, Tang isn't here, so she's not used to not being able to feed her." I can only make do and feed you to comfort this madam's longing for her daughter. Tang Li was especially disdainful. My daughter has been eating by herself since she was 3 years old and never let anyone feed her. Ning Jing, you can't slander her behind her back when she's not here. Ning Jing muttered in her heart, You're talking so much nonsense just to eat porridge. She rolled her eyes at Tang Li unhappily and said coldly, I can't finish it. Do you want to eat? Tang Li blurted out, Your appetite is so big. You can obviously finish a big bowl. Ning Jing's expression stiffened when she heard this, but she quickly put on a fake smile. I'm not eating. Shit. Thus, the red bean porridge that was about to reach Tang Li's mouth was immediately taken back by Ning Jing, and she ate it in one big bite. The originally quiet and sweet scene suddenly changed. Ning Jing no longer chewed slowly and ate the rest of the red bean porridge in big mouthfuls. Tang Li couldn't even see it, let alone eat it. Ning Jing finished eating and threw the bowl and chopsticks into Tang Li's hands. Wash up and sleep. She stretched lazily and went into the room. Tang Li stared at the bowl and chopsticks in his hands for a long time before he muttered to himself, Wash up and sleep. Since when did wash up and sleep mean this? Tang Li naturally handed the bowl and chopsticks to the servants. When he returned to the room, he saw that Ning Jing wasn't sleeping but was packing her luggage. Tang Li hurried over and asked with a smile, Are you really angry? Ali, let's go to the ice sea too, Ning Jing said seriously. In the end, she still missed her daughter. Perhaps she could meet Gu at the ice sea and ask about Tang Tang's recent situation. Although Tang Tang and the other two had changed their names and concealed their identities after being sent to the mysterious continent, Gu still reported the children's safety several times in the past year so that they could rest assured. Tang Li stopped smiling and said indifferently, Okay, we can't make it in time for New Year's Eve, but we should still be able to meet Xiao Qi at the Lantern Festival. Gu and the little thing stayed on the ice sea coast and acted as messengers between the two continents. With his personality, he would definitely bother Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi during festivals. He would definitely be at the ice sea on New Year's Eve and the Lantern Festival. Tang Li and Ning Jing left as soon as they said they would. They did not bid farewell to Gu Beiwen in person, but left a note. Tang Li even specially left a red packet for Little Shadow so that Qin Min could accept it on her behalf. However, not long after Tang Li and Ning Jing left the palace, they heard a man and a woman quarreling. The voice was very familiar to them. The woman angrily questioned, Will it kill you to walk slower? Cold, the man's tone was. You're the one who can't walk fast, yet you still complain that I'm slow. The woman continued, You can take 3 steps faster than me in 1 step, yet you still have the nerve to complain that I'm slow. The man said, You're the one who's short, yet you still have the nerve to complain that my legs are long. The woman seemed to be angry and did not say anything for a long time. Tang Li and Ning Jing looked at each other suspiciously and hurriedly led their horses out of the alley. Sure enough, they saw 2 familiar figures not far in front of them. If these 2 were not Mu Ling and Jin Zi, who else could they be? Even though the 2 were quarreling fiercely, Jin Zi still held tightly onto Mu Ling, hand and did not let go. Ning Jing looked at the tightly clasped hands and could not help but burst out laughing. Mu Ling was indeed a little short, while Jin Zi was tall. When Jin Zi took a stride with his long legs, Mu Ling really had to take 3 steps to catch up. Jin Zi held Mu Ling's hand as they walked. One could imagine how hard it was for Mu Ling to keep up. Hearing the movement behind them, Jin Zi and Mu Ling turned back at the same time. What a coincidence, are you leaving too? Ning Jing asked. Sister Jing, we're going to the ice sea. Are you coming? Mu Ling quickly replied. If it were not for the new year with Rue, she and Jin Zi would have already gone to the ice sea. Who knew that Rue would run to the ice sea when they were heading south? She missed her Lil Ling, her sister and brother-in-law, and also missed Chi brother and the little thing. After dinner, she wanted to ask big sister Jing if she wanted to go with them, but she was stopped by Jean Z. Jean Z said something about the fireworks in the city on New Year's Eve and wanted to take a walk with her to see the fireworks all the way to the city gates. She must have been out of her mind back then to believe his nonsense. Just based on the height difference between the two, it was destined that they would not be able to take a walk happily in this lifetime. We're also going to the Ice Sea one. Before Ning Jing could finish, Tang Li interrupted. We're also going to the Ice Sea. We'll leave first. You guys continue. That Brother Jin's legs are really long. Not only did he not persuade them to leave during the New Year, he even let them continue to quarrel. Other than Tang Li, there was no one else. Just like that, Tang Li's cheap words made the situation awkward. No one said anything. Tang Li took this opportunity to immediately get on the horse and pulled Ning Jing up as well, hugging her tightly. See you at the Ice Sea. Tang Li cracked his whip and left with his wife. Lu Jinzi and Mu Ling stood in the same spot, looking at each other speechlessly. What do you mean by that? Ning Jing asked angrily. The thing she regretted the most now was that she did not ask Han Yunqi for some poison to hide. When necessary, she could poison Tang Li to make him mute. Tang Li smiled but did not answer. He cracked his whip a few more times to make the horse run faster. Tang Li stopped. Wait for them. Ning Jing pulled on the reins. Tang Li lowered his head and rested his chin on her shoulder. He said gently, wait for them at the city gates. Ning Jing, I won't say anything. You don't say anything either, okay? Ning Jing really did not know what Tang Li wanted to do, but she was still defeated by his gentle voice. She always found him noisy and talkative, but when he was gentle, she would never get tired of hearing his deep and magnetic voice. Ning Jing really did not say anything. She was quiet and let Tang Li hug her tightly from behind. Tang Li also stopped cracking his whip and allowed the horse to walk slowly under the sky full of fireworks. Finally, Ning Jing noticed the sound of firecrackers that had been bustling around them for a long time. She subconsciously looked up and saw the sky full of fireworks blooming in the night sky. She murmured, so beautiful. Tang Li did not look at the fireworks. To him, it was not the fireworks that were beautiful, but the time. This moment was so beautiful. At this moment, Jean Z had already let go of Mu Linger's hand. He said coldly, forget it, I won't walk with you in the future. Mu Linger felt wronged and almost cried. Unexpectedly, Jean Z squatted down and said in a cold tone, I can't amputate your long legs. I'll carry you in the future, okay? Mu Linger was stunned. She immediately pounced over and climbed onto Jean Z's back. She hugged his neck tightly. That's great. You can't go back on your word. You're a dog if you go back on your word. Jean Z rolled his eyes and stood up. He did not want to say anything, but after weighing Mu Linger, he could not help but say, You've lost weight. From tomorrow onwards, add half a bowl of rice for every meal. Do you think I'm a pig? Mu Linger retorted. Even a pig can walk faster than you, Jean Z said coldly. Are you done yet? Mu Linger was angry again. Unexpectedly, Jean Z replied, I'm not done yet. What do you want? Mu Linger stopped hugging Jean Z's neck. Instead, she strangled him. Jean Z said, nothing. I'd just like to quarrel with you. Mu Linger was stunned, but she quickly pinched him hard. Lame. Jean Z did not say anything. He lowered his head and looked at the road. However, the corners of his mouth silently curled up into a beautiful arc. After a moment of silence, Mu Linger looked up at the fireworks in the sky and muttered, Swear that you'll give in to me when we quarrel in the future. Otherwise, I won't quarrel with you anymore. Jean Z almost laughed out loud, but he held it in and replied coldly, Okay, then we won't quarrel in the future. You. Mu Linger finally realized that she had been tricked. Jean Z finally could not hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Chapter 1370. Jean Z and Mu Linger saw Tang Li and Ning Jing at the city gate. The husband and wife went north together. Ruer rushed for several days and finally arrived at the ice coast. On New Year's Eve there was no moon. On the ice coast, desolate and cold, there was no sign of human habitation. This was like a dark world. No matter which direction you look, it was all black. The sky was black, and the earth was black. There was no end to it. It was dark and silent. Besides the whistling of the north wind, there was no other sound to be heard. Xian Yuan Rui stood on the ice coast, his back straight, standing like a pine tree. He was only 20 years old, but he was a head taller than his peers. Because he practiced martial arts all year round, his body was more robust and refined than his peers. He wore a brocade white casual outfit, a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and a luxurious purple fox for cloak draped over his shoulders. The calmness and arrogance between his eyebrows were exactly the same as the long fei when he was young. He had one hand behind his back and the other hand holding a lantern. In this darkness, there was only a small light in his hand. Although this light was small, the wind could not blow it out. Although this light could not illuminate a corner of the ice sea, it could illuminate his dark and deep eyes, letting him see the long road ahead. Only 1 year. Today's Xian Yuan Rui was no longer the Xian Yuan Rui of the past. 2 years, 3 years, even 10 years later Xian Yuan Rui. Xian Yuan Rui pondered. At this time, there was also a light in the darkness ahead. He looked over, his cold eyebrows finally warmed a little. Perhaps he was much luckier than his father. No one had ever been able to warm Imperial Father's cold heart until Imperial Mother's late arrival. And he had a grand tutor, a godfather, Li Shu and Jin Shu. Also, his father left him a group of advisors, a group of loyal officials, and his mother left him a lot of connections. His heart could always be warmed. His road would not be so lonely. That light was getting closer and brighter. He saw a tall and proud snow wolf carrying a red-clothed man galloping over. On the snow wolf's back was a wide chair covered in several layers of fox fur. 10 large red flags were placed on 3 sides of the chair, and at the end of each chess piece was a large red lantern. Along with the snow wolf's hijacking, facing the wind, the red flag fluttered, the lantern swayed. This scene was really intoxicating. People who didn't know from afar would mistake the snow wolf for a monster. However, Xian Yuan Rui recognized the snow wolf and his godfather Gu at a glance. His face, which had been cold for the past few days, unconsciously blossomed into a long-lost smile. He shouted, "Godfather, little thing!" Gu rode the snow wolf, awe-inspiring, handsome, and awe-inspiring. As soon as he heard Ruer shout, he immediately jumped down from the comfortable and warm foxfur chair and landed on the little thing's back. He grabbed the little thing's ear and signaled it to stop. Unfortunately, the usually obedient little thing tossed Gu Qishao to the back of its head as soon as it saw its little master. Not only did it ignore Gu Qishao's orders, it even shook violently until Gu Qishao almost fell off its back. It galloped over, somewhat unable to stop. It pounced on the little master and directly threw the little master to the ground. Gu, who was standing on its back, suddenly flew forward. Xian Yuan Rui hugged the little thing. 1 person and 1 beast rolled on the snow, completely ignoring Gu. As soon as Gu fell on the snow, the golden eyes snow mastiffs lurking around all came out, surrounding him from all directions. 1 year. For the whole year, this group of golden eyes snow mastiffs could not find a chance to besiege Gu, not for anything else, but because every time Gu sat on the snow wolf's back, majestic and awe-inspiring, the golden eyes snow mastiffs did not dare to approach the snow wolf. They could only stare blankly at Gu, who, as usual, frequently came and went on both sides of the ice sea. Now, the opportunity finally came. Gu looked around, immediately climbed up and pulled out his dagger. Almost at the same time, all the Golden Eyes snow mastiffs rushed over, instantly submerging Gu's figure. After a year, the battle between humans and dogs could be said to be fierce. Although it took some time, Gu Qishao still won in the end. By the time he stood up from the pack of golden-eyed snow mastiffs, he saw Ruer and Lil Thing sitting by the shore, looking at him with interest. He leisurely tidied up his clothes and hairstyle, then walked over and squeezed a seat between Ruer and the little thing. Not to mention, Gu's martial arts had improved. Fighting with a group of golden eyes snow mastiffs, he could actually come out unscathed. He asked, "Ruer, are you hungry?" Xianyuan Ruer replied, "I don't eat dog meat." Gu grabbed the little thing and continued to ask, "Do you eat wolf meat?" Before Ruer could answer, Gu shouted at the little thing, "If you throw me out again, I'll kill you and feed you to the dogs." Ruer's mouth twitched a few times, suddenly not knowing how to answer. When the little thing turned into a snow wolf, its temper also changed. It was no longer a cute and stupid mouse, but a serious and cold wolf. It glanced at Gu from above, disdaining to pay attention to him. If not for the mission, it would not have allowed Gu to put so many flags on it, flaunting across the ice sea. "Godfather, I came to accompany my parents for the new year." Xianyuan Rue said seriously. Gu instantly became serious. He lowered his long and narrow eyes, faintly saying, "Ruer, I'm sorry. Godfather still hasn't found Yenner." "No news is good news," Xianyuan Rue said faintly. He would rather his sister's whereabouts be unknown than her life or death unknown. There must be a reason why Jinyang City appeared in the whirlpool. After the new year, Godfather will go to Jinyang City and search from house to house. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find her. Gu said seriously. Ruer hated that he couldn't find her himself, but he couldn't. He had too many things to do. Although the Great Qin court wasn't a mess, he couldn't throw everything to the Grand Tutor and let the Grand Tutor bear the infamy of usurping the throne. Xianyuan Rue flew onto the snow wolf's back and was about to leave when Gu stopped him. He took out a cloak from the box behind the chair to wrap Ruer up. In the middle of winter, the ice sea is especially cold. He said seriously, "I have qi to protect my body. I'm not afraid of the cold." Xianyuan Rue took off his own cloak. "Godfather, put it on quick." What's with all the nonsense? He's used to going back and forth. It's only half the journey. I won't die from the cold. Gu said impatiently, "If your parents were here, they might even wrap you in 4 or 5 cloaks." Ruer wanted to decline, but seeing his godfather's gloomy face, he could only give up. Since young, how could he not know his godfather's temper? In this year, the Grand Tutor taught him to grow up, taught him to shoulder many things on his own. However, when he was beside his godfather, he suddenly felt that he was back to a year ago, a child again. Ruer's eyes were a little wet. Without saying anything, he wrapped the 2 cloaks tightly and sat on the little thing's back. Gu was satisfied. He also flew up and sat beside Ruer, holding him in his arms. Into the ice sea, Ruer found that his godfather really wasn't afraid of the cold. In this year, his godfather went to the ice sea several times and was really used to it. Many times, being used to it wasn't a terrible thing, but a heart-wrenching thing. "Godfather," Ruer whispered. "What's wrong?" Gu asked curiously. "It's good to have you." Ruer's voice was still very soft, but Gu heard it clearly. He laughed. "Silly child." It was almost dawn when Gu and Ruer arrived at the ice cave. Mystic ice seemed to be able to freeze everything, including time. Nothing had changed here. Han Yunqi was submerged in the frozen waters of the pond, while Long Fei lay sprawled beside her. The 2 of them were still holding hands as they stared at each other. Ning Cheng had actually arrived long ago and was sitting at the side. When he saw Ruer, he immediately stood up and bowed. "Your Highness." Even though Ruer was already the young emperor in the Great Qin, in everyone's hearts, he was still the heir to the empire, and Long Fei Yi was still the master of the empire. "Uncle Cheng," No need to be so courteous, Rueer said seriously. He sat down beside his parents and touched the mystic ice on them. Before he could speak, the little thing beside him suddenly disappeared. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi had put the little thing into her poison storage space. She and Long Fei Yi could hear everyone's voices. They knew Rueer was here. Rueer was so happy that tears were about to fall, but he was still strong. He didn't care about the others and just sat down to talk with his parents. He talked about many things. When the Great Qin was founded, he talked about the mysterious continent. He talked about his longing and everyone's longing. He talked about his sadness and his happiness. In short, whether his parents knew about it or not, he talked about it. In fact, he didn't have to go through the little thing. As he spoke, he could feel the intense changes in his father and mother's true qi. His parents were responding to him in this way. He even found that their qi was much stronger than a year ago, and there were even signs of advancement. He had to admit that this not only comforted him, but also encouraged him. Rueer, who had always been a man of few words, had become a chatterbox. Gu had already gone to sit beside Ningqing. Gu had brought Ningqing over first before picking up Rueer. He knew that Rueer would definitely come tonight. Hey, why aren't you going back to warm your wife's bed? Why are you sitting here like an idiot? Gu asked suspiciously. Since he dared to offend Long Fei Yi, Gu and Ningqing got along very well. Why aren't you looking for a woman to warm your bed? What are you doing here? Ningqing asked in return. Gu laughed. I don't want anyone else but Poison Girl. Ningqing frowned. What did you say? Not only did Gu not say it out loud, he even lowered his voice. I don't want anyone else but Poison Girl. Ningqing looked at him meaningfully and didn't say anything else. Instead, he threw a bunch of fireworks to Rueer and said loudly, Your Highness, let your ears rest. Your Highness the Crown Prince, let your parents' ears rest. Your godfather has already annoyed them to the point of going crazy. Rueer had said enough. He didn't want to repeat the same thing over and over again like his godfather. He picked up the fireworks and lit them all up from the lantern his godfather had specially made. Following the popping sounds, the fireworks flew up and out of the ice cave. They bloomed in brilliant colors in the sky above the ice sea, breaking the darkness and silence of the ice sea. Ningqing and Gu Qishao both rose to their feet and found the fireworks especially beautiful. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi couldn't see the fireworks. Perhaps they were already satisfied to hear Rueer's voice on New Year's Eve. At this moment, the two of them had fainted because they had used too much true qi to interact with Rueer. Although they were frozen, they weren't idle at all. No one in the world wanted to break out of the ice more than they did. Using true qi to protect their bodies from the cold while simultaneously cultivating was a very taxing task. Fainting was actually a common occurrence. When she was in a coma, Han Yunqi would always have a dream. In the dream, Long Fei Yi was there. Long Fei Yi also had the same dream. However, they didn't know that the other party was having the same dream. Even if they knew, they might not be able to tell whose dream it was. What was the point of being so clear? There was no need to differentiate between them. In the dream, Han Yunqi returned to the hospital and stood in front of Mr. Li. Unlike the first time she had this dream, she was nervous, afraid, and sad. At this moment, she only felt heartache for Mr. Li. She said, Long Fei Yi, I'll allow you to cut the queue. No matter which lifetime, no matter how late you are, I'll allow you to cut the queue. Long Fei Yi smiled. No matter which lifetime, I want you to have an empty spot. I don't want an exception. I want to be exclusive. Their fingers intertwined as the two dreams intertwined. Some people were destined to be together. Even in dreams, they could be together. New Year's Eve special feature. I wish everyone a safe and healthy New Year, and hope that everything goes smoothly. Chapter 1371. Bang! Suddenly, a purple firework bloomed above the frozen sea. The Tongning couple and Jinling couple arrived at the north shore of the frozen sea at the same time. They were the ones who sent out the signal. They were waiting for the snow wolf to pick them up. They wanted to see Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, as well as their child. They had missed the reunion night on New Year's Eve, so they couldn't miss the Lantern Festival. Not long after the signal was sent out, a huge white shadow appeared in the darkness in front of them. Gradually it got closer and clearer. It was Lil Thing. Lil Thing, who had transformed into a snow wolf, was tall and mighty. It ran over from afar like an ancient mythical beast descending from the sky. Of course, only when Gu Qishao wasn't riding it did it look so dignified and awe-inspiring. If Gu Qishao wanted to use it as a mount, he'd make it look all gaudy. Putting aside everything else, it was a must to have a big throne on its back. Mu Ling muttered, "That's strange. Where's Qi brother?" Tang Li glanced at her and said, "Your Qi brother will definitely be with my sister-in-law. Don't think about him." As soon as he said this, Ning Jing stepped on Tang Li's foot without batting an eyelid. Then she continued to step on it with all her might. Tang Li was in so much pain that he wanted to dodge. Ning Jing narrowed her eyes. He didn't dare to dodge and obediently let her step on him. Ning Jing gave him a look of disdain and said in a low voice, "That's what you get for talking so much." Jin Zi stood upright behind Mu Ling. He glanced at Tang Li's foot from the corner of his eye and quickly looked away. He pretended not to see it and was even more indifferent to Tang Li's words. His thin and handsome face remained cold. Mu Ling, Ai's greatest happiness in this life was not having a Qi brother, but having a husband who allowed her to talk about Qi brother without hesitation. Only those with a guilty conscience would avoid talking about it. Only those who were truly magnanimous would dare to talk about it. He understood. Mu Linger snorted at Tang Li. "My big sis doesn't need my big brother to keep her company. Tang clan head, just you wait. Once your big brother breaks through the ice, see if he'll take care of you." Tang Li was a little dumbfounded when he heard the words, "My brother, my sister, your brother." He lowered his head, feeling helpless and aggrieved. He really did not mean anything else. It was not that he had a bad mouth. He was just the fastest. Ning Jing was amused. She said to Mu Ling, he doesn't need his brother to deal with him. Your sister is the first one to poison him into a mute." Tang Li muttered, "I'm starting to miss my sister-in-law's mute medicine." His words made Ning Jing and Mu Ling, who were originally laughing, fall silent at the same time. They were all sad. It had been a year. Everyone missed them, especially Rui. At this moment, the snow wolf leaped onto the shore and landed beside them. Mu Ling hurriedly ran over and hugged the snow wolf's neck. "Little thing, long time no see. How are you?" The snow wolf immediately broke free from her hands and walked to the side. It shook the mountain and then raised its head to howl at the moon. It looked mighty, but it was actually arrogant. It quickly returned to Mu Ling, always sighed and rubbed against her affectionately. Only then did it crawl down as if urging them on. Mu Ling, and the rest hurriedly sat on it. The snow wolf turned around and leaped into the ice sea. It sped away and soon disappeared into the darkness. As soon as Mu Ling, and the rest arrived at the ice cave, they were stunned. They saw that the originally cold and dark ice cave had been transformed into a large ice palace, with ice as the outer wall, stone as the inner wall, wood as the pillars, and jade as the decorations. The entire cave was divided into 4 parts. The outer hall, the inner hall, the left and right side halls, and the place where the cave entrance faced was the front yard. It no longer looked like an ice cave, but more like a palace hidden under ice. At this moment, the entire palace hall was filled with lanterns. Each and every one of these lanterns was extremely exquisite and beautiful. However, the flames in the lanterns were not open flames, but luminous pearls. In such a cold place, it was difficult to maintain a flame. This courtyard was filled with sunflowers. Even in the dark, they bloomed brilliantly. Although they were all fake flowers, they were enough to pass off as real, giving people a warm feeling like they were bathing in the sun. Mu Ling, and the rest had not been here for more than half a year. They were very surprised to see all this. However, they did not need to ask to know that other than Gu, no one else could be so extravagant. At this moment, a woman walked out. She was dressed simply and neatly. She was beautiful and playful. She did not look young, but she still gave people the feeling of a young lady. Who is she? Mu Ling, and Ning Jing were shocked. Tang Li and Jin Zi almost protected their wives behind them at the same time. Tang Li said coldly, "Who are you?" The woman smiled and said, "I'm Ning Cheng's wife, Shangguan Jua." Tang Li and the rest came to a realization and relaxed their guard. Of course, they all knew that Ning Cheng had married a wife in the mysterious continent. However, Ning Cheng had not brought her over, so they did not recognize her. Ning Jing was overjoyed. "Sister-in-law, I finally meet you. Where's Yuaner? Is he here too?" Everyone was introducing themselves to each other when the sound of an argument came from the hall. Everyone hurried in and saw two girls, one older and one younger, quarreling. The older girl was about 13 years old. She was clearly a pretty girl, but she was dressed as a man. Her black hair was tied up high, and she wore a sapphire blue robe with a jade belt around her waist. She looked like a handsome and thin youth. The younger girl was about 6 years old. She was petite and wore a light yellow fairy dress. Her hair was combed into 2 simple buns. She was slightly plump and had a chubby little face and big round eyes. She was cute and adorable. The older girl was, of course, the eldest daughter of the Tang sect, Tang Li and Ning Jing's only daughter, Tang Hongdo. The younger girl was Mu Ling, and Jin Zi's daughter, Jin Ling. At this moment, the two of them were looking at each other angrily and arguing nonstop. "Little girl, I'm telling you, I'm definitely going to be a secret agent. I'll never give it to you. I don't care. You have to agree, even if you don't want to." "Io, you little girl, how dare you talk to me like that? At worst, I'll give you half of my money." Hearing this, Jin Zi, who was always expressionless, unconsciously rubbed his nose. A faint smile appeared on his face, full of doting. In this world, he was helpless against his 2 daughters. One was Big Ling, and the other was Little Ling, Mu Ling, couldn't help but say, "Little girl, how long has it been since we last met? You're already planning to buy your father?" Tang Hongdo and Jin Ling both turned around and realized that their parents were here. The two of them didn't have time to quarrel and rushed over. Tang Hongdo threw herself into Tang Li's arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Daddy, you're finally here. I missed you so much." Jin Ling threw herself at Jin Zi and burrowed into his arms as hard as she could. She actually started to cry. She wasn't crying because she quarreled with Tang Hongdo. She was crying because she missed her parents. When she cried, Jin Zi panicked. "Don't cry. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Jin Zi looked at Mu Ling, helplessly. Mu Ling, ignored him and looked up at the sky. She was undoubtedly jealous. Tang Jing looked at Tang Li and his daughter unhappily. Her jealousy was no less than Mu Ling's. Jin Zi couldn't do anything about Jin Ling. He could only carry his daughter to Mu Ling. Mu Ling hugged her daughter and comforted her gently. Ning Jing, on the other hand, didn't wait for Tang Li to carry her daughter to her. She snatched her away herself. Mu Ling and Tang Jing were jealous. They weren't jealous of their daughter, but of their husband. They couldn't understand. They were pregnant for 10 months and painstakingly gave birth to a child. How could they be closer to their father? After a long period of tenderness, the 2 children finally got up from their mother's arms. Little Jin Ling spoke first. "Tang Hongdo, I want to be a spy." "No. What kind of information can a little girl like you get? Who would believe you and hire you?" It would be strange if they don't suspect you. You should learn medicine from your mother and take the pharmaceutical exam of Divine Herbalist Valley. I guarantee that you will be invincible in the world and become famous in one fell swoop. You will become the most valued disciple of Divine Herbalist Valley Master. As long as you make the Valley Master happy, you can sell whatever medicine you want. You can earn a lot of gold ingots. Tell me, why are you fighting with your sister over him? Just like that, Tang Hongdo rambled on and on. Little Jinling couldn't find a chance to interrupt at all. She listened and finally couldn't stand it and covered her ears. Stop! Not to mention little Jinling. Even the adults on the side couldn't stand it and covered their ears. Only Tang Li looked at his daughter and smiled very happily. This daughter and Ning Jing were simply the same. Everything was like Ning Jing, but this mouth was like him. Little Jinling asked her to stop, but Tang Hongdo still didn't stop. Finally, little Jinling cried loudly. Finally, Tang Hongdo stopped. Little Jinling glanced at her and continued to cry without any intention of stopping. The two sisters, one couldn't stop talking and the other couldn't stop crying. When they were together, many times the adults couldn't do anything about it. Tang Hongdo couldn't stand it anymore and covered her ears. She said fiercely, "Enough! I'll let you." Little Jinling was only 6 years old after all. She seemed to be frightened and was stunned for a moment before crying even louder. At this time, a cold and low voice came from the inner hall. "You're all here? What's going on?" Tang Li and the other adults didn't hear the voice clearly for a moment. They all turned their heads and mistakenly thought that the person who walked out was Long Fei Yi. However, the person who came was Ning Qing. He was holding a boy who was about 6 years old, about the same age as little Ling Er. However, unlike little Ling Er's childish and cute appearance, this child stood upright with a serious expression. There was a heroic aura between his brows that didn't match his age. Tang Jing called out, "Big brother." Jinzi explained, "It's nothing. The children are just playing." Little Jinling's crying had already stopped abruptly. Tang Hongdo was so scared that she hid behind her father. Both children were afraid of Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng actually smiled for the first time. He smiled faintly. "Is that so? Come in and play. It's lively." They passed through the main hall and arrived at the inner hall. Here, Gu still hung lanterns all over the place. It was bright and lively. Everyone wanted to come in, but when they really came, their eyes didn't dare to look forward. In front of them, in the frozen pool, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were still holding each other's hands as they looked at each other. The ice was very thick. Only their silhouettes could be seen, but their faces couldn't be seen clearly. But even so, they could still feel their deep affection for each other. They were willing to win each other's hearts, even in life and death. On this white ice, there was a touch of red curled up. It was so red that it was eye-catching, coquettish, and wanton. This was Gu, who was curled up next to the ice and sleeping. He drank wine last night and came back drunk. He chatted with Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi for the whole night. As he chatted, he curled up next to Long Fei Yi and fell asleep. If Ning Cheng hadn't given him the medicine to resist the cold, he would have died from the cold. Mu Ling felt sorry for him. Just as she was about to go over, Gu slowly sat up, stretched lazily, and stood up. Dressed in a red robe, coupled with that peerless face, he lazily got up from the ice like a demon who had just woken up after sleeping for 1,000 years. Actually, he had already woken up, but he was too lazy to get up. He looked at everyone, and his gaze finally fell on little Jinling and Tang Hongdo. His long and narrow peach blossom eyes quickly narrowed, and his smile became even wider. He was indescribably good-looking. Little Jinling and Tang Hongdo immediately rushed over and burrowed into Gu Chishao's arms to complain. "Seventh uncle, sister won't let me." "Seventh uncle, you be the judge." "She's snatching it." Gu didn't have children himself, but he was better at coaxing children than the parents present. He rubbed little Ling Er's nose and smiled. Cry, baby. You cry as much as your mother. Here, this is for you. In the future, when you want to cry, just knock on it and count how many gold ingots you've hidden. You'll be able to laugh. As Goose spoke, he handed over a golden abacus made of pure gold. It was small and exquisite and noble. Little Jean Ling was pleasantly surprised, and her eyes lit up. She grabbed it and hugged it in her arms, afraid that it would be snatched away. Everyone laughed when they saw this, and Tang Hongdo was unhappy. 7th. Uncle. Gu Qishao pinched Tang Hongdo's nose and grinned. You're the big sister, so give way to Jean Ling Er. 7th uncle will find you a job at the auction house as an auctioneer. How's that? Tang Hongdo liked to go to the black market since she was young, and she especially admired the awe-inspiring auctioneers on the stage. She was overjoyed and agreed immediately. Seeing that Tang Hongdo was happy, little Jean Ling was also happy. She suddenly thought of Shadow and asked anxiously, Where's Brother Shadow? Why isn't he here yet? The adults looked at each other and didn't answer for a long time. Gu Nanshin had disappeared before the new year. Other than little Jean Ling, everyone present knew about this. Tang Hongdo quickly said, Brother Shadow has an important clue to follow. He can't come today. Little Jean Ling muttered to herself, if only he could find big sister Yen Er, how great would that be? At this moment, the poisonous beast that had been standing at the side suddenly disappeared into thin air. There was no doubt that Han Yunxi had put it into the poison storage space. Han Yunxi and Long Fei, ye must have heard their conversation and missed their daughter and little Shadow. Gu patted Xianbing lightly and muttered, Poison girl, no news is good news. Don't worry. Maybe Shadow has found Yen Er, but he's still on the way back. Let's wait a little longer.